By the end of this video, you'll have learned everything that you would need to know to hit 10K per month online with your first few AI agency clients, even if you know nothing about AI, even if you've never had a business before, or even if you've never sold anything online before, right? So why should you even believe me though? Well, let's take a look here. Not too long ago, I was completely broke. I was $250,000 in debt with $8,000 in monthly bills and zero income coming in. After about 4 months of running the exact same business model I'm going to show you, I went from negative $8,000 a month to positive $20,000 a month. And within 18 months, I was clearing about $160,000 a month. And just so you don't think I'm some random guru throwing out some fake numbers, here's the actual proof. So we process via QuickBooks as well as Stripe. So I'm going to show you QuickBooks over here. If I go ahead and refresh this. This was for July last month. So 128K July last month. And then if I go over here to Stripe, if I July over here last month. So if I go ahead and refresh that. I scroll down, as you can see, 32,000 over here, and then 128,000 over here. So in total, about 160,000 last month, right? So, and next, let me also play you an actual testimonial of an actual client of my AI agency. Okay, this is not a student. This is not, this is an actual client of my AI agency business, a business owner that owns a home service company and made $300,000 in 3 months from the AI services we fulfilled for them. This is a client that was able to utilize our services, and he had some success, and he gave us a testimonial.
These 3 to 4 months, how much revenue have you generated?
We've done over $300,000, and then in our profit, we've done over $115,000.
Now, if somebody's making $300,000 in 3 months, does it make sense why they would happily pay somebody like me and my company a few $1,000s per month? I certainly hope so, right? Because they're getting a return. And in this video, I'll give you everything with nothing held back: the exact business model, the best niches, the outreach, the outbound infrastructure that prints clients, the sales calls, the fulfillment, the delivery, the tools, and the offer, the exact structure, playbook, and path that allows me to have time, location, and financial freedom. The thing is, right now, most people trying to make money online with AI are stuck in the worst possible place. They know that AI is exploding. They know businesses want it, but they have no clue what to sell, who to sell it to, or how to deliver something a business would actually happily pay for. And even worse, there are people out there, courses out there that have just garbage for information, stuff that's outdated, or even worse than that, the person feeding you the information has no actual business other than selling the information, right? I'm sure you've seen plenty of, AI automation this, AI automation that. It doesn't actually, like, if you get on a sales call, it doesn't work, right? In other words, they sell the course, not the thing that the course is about. Whereas I make my living from my actual agency, from real clients paying me every single month. You just saw the proof. You even saw the success interview I had with one of our clients for the AI agency business. So this is not some made up hypothetical, right? That just sounds good, but doesn't actually work. It's what I'm doing in my own business right now today, and if it did not work, I'd be broke. So I'm going to go ahead and give away the entire farm in this video: what to sell, who to sell it to, how to deliver the service with AI completely for free. Why? Because there's plenty of fish in the sea, right? There's plenty of money to make. It's not like you're going after some very finite, few hundred companies. There's a lot of businesses out there. If you just capture like 1% or 0.1%, you can print money, right? So, and also because when I was drowning in all that debt, all I had were scammy gurus pitching courses for thousands of dollars. I'd have given anything for a video like this. My hope is simply that you can use it to get out of whatever situation you're in and put yourself on the path to time, location, and money freedom, just like I did. But let me be straight with you, because I'm not going to sell you a fantasy. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It took me 18 months to hit 6 figures a month, but that's the entire point of this video. You get the 18 months of lessons without really suffering through the 18 months of pain. You can learn in a few hours what took me almost 2 years, right? So, and I'm not going to just tell you how to do this. You're going to watch me actually do it with steps to follow along as well. As in, I'll actually build out the actual AI agency, real outreach messages with a real outbound infrastructure, a real breakdown of how my agency lands and delivers for a client. In other words, I will be building out the AI agency live in front of you, step by step, so you can follow along with it. But I do have to be straight with you. I can hand you every step, but if you watch this like it's Netflix, nothing's going to happen, right? So you'll actually need to take action. The way that I've found to facilitate it is, if I go over here, I've put checkpoints into the course. So if I go down over here, so checkpoints, right? all these checkpoints over here. You can check these boxes and before you proceed to the next step. My hope is by doing this exercise, you'll actually check the boxes and before you actually move on to the next step, right? The thing is, the people who climb out of bad situations are the ones who actually do the work and take action, right? Nothing is going to happen by you just watching this course like Netflix. So to help you actually be one of them, one of the people that take action, I've built again checkpoints into the video. As you go along, check the box as you've completed each action. I can't force you to do it, but everybody who does actually do the actions walks away with an actual business, right? So if you do the work, I promise you'll look back on this day as a day everything changed. All right, so with all that being said, let's go ahead and get into the first section over here, which is the intersection. So let me give you a bit of a background on me, right? How I got to where I am right now, what that business was about, the debt and stuff, right? So 2019 to 2020, I had my first business. It was a success, right? I had an electronics gadget e-commerce business that generated about 3.5 million in revenue in about 2 years, 15% net profit margins. This was when selling stuff online was fairly fresh, right? Now it's extremely saturated, right? Even making a little bit of money is quite hard if you don't have a brand already, right? So I also did drop out at this time, which was a mistake because of what happened next, right? So 2021, 2023, I got into day trading futures using savings that I had from the profits of the previous business. That was the worst mistake of my life. Day trading is just pure speculation with no real edge. Trust me, do not have any sort of edge sitting in your room on your computer trading against the best of the world. Trading is a zero-sum game, okay? They have the best, and most of the volume is controlled by Wall Street, right? So when you put a trade in, you win that trade, somebody else has taken the losing side, right? When you lose a trade, somebody has taken the winning side, right? So what that means is if most of the volume is controlled by Wall Street, right? Most of the volume, like these quant firms, these PhDs, right? That's who you're competing against on the vast majority of your trades. And if you think you can beat them on the long term, that's crazy thinking, right? So what happened was I lost all of my money from the previous business. I went into debt about $250,000. Now, why did I even begin to believe that this method of making money was possible, right? Because I had gotten lucky, right? So I had made this was when GameStop was big, right? So I had made 120K profit on GameStop in a few days and believed anything was possible, right? So naturally, I went all in. Which was the biggest mistake of my life today, right? So, however, whenever there is a big mistake of that caliber, there's usually a silver lining, right? So what happened next was pretty good. So in 2024 to 2025, at this point, I was losing $8,000 per month in monthly bills to pay with no income coming in. And since I had just dropped out, there was no cushy job waiting for me either. And trust me, I was looking. Okay, I even took this course, right? Wherein it was a course to optimize job applications. It told you how to optimize everything and stuff. I was looking for jobs, right? When I got to the point of having about 3 to 4 months before I went to zero due to bleeding 8K per month due to debt obligations, I started my agency, right? Brilliant point to start your agency when you're bleeding money and you have to make it like it's crazy. It was a crazy situation, right? Again, at this point, I was about 3 to 4 months from the bank account going to zero with 8,000 in recurring monthly bills. In other words, I had 3 to 4 months to start making at least 8K per month or I was dead, right? So due to the massive amount of financial pressure, right? I was about to lose everything within about 4 months. I was able to get to 15K per month by doing a massive amount of cold calls, DMs, etc., and then reinvesting the money I made from the agency into paid ads, right, to automate the outreach. The thing is, the agency business model is actually pretty simple. If you need clients, you simply do outreach. If you need a lot of clients, you simply do a lot of outreach, right? So, and it doesn't have to be crazy expensive either, right? There's free methods for outreach, right? That can actually scale pretty well. So 2025 to present, I'm currently scaling past 100K plus months, right? So this was just to give you a bit of an intro about me. Why am I actually making this video? So let me kind of go into this as well. So if it had not been for this business model, I would have been financially ruined for years and years. So I thought if I can do this whilst bleeding money and having literally genuinely about 3 months to make it work, why not somebody else that is passionate and willing to give it a try, right? So I don't know if you're in a bad financial situation, if you have no money, I have no idea, right? So Maybe this video can help you out. Maybe it can't. I don't know, right? But it did help me out. I mean, if I wish I had something like this, it would have, instead of taking 3-4 months to make some money, I would have probably taken a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks. I don't know, for me anyways, right? This business model is extremely simple, and you can get started with $0, a phone and a laptop with internet access, right? With your phone, you can do cold calls. If you do 100 to 200 cold calls per day, you get 1 to 2 appointments per day, which is roughly 20 to 40 appointments per month, with a show rate of 50% and a close rate of 10%. That is 10 to 20 shown appointments and 1 to 2 clients per month to start with from $0, right? Because this is a services business, right? You're not, inventing something. You're not, you don't have to buy inventory. It's services. It's just, you have a phone, you can make some calls and, leverage AI to fulfill for you and stuff like that, right? So you can just reinvest from there. If you have some money for ads, you don't even have to do cold calls. Just simply run AI. Just simply run ads to get clients. There are no excuses, right? So I don't know what kind of financial situation you're in, how badly you need to make money, how soon you need money, right? What I do know is I was able to make this work in a few months due to the business model being simple, right? Again, you can get started with $0, a phone and a laptop with internet access, right? The reason for this free course, simply put, if you are in a terrible or simply undesirable situation, right? Maybe right now you're in a job, or you're in college or something, and you're trying to avoid the 9 to 5, right? Whatever it is, right? Perhaps this free course will help you get out of whatever situation you found yourself in. When I was in that hellish state of 250K in debt with no money coming in, I would have highly appreciated a course like this. So I'm making this course as a way to give back. Also, of course, if you use this course to get results, I know you'll also engage with my one-on-one coaching services, quite simply to accelerate your results, right? Why wouldn't you, if this thing did actually work, right? So it is in my best interest to give away the farm in this video, right? So with all that being said, I highly encourage you to take action, because again, you can get started with $0 and an internet connection. There are really no excuses, right? To cover is the mindset portion, which is important because, a business, business requires discipline, it requires dedication, it requires diligence, right? If you don't have a good mindset, and you probably won't push towards, and you probably won't, really flourish during the hard times, right? So this is important because it'll also allow you to facilitate the method via which you take action, right? It'll make it, in other words, it'll make it easier for you to take action as well if you have a good mindset, right? So take your current situation right now. Are you happy with your current situation? If you are perfectly content and comfortable with where you are at right now, then watching this video probably does not make a whole lot of sense, right? But chances are, if you're watching this video, then you want to achieve a version of your life that you're currently not at. Maybe you want to be a millionaire. Maybe you want to have more financial freedom. Maybe you don't think a 9 to 5 is what you're meant to be doing for the rest of your working years, right? Not, until you're 65, 70. But what's stopping you? If you take a look around, you'll see plenty of successful people that have achieved the kind of money and lifestyle that you've wished for. So why do you think it's not possible? If it's possible for them, why do you think it's not possible for you, right? You're looking at a guy over here, zero money, $250,000 in debt, and I was able to make it work, right? The only reason that you think it's not possible to attain the lifestyle you want, to make the money you want, or to simply achieve the financial freedom that you want, is because of your mindset, right? So let me illustrate this so that it's clear. I've seen this time and time again, right? Let me illustrate this with two types of people. Let's call them person 1 and person B, right? Person A believes that making money is extremely hard, and other than getting a job, there's no way to make money, enough money to earn a living, right? Person B believes anything is possible, looks around himself and sees plenty of millionaires and successful business owners that have crafted the life that he kind of wants, right? Let's also say that person A and B are equally as intelligent, capable, talented, right? Such that, if person A can do something, person B is also as capable, right? But who do you think would find more success in business, person A or person B? Person A wouldn't even start anything because despite being as talented as person B, he thinks it's impossible, right, to make a living outside of a job, right? That's why mindset is very, very important, right? What I've seen is that whether you think you can or you think you can't make money, you are right, right? So in other words, it's your mindset that determines if you'll make money, right? If you think something is impossible, why would you take any action, right? So, but the thing that makes you think it's impossible is your mind, right? So whatever you think is possible becomes possible. Whatever you think is impossible becomes impossible, right? However, there is, of course, a canyon in between thinking and taking action. Taking action is where miracles happen, right? So most of you watching this video will not take action because your mind is going to tell you that taking action is risky, improbable, and things will not work out, right? But what's telling you this, right? Your mind, right? Why is it telling you this? Because your mind is not set to see things in a way wherein it's possible to have some success. So your mindset has to be that you believe no matter what, that making money online is actually possible. If the mindset is there, then you can hustle, you can overcome hardships, and you can do whatever it takes to achieve your goals, right? However, chances are that you'll come up with all kinds of excuses, reasons in your mind why you think it's not possible. Most of the reasons that you'll come up with will be your brain trying to protect you from the fear of failure, right? So thoughts will arise in your mind, like, what if I'm not ready yet? I'll get started tomorrow, next week, next month when I'm ready. What if happens if I fail, and so on. So how do you overcome this and actually take action? The easiest way is just to have the mindset that failure is required for success. You must reframe failure as simply a step towards success. Let me repeat that. You must reframe failure as a step towards success, right? Let me give you a practical example. Let's say that you have a meeting with a business owner that you'll pitch your AI agency services to. Let's say that you do not close that person. In other words, they do not buy your AI agency services. Let's say that you fail in converting the next 3 people as well, right? So you take on 3 more calls and then you don't convert them into clients, right? Do you then quit, right? Of course not, because there's something called a close rate, which ranges from 20 to 40% on high ticket services, right? In a sample size of 15 face-to-face meetings, you should be able to close at least 3, right? And on average, about 5. But what if your close rate is lower, like 10%? Well, then you have to figure out how to get better at sales, because sales is a skill. And skills, if practiced, get better over time. If you quit before you can get better at sales, you will have doomed yourself to never get better at sales, right? So you must have a mindset of improvement rather than a loser's mindset of quitting if you want to succeed. A mindset of improvement makes sense in this case, because sales is a skill and all skills can be improved over time, right? With practice. Everything worth doing in life that has a huge upside has failure as a necessary step, right? Your first appointment with the business owner might end in failure with you not closing the deal. The second might also end in failure, right? But if you keep at it and you have an improvement mindset, like I can actually improve, right? Rather than a loser's mindset, hey, I didn't close this guy, I'm going to give up, right? Then you will eventually go into a closed deal, right? So if there was no chance of failure in the road to success, then everybody would be doing it, right? So the more you try to get away from failure, the closer you get to a 9-to-5 or whatever miserable situation you're stuck in right now. So unless you want to be stuck in a 9-to-5 for the rest of your life, embrace failure rather than avoiding it. If failure is necessary for success and success is what you're trying to achieve, it doesn't make sense to fear failure if the failure is the thing that comes before success, right? I'm not ready yet. The timing isn't good enough because I have this thing going on. I'll start when whatever, right? XYZ is preventing me from getting started. These are all excuses made to not take action, because taking action is difficult, right? It's because your mindset is not good. Your mind fears failure. If you take action, of course, there's a risk of failure, right? But if you never take action, there's zero chance of success as well. The more action that you take, the more likely you are to experience success, right? So I do have some practices over here that basically outline how to take action and correct your mindset. These are exercises that you can follow along with as well. So let me kind of go over them in brief, right? And then, there's going to be a link to this entire course, right? Which will have the links to these as well in the description down below. So I call this one for fixing the mindset, the version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4 mindset fixing, right? So this is a simple but highly effective practice that I've personally used to ensure that I take action even when things are difficult, right? What it involves is setting aside about 5 to 10 minutes per day, right? And writing down what a version of you that has hit a certain revenue goal looks like in terms of habits and characteristics, right? Right now, you're at $0 a day in your business. There are reasons for that. Right? Those reasons are called habits, actions, characteristics, right? Then there are people that are doing 10K per month. if you hit that revenue target, do you think you'd still be the same person, right? Maybe there would be some slight adjustments. Maybe you'd wake up a bit earlier. Maybe you'd work a bit harder, right? At 10K per month, right? So maybe the 10K per month version of you is a harder working, more disciplined person. I don't know. Or would your habits and actions have changed in order to hit that 10K per month, right? So how about 100K per month? Right now, as you're watching this, do you think you have the habits, characteristics, and actions as someone who is hitting $100,000 per month, right? Are you right now, as you are right now watching this video, a 7-figure agency owner? Do you think you have the same habits, characteristics, actions, and stuff like that, right? The thing is, even if you acquired $100,000 a month business today, it would more than likely crash to the ground within a few months in your hands because you do not, at this current moment in time, possess the habits, characteristics, and actions that a 100K a month agency owner does have, right? Those things have to be developed, right? So the idea is to change your habits and actions to emulate that of a 10K a month, 100K per month, $1 million per month agency owner, right? The easiest way that I found to do this, to make this action habit change, is to open up Google Sheets and have one column as version 1 and the other column as version 2, and then simply just list down your habits, actions, characteristics, fears, and then version 2, the 10K a month version, is also going to be listed there. And then after you achieve 10K per month, you then write down a version 2, version 3, right? So maybe it's easier if I just show you this one, okay? So if I go ahead and zoom in over here, right? So this is version 1, right? So version 1 and then version 2, right? So version 1, Saurav does not take action duty for you. So imagine this is at 0K per month, Saurav, right? Version 2 is, he takes action because he understands action is necessary to. There's something that happens in your brain when you write stuff down like this, right? And you do it consistently, like 5 minutes per day, right? Version 1, fear, failure, rules, Saurav, right? And then version 2 notices sensations of discomfort and fear, but trudges along anyways, right? Version 1 doom scrolls, and then version 2 understands short-term pleasure, always sacrifices long-term benefits, right? To version 2, sacrificing the long-term for a few seconds to a few minutes of the short-term does not make any sense, right? So just write down, what version 1, or, where you're at right now in terms of habits and characteristics, right? And then on version 2, like what does the 10K per month version look like, right? And this does something in the brain. I don't know, they need to study it, but it does do something in the brain wherein, you notice where you're lacking and stuff and you make adjustments, right? So by doing this for 5 to 10 minutes a day, you'll make, doing this 5 to 10 minutes a day will make you realize you're not where you want to be in terms of revenue goals, because you need to evolve a little bit, right? In terms of habits, behaviors, and actions. It will hold you accountable, and it will make you realize that where you are in life is due to your destructive actions, your destructive behaviors and habits that you've refused to let go of, right? It gives you some sort of self-accountability. So the second thing that I have, right, to change, to have the correct mindset for business is the practice of meditation, right? Meditation is useful for one reason. You get to become aware of the sensation before you take the action, right? So the better you get at meditation, the more control you have over your action, right? These days, people get on their phone, open up social media, and then start doom scrolling for hours without a thought. But do you think that this type of doom scrolling is really the habit of a future multimillionaire, right? Impulsive behaviors, right? Do you think, these 7, 8-figure, 9-figure guys got to where they are because of poor impulse control and allowed themselves to doom scroll forever, right? Of course not. So how do you prevent destructive actions and habits that are on an everyday basis preventing you from experiencing success in the life that you want, right? The thing is, most actions are preceded by sensations. For example, let me give you an example. You feel a sensation or a pain of hunger, you open up DoorDash or go to the kitchen. You feel the sensation of stress, you open up social media or whatever, reduces your stress, right? The thing is, if it's ever in this world, if it's ever easy to, get a dopamine hit and you didn't really have to work for it, right? It's like poison, right? So if you get very good at noticing the sensations before the action takes place, what you can do is allow the sensations to pass, right? Without automatically taking action, right? So let me repeat this one more time. If you get very good at noticing the sensations, right? Because sensations precede the actions, right? If you get very good at noticing the sensations before the actions take place, right? What you can do is allow the sensation to pass without you having to take the action, right? You can recognize the sensation as, oh, that's just a sensation of boredom, and let that pass, right? And get back to work, right? And let it pass instead of going to social media immediately and doom scrolling or whatever you do to pass time for when you're bored, right? To get good at noticing sensations, you practice noticing sensations, which is the practice of meditation. Meditation is the practice of awareness, and the best way to practice is just to sit down, relax, and set a timer for about 15 minutes. Close your eyes, focus on your breath, right? If something distracts you from focusing on your breath, you notice it, let it pass, and go back to focusing on your breath. This practice is priming you to notice a sensation or a thought, then letting it pass, to redirect your focus on the task at hand, which is focusing on the sensation near the entrance of your nose, right? So if I were to do this, like, let me just practice really quickly. Close your eyes, right? And just focus on your breath. Just the entrance towards your nose. And obviously some thoughts will come. You'll let the thoughts pass, and then you go back to focusing on your breath, right? What that does is it trains and wires your brain a bit, right? If you do it consistently enough to notice sensations and then let them pass, right? Throughout the day, you can also practice meditation by simply becoming aware and present. The moment you are present in the moment is when fear subsides, right? Clarity comes through and enhances your ability to take action. To become aware and present in the moment throughout the day, when you find yourself thinking too much or becoming anxious, focus on breathing in and out until you calm yourself down and reconnect with your surroundings and the present moment. So start noticing any physical sensations as well from the top of your head to your shoulders, to your hands, to your torso, to your legs and feet, right? Where's your hand placed? Are your muscle tensed or relaxed? When thoughts come through, just notice them as best as you can instead of being engrossed in them and lost in them, right? When you do inevitably get lost in them, in your thoughts, just simply bring your attention back to the present moment, right? Where's your hand? Where's your feet? Are your muscles tense, right? And bring yourself back into the present moment by breathing in and out slowly and reconnect with your surroundings, right? By doing these meditative exercises, it will become easier for you to take action instead of procrastinating, because you are letting the sensations that bring about the desire to procrastinate simply pass, right? Every single action that you take is preceded by a sensation, right? Even when you're angry. So imagine when you were really angry and you slammed something down or something. That must have filled your body and brain with sensations, right, of anger, right? But if you notice that kind of anger, right, you could have let it pass, right? So that's all it is. All meditation is really just training yourself to notice sensations, let them pass. Notice a sensation, let them pass, right? Sensation of boredom, let it pass, right? Go back to work, right? And then time blocking as well. I do this. So a powerful technique to get things done is blocking out slots of time wherein each block of time is reserved for a specific task. You can open up a Google Calendar right now or any calendar app and just allocate a single task per time block like this, right? So Wednesday, right? You can block it out by time, and then basically you can just follow this, right? And it gives you, a lot of the times when people procrastinate or don't do something that they're supposed to do, they simply just don't know what to do at that point in time, as simple as it sounds, right? So if you have a per unit time like what you're supposed to do, then just do that action, right? So most of the time when people aren't doing things, it's because they literally don't know what to work on, right? So if your day is literally blocked out so that every hour you know exactly what to work on, you're far more likely to actually get it done, because you now know what needs to get done, right? So I suggest organizing your day in this manner. It's worked for me and many others, including people like Elon Musk, who runs multiple billion-dollar companies, right? That guy, I think he blocks out like every hour, every 30 minutes, or every 15 minutes, but it's all blocked out, right? So yeah. So what does this AI agency model even look like? How does it work? What are we exactly offering, right? Why are people even paying us, right? So what we will be offering our clients are appointments. So the end result that our clients are going to get are appointments that have been generated with the aid of AI, as well as free website templates, right? So what we're going to do is generate them leads, qualify them, and then book them into their calendar with the aid of AI, and then also give them a free website template as well, right? So who we're targeting for this AI offer, it's going to be home service businesses due to ease of access to decision makers, shorter sales cycles, and demand for leads, right? So when you start off, right, you're not going to be, trying to get Fortune 500 CEOs as clients. That doesn't make any sense. You'll never, ever be able to get in contact with them, right? What you're going to do is contact home service guys, right? Because they're always on their phone because they need to be. That's how they generate business. Like, referral comes in by their phone, right? So you're going to contact them and then you're going to close them for this offer, right? So what is the service that you're actually going to offer? It's going to be AI ads and AI database reactivation to generate leads, right? Which equates to leads. So the end result that your client gets on that front is leads, right? The service is AI ads and AI database reactivation, which I'll go into much more detail of, right? So leads then are converted into bookings via conversational AI, right? Which results in booked appointments, right? So with the aid of AI, we are generating them booked appointments. We will also be offering free websites because it takes less than an hour, right? It takes maybe like 20, 30 minutes to copy paste a template website from Go High Level. And if you offer this, both the close rate and the retention will go up. With the website, it feels like you are holistically taking care of all their marketing needs rather than just generating leads, right? In other words, it makes your service stickier if it feels to them like you're doing all their marketing plus generating them leads, right? So with a website by itself, you're not going to be generating anything. A website by itself doesn't do anything, right? You do need to generate them some leads. They do need to close off the leads for you to be retained, right? But the website just makes the overall feel it makes it feel a lot more holistic and makes you a bit more stickier, right? If you offer both. Most important part is the leads, though, the leads and booked appointments, right? With AI, that's why they'll keep you around because then with the leads that you provide them, they're going to ROI. They're going to keep you around, right? With AI and Go High Level, it doesn't take much time at all to fulfill these website templates, right? So I'll give you an example. This is kind of what it looks like. You place their logo over here, company information over here, right? And then boom, you have all of this stuff, right? They go to our services over here. You can see all the services, all the pages about us. Very easy copy paste templates, right? You just replace their information, good to go. So the second reason that we're going to also offer websites is very important. A lot of home service guys don't have a website or have very bad looking websites. This 100% impacts their ability to close. Since the lead that they get from you are generated digitally, the lead is more likely to check if the home service guy has a website or an online presence, right? If they don't find anything, guess what? The guy doesn't close, right? So imagine that you're looking to get your floors redone, your kitchen redone, your bathrooms, or your roof replaced, or you want a patio cover or something of that nature, right? And let's say you have an appointment with this home service guy, right? He comes in, and you don't really know him at that point, so he does his whole sales presentation. Then you check him out, right? So you check him out, see if he has a digital presence online, ask for his website and stuff, see what he offers, right? See if there are any reviews and stuff, right? So if you don't have like a website or nothing, if your client, the home service client, does not have a website, right, it just tanks the close rate, right? So you do need to, and if they're not closing, then they're not retaining you, right? So you do need to have that website that you offer, right? And then the most important part are the booked appointments by the leads, right? So without the booked appointments, the website doesn't do anything, right? It just sits there. There's no purpose for it. That is not sticky at all. Do not just sell websites. Especially not if you're trying to charge like $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 per month and then retain them for a year and a half, 2 years, stuff like that. So what you will have to do for this is prompt AI to generate AI ads, copy and paste Go High Level templates, launch AI ads, right? So what the client sees on their end is going to be appointments booked on the calendar plus a free website. If I'm a roofer, I see roof replacement appointments. If I'm a hardscaper, I see patio cover appointments, right? If I'm a remodeler, maybe a floor remodeler, I see like flooring appointments, right? Stuff like that. So I see appointments for a high ticket service that I do on my calendar, and then I also get a free website, right? So if I'm your client. So why is this the best AI offer right now? Because you're selling what every business needs, right? So you're not trying to invent something new, something that may or may not work. You're just selling whatever what a business needs, and you're using AI to fulfill, right? So because you are selling what every business needs, it's easy fulfillment. Easy to sell, and then because you are using AI to do most of the work, it's going to be also easy fulfillment. This is why this AI offer is the best offer at the moment, right? You're selling somebody what they need to survive. People all like service-based business is going to need leads to survive, right? And you're going to use AI to fulfill on your service, right? So how much can you charge for this offer? There are two pricing models that I found success with. One is a pay per appointment, which is a setup fee plus $250 per booked appointment, or you can have them just prepay for the appointments. This results in recurring revenue per client because remember, whenever you generate them appointment, they're going to pay you, right? They cover the ad spend, right? So you don't have to risk your own money on ad spend fulfilling for them, right? So it's not like you're praying to God that basically, you're that you get them enough appointments. Otherwise, you're going to lose money. You're never going to lose money. They have to cover the ad spend, right? And then you're just going to charge them when you book an appointment for them, right? We also do retainers as well, as you saw with the guy previous charged over there, $1,000 to $1,500 per month, right? When the client's average ticket is too small to justify $250 per booked appointment, right? So imagine it's like tree service or something, right? The tree removal job is like $1,000-$2,000, right? Maybe it doesn't make sense to charge $250 per booked appointment, right? If it's lower ticket, right? Or you can do it based on your own discretion as well, right? So no problems with either pay per appointment or retainers, both work, right? So that's how the business model kind of works. So the next module is how to get clients, right? So how do we actually get clients for this, right? The very first thing that you want to do is actually pick a niche, right? Don't just randomly go out and market to all business owners that you can offer AI agency services, right? Just don't do that. The vertical that I recommend starting off with is home services rather than professional or medical, because in this vertical, it's very easy to get a hold of them, right? Like a roofer or a plumber or electrician. It's very easy to get a hold of them. And they also need leads for consistency because they're surviving mostly off of referrals, right? So it's easy to get them. It's also easy to fulfill, right? It's not that difficult to get them leads and appointments for, their service. So if you want to later on, you can also branch out to medical and professional, but starting off with just the home services will be the easiest and fastest way to get your first few clients, right? I'm not saying that home services is the greatest niche out there for this, right? I found success with it. You might as well. But what I would recommend is starting off with this if you don't have any experience prior to this, right? To start off with home services and then later on branch out to medical professional if you want to, right? So okay, and then here are the most proven home service niches. Just pick one, right? I have these linked to a bunch of leads. It contains is going to be the cities and then the number the roofers that are in that city, right? So for example, if you want to reach roofers in New York, right, it'll have that, right? And then it'll have that for the top 100 cities as well, right? In total, I think there are about last time I checked, about 300,000 leads over all of these, right? So go ahead and kind of get these files whenever you want, right? It's going to be all this entire course is linked in the description. You can just, get access to it and then just click on one of these. For example, this is kind of what it looks like over here, right? And then what the objective is to just call them and stuff, right? So their phone number, email, and all of that. And then I reach out to them for your services, right? So here are the most proven niches. Just pick one: roofing, window replacement. When you're starting off, just pick the thing that other people are having success with. Don't try to go to some very unsaturated niche, some very blue ocean. It's when you're starting off. I mean, you can do that later, right? But you're not going to make it easy for yourself, right? So roofing, window replacements, bathrooms, kitchens, landscaping, fencing, and flooring, right? That's what I've seen people have success with, right? That's what I recommend for you as well. What I do not recommend is going after all home improvement companies without focusing on one specific niche, okay? When you're starting off, you're going to make everything as easy as possible for yourself, right? Think of when you're going to fulfill, right? Do you want to just copy and paste the fulfillment for like all of your clients, or do you want to customize each fulfillment, based on the client? Like obviously you want to like copy paste the fulfillment as well, right? So you're not, and the sales process are a bit different for each one of these sub niches inside of home service as well, right? So just pick one, right? Roofing, windows, bathrooms, kitchens, landscaping, fence contractors, flooring. If you're having trouble picking, just toss a coin or something. I don't know, right? It's not that big of a deal. All these are working, right? What I do not recommend again is just going very broad and just, the first guy that you talk to is a roofer, the next guy is a plumber, the next guy is doing something else, right? Just don't do that. What you really want is a defined sales process that works for one vertical and a defined fulfillment process that works for one vertical, right? Fulfillment and sales, that's it. If you want a streamlined, easy fulfillment process wherein it's mostly copy paste work, just pick one niche, pick one end outcome for that niche, right? So for roofers, focus on delivering them roof replacement leads, right? HVAC system replacement, hardscaping patio, right? And then every single future client that you can you can reuse ads and all the templates from previous clients, making the fulfillment 1,000 times easier whilst also generating your clients' results easily, right? So you want to go one beyond that. So not only just one niche, right? But you also want to focus on one end outcome for that niche, right? Which is just going to be a higher ticket kind of end outcome for that niche, right? So for roofers, focus on delivering them roof replacement leads, right? So basically, like, you're not going to just, say, hey, Mr. Client, I'm going to market for you and then get you every single roofing job under the sun. You're going to say very specifically, hey, Mr. Client, Mr. Roofer, I'm going to get you roof replacement jobs, right? Or if it's a Windows guy, you're going to say window replace, not repair jobs, not, anything else that they do, but one specific end outcome, right? And you're going to get very good at delivering that, right? So when the next guy comes in, what you're going to say to that guy is the same thing that you said to the other guy. Hey, Mr. Client, I'm going to get you roof replacement leads. And guess what? You have all the data. You know how to get this person roof replacement leads, right? So the fulfillment becomes 1,000 times easier. So the second thing that you want to do after you've picked the niche is basically do outreach to that niche. If you have $0 to $200 a month to spend, right, I would recommend just starting out with cold outbound. Very important, we do need to establish your outbound offer beforehand. Here is how to create an offer that works for cold outbound traffic, right? So how do we actually reach out to these people? So let me kind of go over best practices for cold outbound. So let's say that you're going to try to reach out to a roofer, get them on a call with you, and then proceed with the sales call. So how do we get to that point wherein we set up an appointment between us and the roofer, right? So your ideal client profile are the business owners in the niche that you are targeting, right? So the offer that works for direct response outbound looks something like this. You will get X and Y without Z. So X is the desired result that the roofer would want, right? Y is the time frame, and then Z is the risk, right? So you will get your desired outcome within this time frame without the risk that they're afraid of, right? So the end result that a business wants is more jobs, but the exact end result is different, right? So for example, a roofer wants roof replacement jobs, a tree service company may want tree removal jobs, etc. Right? So you're not just going to say, hey, Mr. Roofer, again, I'm going to bring you more jobs. You're going to be very specific. You're going to say, for Mr. Roofer, you're going to get roof replacement jobs, right? So outbound offers vary in strength and correlation, in direct correlation to the strength of the end result that you mentioned, right? So for example, jobs versus leads versus appointments versus estimates are very different things, right? And it's going to impact like how many appointments that you get, your positive reply rate, all of that, right? So 10 exclusive roof replacement leads is different than 10 exclusive roof replacement appointments, right? A lead is somebody that's generally, has maybe filled out a form or something. An appointment is a face-to-face meeting, right? So different kind of end results, right? So the time frame is the time frame that, remember, we're focusing on this. So why the time frame? The time frame is the time frame that you will say that you can deliver the end result, right? So for example, 90 days, 120 days, this month, etc. The shorter the time frame, the stronger the offer, right? Because if they get what they want, in a shorter amount of time, right? That's amazing. That's going to strengthen the offer. Domino's, their entire business model by that one marketing campaign, they've turned into a behemoth. Do you remember, get your I think it was Domino's or some other pizza company, get your pizza in like 30 minutes or it's on us or something of that nature, right? And their business blew up because of that, right? So time frame is very important, right? So the risk is wherein you introduce your risk reversal and or pain points faced by your ICP, right? So common risk reversals, or you don't pay or it's free, right? Use these when you want as much volume in the door. Performance-based risk reversals also do pretty well on a pay per appointment basis, on a pay per estimate basis, on a performance basis, right? Useful for setup fee plus appointment-based offers. Can work for retainers as well if charging a flat rate plus performance-based percentage of job closer ad spend, right? So basically, if you're charging them like $1,000 per month plus a percentage of each close, or something like a percentage of the ad spend, right? So, for example, let me give you this in a concrete example. If targeting roofers, an outreach can be like, you will get 100 roof replacement leads in 90 days on a pay per results basis. Okay. If targeting hardscapers, you will get 5 to 10 patio cover appointments in 30 days, or it's free, right? If targeting window replacement companies, you will get 10 window replacement jobs in 30 days on a performance basis, right? From experience, I can tell you this: the stronger the offer, the more people you'll get in the door. However, you can also do a weaker offer, like, you will get more roof replacement jobs without any risk reversal or time frame. That will still work, but you'll just book less, right? As well, you will just have less volume. So, so this one will work, right? But it's missing like the risk reversal and the time frame, right? So, but always speak in terms of what the ICP wants, not how many clicks or impressions your service generates. It's very silly to do cold outbound in that way, right? So you want to speak to them to get them set up on a meeting by speaking their language, and then saying that, hey, my service can actually help you get these kinds of jobs, right? So moving on. Now that we have your offer, so please do, if you want to pause this video for a little bit and, generate your own offer over here. This is the formula. You will get X and Y without Z, right? And then here are some examples over here. So you'll get, 100 roof replacement leads in 90 days on a pay per results basis or something, right? 5 to 10 patio cover appointments in 30 days, or it's free, right? Or you'll get, or if you want to, just do this, you'll get more roof replacement jobs using our services and stuff like that. You can also do that, right? So, just pause this video, maybe come up with something, and then unpause it, right? So now that we have your offer, let's move on to the outreach methods themselves, right? So the outreach methods look like this, right? The cold calls. So the very first method that we're going to cover is the cold calling method, right? So $0 required. The first step is to simply download one of any of these 300,000 home service leads, right? So I have 54K leads for roofing, 22 for windows, 62 for bathrooms, 62 for kitchens, landscaping 37, and then fencing 29, flooring 40,000 leads, right? So in total, there's like 300,000 leads over here. Or you can just use this tool from Google Maps, right? So let me kind of show you how this one works. And then you want to go ahead, if you don't already have an account, go ahead and click sign up. Obviously, if you do, click on sign in. I already have one, so I'm just going to go ahead and sign in, and then go ahead and get logged in. What you want to do from there is scroll down until you see Google Maps Scraper. That's what you want, and go ahead and open service. And what you want to type in is like whatever niche, right? So roofing contractor, for example, over here, but whatever your niche that you wanted to kind of go in. So if you were doing fencing, you'd type in fence or something, right? Go ahead and get rid of all of these. And what you can do is just do it by, one state or something, Florida, or if you have a specific town, municipality, county, whatever you want to do, right? I'm just going to, for demo purposes, just do like 10 over here, right? So this is how many leads you're going to get, right? Obviously, if you want more, you put in more. You can put in 1,000, 10,000, so on, right? I'm just going to go ahead and put in 10. Scroll down, and since we're just doing cold calling, go ahead and select this package over here, cold calling campaigns pack, right? It's also the cheapest. Well, actually, no, this seems to be the cheapest over here, but so if you want to go ahead and, so let me see over here, good rating. I wouldn't worry about any of these filters for right now. You're just trying to get some calls in, right? And then you want to name it something like roofing contractor FL1 or something, right? Make it a CSV so you can put it on Google Sheets pretty easily, and then go ahead and click on get data. So what that's going to do is go ahead and do that. And then apparently I'm on the free tier, so it doesn't cost me anything. Go ahead and hit confirm. And now it's going to be sending the task. And if I go to the task page over here at the top, right, I already did this for in advance, but yours is going to take about 30 minutes to an hour, I think. Go ahead and click on download, right, whenever you have that. Go open up Google Drive and then just import it over here. And go ahead and open this. Open with Google Sheets. And now you have a bunch of numbers over here that you can dial, right? So if you want to do it that way, you can do it that way, or you can use the list that I have provided to you, right? So this is a pretty decent list over here. Nothing wrong with this list, right? Just has a bunch of phone numbers that you can start dialing, right? So after that, you want to go ahead and use this cold call script over here. So, hey, is this company name? Answer, hey, this is your whatever your name is, right? So, hey, this is Al or something. I know you're gonna hate me, but I gotta say this is a cold call, right? Which is a decent hook. You could test out other hooks, but this one works pretty well. Would you like to give me 30 seconds right now? Because it kind of makes them feel a bit guilty, right? So, for example, hey, I know you're gonna hate me, but I gotta say this is a cold call, right? So it's a nice opener, and it kind of guilts them a little bit into kind of continuing with the call, right? So they don't want to hang. They put into an awkward situation, right? So, would you like to give me 30 seconds right now, or just hang up the phone, right? And then they answer. Great. So what we do is we help roofing companies like yours get blah blah blah, like offer roof replacement jobs on a performance basis or something, right? If you're doing pay per appointment or you have a percentage of that spend or something, right? Again, we have a risk reversal. So when you win, we win. So both of our interests are aligned, right? So instead of risk reversal, what you want to put in, like maybe you work on performance basis, maybe you work for free until they get a certain, or if they don't get a certain result, you work for free until they do, right? So and then you want to ask like, how does all of this sound, right? Whenever they answer their questions, they're probably going to say something, right? So and then after that, what you want to say is, okay, great. What time and date would work best for you to discuss further? This was just a very quick phone call to see if you were even interested. But the next one would be a bit more in depth, a demo call, so I can present everything visually, right? Do mornings or afternoons work better for you? Now, if they tell you like just send me an email or something of that nature, just say it's a visual presentation. That's why you want to get on a call and stuff, right? So you can walk them over everything, and then only when they have and it allows you to also say that, hey, if it's a visual presentation, then if you have any questions, I can answer them as well. I can show you everything in depth so you can make a fully informed decision, right? They'll answer over here, and then you'll confirm the time, and then go ahead and book it in, right? So that's a cold call script. You want to do a minimum of $100 a day, right? Honestly, it should be more like 200 if you're starting out and you don't have anything right now, right? If you do $100 to $200 per day, you can expect about 1 to 2 appointments per day, right? So, okay, now for the cold email section, it's $200 a month is the minimum required amount, right? And with this, you can get a pretty decent volume going on as well. So the first thing you want to set up is Instantly. So this is the tool that allows you to send emails, right? Then you need to verify the leads, and then you need to import the leads into Instantly, right? And then also get Zapmail for inboxes so that you can send the emails, right? And then you can just input the script over here, right? So I'll detail how to do that. So the first step is to sign up to Instantly, right? So you can click on this link over here. I'm just going to go ahead and do a new account over here so you guys can follow along, right? So I just went to, there's the link in the description. It's an affiliate link. It helps me out. It's a free course, right? But up to you. So basically, on the email section, just put in your email that you'd like to register with. For this one, I'll just put like one that I want to use over here, just for this. Right. So it's sent a verification email. Click here to confirm. And boom, we're logged in. Click on get started, skip. Okay. So what you want to do is go on the bottom left over here, go to settings, and then basically go to, so you want to go to billing over here, right? And you do want this plan over here, which will allow you to send a sufficient amount of volume without any blockage happening, right? So you want to click on update plan, right? Purchase, and then go ahead and make that purchase. Okay. So I already have an account. I'm just going to show you later on how to utilize the account once you've kind of made the purchase over here. The second thing that you want to do is verify the leads, right? So remember, I'm just going to utilize this lead list over here. So all of these emails, right? It has a there's a chance that some of the emails over there are old, right? Or not in use anymore, or if you send to that email, it'll bounce, right? So we don't want a high bounce rate, which lowers deliverability, and then why would you want to send a bunch of emails to the emails that would bounce, right? So that doesn't make any sense. What we want to do is download. So I'll just do a good 500 of these or so, right? And I'm going just to demo basically how to do the verifying, right? But you can do any amount that you want. There's like 50,000 leads over here, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and download these like 500 leads over here, right? Let me see how many emails that is. That's a decent amount of emails. So if I go over here, I'm just curious. See, that's about 420 emails, right? So we're going to see of these 420 emails, right, which ones are deliverable, which ones are not. So we're going to go ahead and hit download over here. Okay. Then we're going to go over here. So the tool that I like to use to verify the emails, the most cost efficient and the highest quality is going to be Million Verifier, right? I already have an account over there. But the link is in the description as well, right? But this is Million Verifier. Just go ahead and create an account if you don't already have one. I'm just going to create one for demo purposes over here. Then so yeah, demo 1, 2, 3 at Outlook, right? Okay. Create account. Okay, and then it's going to send a confirmation email. And it went to spam. All right, confirm the account, visit link. Okay, and then just log in. So just register over here. Doesn't need to be anything. I don't think anything's really that. You can register as an individual or a business. Just put like AI demo or whatever you want to put in, like your business name or something. Country field is required. Let's do US. Tax number field. Okay, just register as a business, or if you don't have some of these details, I guess they're asking for tax number for verification purposes. I'm not sure, right? But just put your tax ID over there. For the purposes of this demo, I'm just going to go ahead and register as an individual, right? I'm not really going to use this account anyways. But let's see, last name. Trial credit options. Let's see here. You can sign up to one of these if you want, right? I'd actually recommend it. Honestly, that's not too bad. But I already have an account that already has a bunch of these credits over here because I bought a bunch because I actually do this, right? What you want to do is once you've downloaded this, so go ahead and download this over here. Go ahead and select file, and then just use this, open. Okay, 409 email addresses found. Start verifying. And it does actually take a bit to verify. There's like 15 minutes. So I'm just going to come back to this video when, actually 44 minutes to 59 minutes, right? But it does verify a bit and then it lags on a few, right? So I'm just going to pause this recording for a bit, and then I'll come back to you when this has been verified. Okay, so we're back and it's found 247 good emails over here, 60%. So 60% are good, 21% are risky, and then 19%. Now there is a way to double verify the risky ones, but for the purposes of this video, just go with the good ones, right? So we're going to download the good emails only, and then we're going to go ahead and import them into Instantly. So I'm on my Instantly account, right? I've used this for quite some time now, so there's already a bunch of stuff here. But what you're going to do is go to the campaigns tab over here on the left over here. That looks like the arrow pointing on the top right side. Click on Add New, and then you're going to name this roofing campaign 1 or something, right? Continue, and then basically add the leads over here, CSV, and then you're going to do the OK only million verified, right? So those are the good emails, right? You don't want to put in a bunch of emails and then ruin all of your inboxes, right? So open that. And then this allows you to import what you want to import, right? You can import it as a custom variable, right? Which is useful if you ever want to reference like what the name of the the business was or something of that nature. Now for the phone, also I'll import it as a custom variable. Email, of course, right? Don't import these, and website is good to import as well. Don't import that. Don't import that. Don't import that. Google stars is useful. Custom variable. Review count is useful. Custom variable. The rest of this stuff is not that useful. Okay, so let's see over here. You can also import this, right? And then here as well, right? And then for the name over here, what you want to put this in as is company name, actually, right? Not custom variable. So now you have the phone over here. You want to put this as phone, email, and all of this looks good. Website, you have that. And pretty much all good over here. Okay. Then you want to select, I guess just select whoever. You can select yourself there. Yeah, just select yourself over here, right? And drop down over here. And then check for duplicates is fine. And then upload all. You don't need to double verify it again, right? Because we've already verified. So go ahead and click on upload. And it's going to upload the 247 contacts over there, right? And then you have it over here, right? So that's basically it. The next step right now, we have the sending tool, the leads that are verified that we can actually send them to. What we're missing is the email script itself, as well as the mailboxes via which to send the leads, the outreach, right? So if you go back over here, so we've imported the leads. What we now need to do is get a Zapmail, which is an inbox mailbox tool, right? They have business grade workspace accounts, right? It's not, so these are pretty high quality. Like I've been around doing this for a while, right? Right now, as of this moment, Zapmail is pretty much one of the top contenders for high deliverability and all of that, right? So just get Zapmail. The link is in the description. It's an affiliate link if you want to help me out, right? Although if you don't want to, that's fine as well. You can just Google it and then go over there, right? So Zapmail. Okay. So for Zapmail, what you want to do is basically just click on the link over here. So it's going to be in the description as well, or you can just download this entire course and just click on the link and go to Zapmail over here. Now, for the purposes of this video, let me just walk you through the sign up process. Click on login, and then if you don't already have an account, just click on sign up. And then basically it'll show you all the pricing over here. So $39 a month. What this gets you is about 10 inboxes, right? And you can buy additional ones at $350. Now, what each inbox allows you to send, like the safe sending volume for each inbox is about 30. So 30 times 10 is about 300. So with this plan, you're able to send about 300 emails, and then with this plan, you're able to send about 1,000 emails, right? So if you're just starting off, maybe just try this one and then basically buy more inboxes. Or if you're basically ready to do volume right out the gate, just go ahead and kind of do this plan over here, right? So but for the purposes of this demo, let me just go ahead and get this one over here. So click on this, right? And then you want to put in your email over here. I acknowledge, and then buy now, right? So when you click on buy now, what you're going to see is like this. Thanks for joining us. Please check your email, right? and go over here, set up my account. So just an important note, do click on buy now, right? Which will take you to the checkout page, make the purchase, and then you'll see something like this after you've made the purchase. So it's going to send you a verification email over here. Let's see it over here. Set up my account, right? So basically set up my account and then visit link. It's all seems to seems to all be going to junk. It's funny. Okay, so create password. Just put in a password over here that you'll remember, I guess, right? Save that. Okay, and then yeah, Google search or something. Or well, if you came from me, you came from referral. Founder, then you know, LinkedIn.com or something. I don't know. Set up your workspace over here. You can call this whatever you want. I'm just gonna call this AI demo. Continue, and then basically skip to domain purchase, right? So what you want to do here is buy a new domain, right? So how it works is like this. So how domains kind of, sorry, so how the inboxes kind of work is like this, right? So you're going to register a domain name. That domain name, you can register about 3 email inboxes, right? So imagine your domain name was called like tryaiservices.com or something of that nature, tryaiservicessolutions.com, right? One can be like Emma at tryaiservices.com. The other one can be like Elsa at try AI services. And then the third one can be like Jen at tryaiservices.com, right? So you have 3 inboxes, and the recommended amount per domain is about 3, right? So you don't want to do like 10 inboxes in one, associated with one domain, because that's too much of a load. The density is too high for that domain name, right? So you want like recommended amount is 3, maximum amount is 5 inboxes per domain name, right? But you do need to register a domain name specifically for sending out emails, right? You don't want to use your existing domain because that's probably going to get marked as spam, because over time, these inboxes are going to last, right? They're going to last for months and months, right? But over time, it is going to get flagged, right? So we don't want to risk that at all. So what we're going to do over here is click on buy a new domain, right? Click on continue, right? And then basically we're just going to go ahead and type in the domain ID below. What you want to do is like, you have your company name.com, right? So we don't want to use that. What we want to use is like a suffix or a prefix. So for example, try or use, something of that nature. So try company name solutions.com or something of that nature, right? So let me go over the name nomenclature that, I recommend over here. So for the domain name, right? Domain name, what you want to do is put like try or use or go or something, right, as the prefix, and then use like your existing company name or domain name, right? So basically existing company or domain name and plus solutions or something of that nature, SOLN or offering or something of that nature, right? So if my company name was called like AI Now or something, right, I'd say like try AI Now solutions.com, right, or something of that nature, right? So for the purposes of this, I'm just going to register like try AI demo company. I'm just going to make a random one over here, right? So let's say my company name is called AI Demo Comp now, right? I'm just going to make a prefix and a suffix for that, right? And then I'm going to click on this, and then I'm going to press enter. So once that has kind of appeared over here, you want to hit add to cart and checkout. And then basically go ahead and skip. And then basically just have the company name over here, right? And then have the state. What is this? United States of Virginia, or is this India? And then basically I'll have all of your information over there, right? And then update details. Okay. Okay. And then basically go over here to card and then go ahead and make the purchase, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and quickly make the purchase over here. Once you've made the purchase, it's going to say your domain purchase is in progress, right? So remember, again, we're going to associate 3 inboxes with this domain name, right? So it's going to be like domain name over here, and then we're going to create 3 inboxes now, right? So we're waiting for that to complete. It's completed now. Continue with mailbox setup. Then basically, what I recommend is like female names. They usually have a higher reply rate and higher open rate, right? So I'm just going to do like, Jen Smith at, this domain name over here. Click on that checkbox, and then Emma Richardson. I don't know. Emma dot Richardson, right? Try AI demo and do that, right? And then you can do Alexandra Samson or something, right? Alexandra, try AI demo solutions. Okay, so you have that, and then assign 3 inboxes on the bottom right over here. So assign 3 inboxes. Okay, so close this, and then you've unlocked free lifetime access to that box. Don't show again. So we have the mailboxes now, and then we also have the domains over here. Okay. So for the only thing that's missing now is we need to connect this. So it is going to take some time for them to set it up, right? Because remember, we actually did register these inboxes. These inboxes have to be set up on the back end, right? Their underlying is Google Workspace for this one, right? So it's a legitimate like business grade enterprise account, right? It's not some random, crappy like email sending. So right now, as of the time of this recording, Zapmail is what I recommend. I've tried a lot of these inbox providers. Zapmail seems to be the top dog at this point in time, right? So it's in progress right now, so we're going to have to wait. Okay. Now that the inboxes are active, you waited for a while, right? It's not showing in progress anymore. What you can now do is go ahead and export this, right? So you're going to go ahead and click on one of these, or you can select all 3 if you don't want to do it one by one, right? So it's to select like Jen Smith, for example, or whatever, right? Click on export, and then click on instantly, and then put in your credentials over here, right? So this is going to be the credentials for your Instantly account, right? Which we set up before. Then go ahead and click on connect. And now it's been successfully connected. So we're going to go ahead and export. And then just enable the custom warm-up settings, and then click on update and export. Okay, it's very important that you also warm it up as well as. So now what you should see is basically export start date, estimated time for export up to 30 minutes, right? So you'll have to wait about 30 minutes. While we're waiting, well, let's just go ahead and do the other 2, right? So select all 3 except for the first one, right? And then we're just going to go ahead and hit export over there, and then export. Then enable, and then update and export, right? So that's basically it. It's going to take a bit of time now, about 30 minutes or so, maybe a bit sooner, but now we should see it basically pop up on instantly. So I'm going to go ahead and unpause this video when we see it on instant. Now that I see that the export has completed over here, so export end date, right? So I'm going to go back and go to instantly. And basically on the left over here, click on the email account, like the icon for the email accounts, right? And then what you want to go ahead and do is type in, let's copy this part, the domain name part, right? Put it in here, hit enter. And then basically you should see all of the accounts that you registered, right? So very critical, do not mess this up. What we want to do is hit enable warm-up, right, for each one of these, right? So this one is grayed out. There's no warm-up happening over here, right? Warm-up needs to continuously happen, okay? And you need to have an initial period of 14 days of warm-up before you go ahead and use this account, right? So we want to hit enable warm up over here, enable warm up over here, enable warm up over there, right? And now all of these are green. Okay, make sure that these are green, not red or black or gray. You want to make sure that these are green. Okay, so once we've hit that, we want to check on the settings for the warm up, right? So this is the kind of settings that you should see, right? Now, if they've updated their settings, but you should see like custom tracking domain, you should see like daily campaign limit, right? Daily inbox placement limit. So make sure all of this tracks over here. And then, that's pretty much it. Now, to actually utilize these inboxes is going to require a 14-day wait time while these inboxes warm up, right? So critically, again, wait 14 days before you send anything from these inboxes, okay? And critically, these should all be going through warm up, okay? Do not use the, basically, this should be green. So this needs to be green 14 days before you use it for the 14-day warm up period, right? But what we can do right now is set up the campaign over here. So if I go to like the campaign section on the left over here, right? Roofing campaign, I can go ahead and go over to leads. I see all my leads over here. I see all the sequences is missing, right? So we don't have the script over here, right? So now we're going to go ahead and make the script because now we have the leads, we have the inbox to send from, right? All that we're missing is the script. Okay, now that we have Zapmail and Instantly set up, what we're going to do is go ahead and configure the cold email script on this, right? So if you haven't already, go to campaigns over here and then go back to the course and click on this. So basic format of the cold email is going to be the opening hook over here, right? Which is personalized a little bit based on the data that we have for the Google stars. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then basically this is what I'm talking about. So if I open up, so remember we imported the leads over here, right? And basically one of the things that we imported was in fact the Google stars, right? Which we can use again as a variable, right? So that's what we're going to do. It's going to say, would you be open to a partnership? Looked you guys up, saw your Google stars, was impressed, right? State your offer, state previous case study. If you have it, it's okay. If you don't, right? Is it all right if I give you some more details regarding this? And then best regards, right? So I already have this pretty much line by line for you. Make adjustments as per your offer. And then if you have a case study, right, or anything of that nature, but I'm going to go ahead and kind of just copy and paste this over here, right? So basically we'll have that. And then what you want to do for the subject is just have their company name, right? So if I remember correctly, company name, and then just copy this. Okay, copy, paste that over there. So would you be open to a partnership? Looked you guys up, saw your Google stars, and then you'd get this, right? You'd only pay us if the appointment is qualified. So this is for the paid for appointment offer, right? And then interested, and then best regards, and hit save, right? So go ahead and hit preview. So Precision Roofing Inc. So that gets them to, hey, maybe this is important, right? Is going to be in their mind. This is as my company name. This is pretty much, if you don't have the first name, this is what I found really works, right? When it's either their name or their company name, it works pretty well. You can't really go wrong with it, right? So would you be interested? And then basically what you're checking for is if the parameters, or sorry, the variables have been correctly populated, right? So 4.8 over here, right? And then best regards over here, right? I want to go ahead and add a step over here, and then I have this thing over here. Is this something that you would be interested in? Right, save, add step one more time. So it's 3 steps we're going to have. Unfortunate, we could not connect, right? So this is like the breakup email, which works pretty damn well. So unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to connect. Again, just reaching out because we specialize in getting roofing companies like yours more jobs on a pay-per appointment basis. If this doesn't seem like a good fit, no worries. Wishing you all the best. Take care, right? So save that. And then, yeah, that's basically it. If you want one script for the if you'd rather promote like retainers and stuff, what you'd say is we work on a performance basis. And then simple for the retainer, what I found works best is that you have a flat fee and then you do a percentage of the ad spend, right? So imagine if you did like a retainer offer, right? So you'd have, for this offer thing over here, what you'd have is per month on a pay on performance basis, right? Pay on performance basis, right? And then basically we're performance based or something of that nature, right? So if we don't perform, we don't get paid as much, right? So if you want to do the retainers and pitch that over here, that's what I found works well. And then on the call itself, what you do is you pitch the retainer and then a percentage of the ad spend or something of that nature. Or you can do basically, hey, if we don't hit this amount, like for example, if we don't hit 10 roofing appointments in like 90 days, we work for free until you do, right? So that works well as well, right? So for example, per month or it's free, right? Or something of that nature, right? Or you don't pay, because if you don't hit in 90 days, or it's free, or you don't pay, right? And how this one works is basically if after 90 days, right, they don't hit their target number of appointments, you're going to work for free. You're not going to collect a fee until they hit that appointment, right? Initially, just offer things like that, and then over time, you don't really have to once you build up case studies and stuff, right? But if you're starting out, just do the paper appointment or a performance-based offer like that, right? They'll get your first few clients, you get some experience, and then it's going to be easy. Okay. So that's how you set up the script over there. This is fine. You can just leave it at 1 day each, right? And then, yeah, that's basically the sequences. Just make sure you preview this, right? Make sure all the variables have populated and stuff, right? Make sure that everything is good to go. It doesn't sound weird or nothing, right? Or like, you have a variable error or something, right? And then you should be good. Just hit save on every single one of these. And on the next one, what we're going to do is select the accounts over here, right? So what you want to do for this actually is you want to go ahead, if you still remember the, okay, so it was this one over here, right? So we registered this one, click on that one, okay? And by the way, it's already sending warm-up emails, right? So we still have to wait like 14 days, but that's at least a good sign, right? That's sending some warm-up emails, so you can see over there. But what you want to do is basically tag these, right? As basically, the roofing appointment or the create tag over here. So what I did over there, clicked on all of these, right? And then you want to go ahead and tag these, create tag. So, okay. So I just moved the camera up in case you couldn't see. So basically all I did was I went on select all three and then tag accounts and then create tag, right? And then you want to name this roofing company. I'll just name this roofing company AI demo outreach, right? And then create, and then you have that tag over there. Then you want to go back over here, subsequences over here should be good over here. No, that's not it. Okay. Okay, if you want to go back and then you want to go to options over here. Okay, so you want to go back to accounts to use, okay? And what you want to do is basically put in that tag, right? And then now you should have that tag over there, right? And then if you scroll down, right? For the daily limit, you don't want to be at 30. That means you'll only send 30. That doesn't make any sense, right? What the formula is basically 30 times the number of accounts that you have used in this campaign, right? So I connected just 3 email accounts, right? My sending volume is 30 times 3, which is 90, right? If you connected 10 accounts, then that's 300. You'd put 300 over here. If you connected like 35 accounts, then you put like 1,000 over here, right? So it's dependent upon how many accounts that you've connected, right? The email inbox limit per account is 30. So just multiply 30 times the number of inbox connected to this campaign, right? So in this case, I'll just do 90 because I only connected like 3, which is not enough. You do need more than that, right? To have like results by cold email. And then you also want to go ahead and select, send first email as text only, right? And then you want to go ahead and click on launch over here, publish, right? Don't worry, it's not going to send a shit ton right away. What you want to do is make sure that your times are selected. What I like to do is 11 a.m. to like 6 p.m. Just make sure that we hit at least, it's not like, because in the Pacific Coast, it's going to be like 8 a.m., right? So I just like to do this. So 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., right? And then for the subsequences, basically what you want to do is click on add new, and now I'm going to go over the subsequences. Okay, the subsequences is basically what happens once somebody's replied positively, once they've displayed that they're interested, right? They've replied something like, hey, I'm interested. Okay, for the subsequences, what we want to do is go to the subsequences section over here, click on add new, right? And then go ahead and name this roofing campaign positive reply. Okay. Gone next. And then just this will basically make a trigger whenever the AI from Instantly detects a positive response to your campaign. So if somebody's saying yes to your outreach, I'd like to meet or something of that nature, right? That's when it'll trigger. So mark it as interested. Go ahead and hit create now. Okay. So what's going to be over here is what is replied to automatically whenever somebody replies positively, right? So for example, if I go over here, right? And let's say somebody actually replied positively to this, like they were interested in getting more roof replacement appointments, for example, right? What you want to do is go over here, right? And well, actually, let me explain. So once somebody replies like yes to this, or send me some more details or whatever, right? The thing that's going to be sent to them is what's in here, right? Which is the subsequence, right? This is the positive reply subsequence over here. And then basically what you want to do is put this in over here, right? So great, thanks for your interest. What date and time works for you to discuss further? Alternatively, you can just book yourself in here for a quick call, right? And then link to that booking calendar. Everything is on a first come, first served basis. Please let me know your availability ASAP, right? To see if we're a good fit. And then basically, that's how it works, right? Now, what you want to put over here for the link is actually your booking calendar link, which we're going to go ahead and configure right now. Okay, so the calendar link is going to be by GHL. Okay, I highly recommend. You can use Calendly if you want to keep it a bit unorganized, but just use the Go High level, right? And everything is like stored in there. Your leads, the calendar, the appointments, everything can be stored there, right? So if we go back, just an introduction by Future Saurav over here. So in the description, there's going to be like link to GHL snapshots. With the links over there, there's going to be just so you guys are aware, there's an agency snapshot and then there's a client snapshot. Okay, the agency snapshot is for your agency, your AI business, right? And then the client snapshot is for your client. Okay, so I just want to make that differentiation because the automations, the sites, the workflows are different for each one. So for example, this one is for the agency one, and then this one is for the client one. Well, then, yeah, basically that's pretty much it. What you would need to do to get access to these Go High level snapshots with these workflow reminders is there's a link in the description. Just make sure you grab these snapshots off there, okay? You're going to go to on your Go High Level app.gohighlevel.com/snapshots/own, or you can just go to your agency dashboard and then on the left-hand side, you'll see account snapshots. Go to the imported snapshots and then you should see it over there, right? Obviously, I'm not importing it because it's mine. So what I'm going to do, there's going to be a plus icon when you do import the snapshot, and then you want to go ahead and click on that. Okay, add manually, and then just fill out this information over here, and then add sub account, right? So let me just do it very quickly, right? Test the last, okay, test@test.com, 3ABC, 05666122 something, right? This over here, United States, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and then Eastern. Okay, so let me just do that very quickly. And then what you want to hit is like switch to sub account, right? And then as you can see on the left-hand side, that is going to be like the sub account where it has everything imported, right? So that's pretty much it. To Go High Level over here, right? And basically, okay, so you want to go back to Go High Level over here. And then what you want to do is go to your, so this is your dashboard, right? And then what you want to do is on the bottom left, just go ahead and click on settings, right? And then go to my profile on the left over here, right? And then scroll down, right? Now, if you don't see the my profile, just make sure you got to make sure that you're logged in as the email that you should be logged in as, right? Which you registered under, right? So just make sure you're actually logged in with the correct credentials for the email, right? Then you should see the My Profile thing over here. Go to calendar settings, and then basically underneath connect calendars, just go ahead and click like add new, right? And then basically, since we're using Outlook for this, we're just going to kind of use this one over here. Accept. Okay, so that connects your calendar, right? Which is important. If you go back to this over here, so calendars on this over here, right? And then basically on the calendars, go to calendars on the left, and then on to one-to-one strategy settings, or sorry, one-to-one strategy session. Go ahead and click on the edit calendar thing over here. What you want to make sure is basically you're selected over here, right? So it should be your name over here. If it's not already, it might be blank. Just make sure that's over there. And what you want to configure this as is a Google Meet, right? And then save changes, right? And then basically configure your availability, booking rules. So for booking rules, let me just go to this. So booking rules, you're going to see this. You do want to modify this, right? Meeting interval. This is how it's going to look like. Basically, when somebody sees your calendar to self book and stuff, right? They'll see it in like 30-minute intervals, right? So 11 a.m., 11:30, 12, 12:30. 1:30, and so on, right? Meeting duration, just leave this at 30 minutes, right? So your meetings will go for 30 minutes or so, right? And then minimum scheduling notice, you're going to put this at like 12, right? If it's not already at 12, or if you want to do 24 hours, this is basically how far, away your meeting can be booked, right? So for example, if you put something like 12 hours over here, that means your next meeting, like somebody that can book is going to be only able to book about 12 hours from that point in time or out, right? So this is how far the buffer is between now and when somebody can book, right? 12 hours means 12 hours out they can book and later. And if you do 24 hours, they can book 24 hours or later, right? And then date range 7 days, you want to keep it at 7 days over here. And then post buffer time is 30 minutes, right? Which gives you, so let's say that this meeting runs over, right? This gives you about 30 more minutes to complete that meeting, right? Which basically gives you about an hour per meeting, right? Maximum bookings per slot, you want to leave that at 1, right? And you don't really want to change this that much. And then go ahead and hit save, right? So you have that. And that's pretty much it, guys, on the calendar stuff over there. Now, what you want to do is once you have all that configured, click on the back button over there, and then go to the strategy thing over here. So strategy session, then share calendar, right? Now you can create a landing page and then just have a calendar over there, or you can directly copy the scheduling permanent link, right? What I'm going to actually show you, since you already have the snapshot, is just going to be like where we'll actually do the thing over here, right? So just put it as edit. So all that I did was I went to sites on the left over here, right? And you already have access to this if you have the snapshot, right? Base phone VSL, right? And it's not going to be a phone call. It's going to be a Google Meet. I should probably update that, but basically click on edit over here. And then the thing that you want to modify is, your ICP, like your call out ICP over there. Get, the end result or the service offering, right? And then schedule a quick call below. And then calendar here is where your calendar goes. I'm just going to have this as strategy session. Just pick strategy session. If you pick something else, it might not show up, right? Just make sure you pick strategy session and then save. And then you can view the preview icon over here, right? Which is going to be your, if you don't want to set up a custom domain, this one you can use pretty, and it will stay live, right? It's not like it's going to go anywhere, but you can also connect like a custom domain, right? And then whenever you hit publish, that option for the custom domain will pop up. But for the purposes of this video, you're going to be fine just, doing this over here and then just copying this, right? Now you have this little landing page over here. It has that headline, which is important, which is the only reason why we're not just directly linking to the calendar, right? Headlines are important. And then it also has your calendar over here. So the next thing that we're going to do is basically do something like this. Book your book time here, right? So for example, I'm going to go ahead and hyperlink this. It's going to be like that, right? And then save. So now when I hit preview, click on this, and then that opens up. I just hit the middle button, by the way. I hit like open link in new tab, right? And then basically it'll just open that up. So that's basically how that one works, right? So but what happens if they don't kind of, by the way, whenever you do get a positive reply, always call them, right? The home service guys, they even if they say yes, they don't normally know how to self-book, to be honest with you, right? So you do need to call them to have actual booked appointments in your calendar most of the time, right? If anybody responds, positively, call them at the number, right? Basically, call them at whatever number they have on file, right? And then just say, hey, I saw that you were interested in getting more roof replacement appointments. Would you like to select a date and time over here, right? It's not cold calling. You don't really need a cold call script. They've already replied positively, right? And if they ask for more details, to say, hey, right now I don't have the time necessarily, right? I'm going to book you in for XYZ date and time, right? So you want to go ahead and also add step, right? Some people don't, say anything or book anything on the first response over here. So you want to do add step, and you want to use the other one over here, right? And then just bumping this up a bit, what works best, right? And then availability, I'm just going to hit save, copy this, and then go ahead and put this over here, and then link over here, go back to this, copy that, link to this, right? So this is the second message that would kind of go out, right? And you want to leave the interval like, 3 days or something, right? So if they didn't self-book and you weren't able to kind of get a hold of them, you want to leave 3 days between step 1 and step 2. So step 2 is just going to be like a, hey, I'm following up kind of email, right? And then add step over here, right? About 3 more days over here, right? And then what you want to do is just put a smiley face. That's kind of like a pattern break, right? They normally wouldn't get something like this, right? And then save over here, and then copy this again, put that over there, and then go ahead and link to this, right? And go back over here, copy that, link to that, and then save. Okay, so now you have a multi-step sequence that replies whenever somebody responds positively. It gives them an opportunity to self-book. But do remember, critically, if somebody replies positively to you, you always want to call them on the phone number that they're associated with, right? Which you can find because all these are phone numbers that they're associated with, right? And you want to call them. You want to say, hey, I saw that you were interested. Let me book you a time and date over here, right? So that's what you want to do. So that is basically that, right? And then, okay, just making sure. Okay, that is basically that. And then what you want to do is schedule this for basically 24 hours in the day, right? For this one over here, because this has to be an autoresponder when you're not available, right? So unless you have somebody managing your inbox 24/7, this is what I recommend for timing, right? You want to leave this on for Mondays, basically all day, all week, right? And then save that, and then boom, that's basically it. Now you have your subsequences over here. You want to go ahead and publish it as well. This is in draft. You want to go ahead and hit launch. Okay, just hit launch. Okay, and you want to make sure that no limit is selected as well. No limit. Okay, hit save. Okay. So you have that, and then basically, there you go. That's basically your cold email campaign. Just make sure the schedule is good, right? Once the schedule is good, you confirmed everything is good. You want to go ahead and hit launch. Okay. Launch anyways, right? They're just concerned that you're not doing this correctly, right? But again, this is 30 times the number of inboxes. If you have that math correct, then go ahead and hit launch, and then launch anyways, right? Publish, and then boom. Your campaign is now active, and it's going to send out outreach emails. When people respond, it's going to trigger the subsequence, right? The subsequence is this one over here, right? And they have the option of booking themselves in. If they don't book themselves in, what you're going to do again is go ahead and call them on the phone, right? And then book them in, right? So that's pretty much it for the cold email section. Okay, now if you followed all those steps, your cold email campaign should be now you do need to wait about 14 days again, right? So you need to have the email warm up enabled, right? And then you need to wait 14 days for those inboxes to warm up correctly, right? But after day 14, you should be good to go. And if you bought 35, 33, inboxes via Zapmail, you should be able to do about 1,000 email sends per day, right? Which is pretty economical from Zapmail. That's about $99, right? And then you have the instantly one, which is $97. So all in all, you're looking about at $200 or so, right? Which is a pretty decent way, pretty economical way to reach out to about 1,000 business owners per day, right? If you do both methods, if you do both methods, you're going to reach about 1,000 to 1,100 businesses per day, right? Remember, you're also going to do the cold calls, right? Honestly, I would do, if you can do it, like 200 cold calls per day, right? The more, the better. But you're going to be reaching about 1.1K businesses per day. There are other cold outreach methods, but just focus on these two to book appointments in the beginning, right? Especially if you're on a budget. You can expect 1 to 2 appointments a day if done correctly with the correct offer. This results in 20 to 40 appointments at a show rate of 50%, which means you will speak to about 10 to 20 business owners per month and close 1 to 2 clients per month, right? Which is great for just starting out with about 200 a month overhead. Now, if you actually do have some capital for paid ads, about $1,000 to $1,500 per month, and you can do that for 3-4 months, right? What you want to go ahead and do is kind of run paid ads, right? At like $35 a day or $50 a day if you have that. The funnel that we're going to use is a very simple funnel. It's a low friction funnel, right? Because you don't need, at this budget, you can't really send anybody to a landing page. So what we're going to do is do a lead form to a book a call funnel, right? There are a few ad types that do well for B2B bookings like this, right? Image-based offer ads, UGC-based offer ads, where you can use the AI instead of like paying somebody like a UGC person, right? As well as B-roll-based offer ads, right? When starting out, just do the image-based offer ads and ABO, and you'll book your first few appointments. That's what I'm kind of going to go over, right? It's pretty effective. Here's a few examples of some ad creatives over here. So you want to call out, some of their pain points, right? Stop relying on feast and famine, word of mouth and referrals, right? Which calls out, hey, why are you guys just relying on word of mouth and referrals? And then the offers are going to be over here, right? And then the details around the offer is going to be over here, right? So we will generate high intent leads around your area and affluent households. We'll then contact those leads and then book them in your calendar. All you have to do is show up and close, right? And then basically this one is the offer, right? The yellow text is in contrast to the black background, right? So that it pops out a bit more. And then this one, it has, it's a pretty effective format I found, right? And basically you have a few roofs over here as well as the offer over there, right? So basically you can use that, or you can go to the Facebook ads library, right? And type in like, you can just type in like, go to the all ads over here section over there, and then just type in like roof replacement jobs, right? Just like how I did, just basically paste it over here, roof replacement jobs, right? And then basically you'll see something like this. So what you can do is actually use Gemini, Nano Banana Pro, to kind of clone this a little bit, right? So I'm going to go ahead and open this in a new tab, right? Save this, and then save, right? And then I already did this before, and all that I did was just say, hey, generate a similar image with a different actor, make it female, right? And then boom, it kind of did that, right? So now you can, so if this has been running, also the other thing about Facebook ads library is you also want to sort it by filters, right? So I picked on or before May 3rd, right? Basically this filter over here. So today is May 17th, right? What I went ahead and did was basically change this to May 3rd. This ensures that the ad has been running for at least 2 weeks, right? And then you have to kind of think for yourself like, hey, if the ad has been running for a while, right? Why are they kind of spending money on this, right? So, you kind of actually, hold on, this filter has not been applied yet. Let me just go ahead and apply it. Okay. So yeah, actually it has been applied. So April 27th, 2026, right? So this ad has been running for like 3 weeks now, right? And then basically just open this up and then download it. And then what you can do is just use, Nano Banana Pro, and then basically make a variation, download that variation. You can run that as well. Or you can run some of these Canva ads over here, just, change some text around, right? So now that you have the images, I'm just going to go ahead and quickly download some of these over here. I'm just going to use this for demo purposes, right? So download. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and extract all. And then 1, 2, 3, right? So basically that's what I'm going to use. Now, how do you actually set up the ads for this to be effective, right? Would be the next question. Oh, actually, before that, let's go over the lander, right? So the simple lander is going to be the same thing that you used before, right? For the calendar bookings for the cold email. So this is going to be the same exact one. Roofers get 10 roof replacement jobs in 90 days. Schedule a quick call below to learn how it works, right? I went over like how to set this up on the previous section, which was cold email. So you can just go ahead and watch that, right? But this is the lander that we're going to use, right? For this step, what we're going to do is go ahead and launch the ads that we previously created. So if you don't already know how to navigate to an ad account like this, what you're going to do is basically you're going to open this up. You're going to go to business.facebook.com, right? And then you're going to click on continue with Facebook. And what that's going to do is go ahead. You should have something that looks like this, right? It's just going to be logging you into your business.facebook.com Meta Business Suite. But you probably don't have a business portfolio if this is your first time kind of looking at something like this, right? So what you're going to do is go ahead and click on the top left over here on the drop down, right? And you're going to go ahead and click on create business portfolio. What that's going to do is allow you to create a business portfolio from which you can actually make a ads account, right? So you're going to fill in your information over here and then hit create, right? Once you've kind of done that, you should be able to go ahead and hit settings on the bottom left over here. So if you hit settings over here, what that's going to bring up is something like this. So once you hit settings, it's going to bring up something like this, right? And right now we're in the people section, but we want to be in the pages section over here. If you don't already have a page, go ahead and click on plus add and then create a new Facebook page or add an existing Facebook page, right? You can select either one. Once you've created that page, it's very simple. So you can add existing. If you already have a Facebook page over here, you can just add it in over here. Or if you don't have one, you can create a new one, right? It takes like 30 seconds. On the left over here, also go to add accounts, right? Again, for this one, if you don't already have an ad account, which I mean, if you just created your business portfolio, you might not, go ahead and click on plus add, right? And then click on create new ad account, right? So that's how you kind of get to this point where you have an ad account. Just ignore these. These are just drafts. I can just go ahead and get rid of these actually. And so you should have a brand new ad account pretty much ready to go. So what you're going to go ahead and do is you're going to go ahead and click on create. And then you're going to click on leads. Okay, and then continue. And then you can name this whatever you want. We're going to call this roofer acquisition campaign. Okay, we're going to select ad set budget optimization so that we don't give full control to Meta. On a $30 a day, $50 a day budget, you don't really want to give that much control, to be honest, over to Meta, right? You still want good control over your ads and stuff and where the spend is being allocated. Otherwise, it's going to eat it up, right? The people that tell you, hey, broad, do this, broad, do that. And for this kind of budget, just, trust me, ABO is the way to go. Let's go ahead and click on Roofer Ad 1 over here, right? And what you're going to do is scroll down until you hit budget over here. So remember, this is on ABO. We're going to create about 3 ad sets. So we're going to have the overall budget be at $30 a day. So each ad set is going to get $10 per day, right? We're going to set the date for actual activation on the very next day, right? So, and then basically 12:00 a.m., right? And then if you scroll down over here, you're going to go ahead and click on further limit the reach of your ads, right? And then click on further limit the reach of your ads, click on continue. And what that's going to allow you to do is kind of look at this, all this targeting over here. Now you have more control over the targeting, right? What you're going to do is basically click on anything like 28 plus, right? And then go ahead and leave this broad, that's fine. And then click on more settings over here. And click on placement controls, turn off this, turn this off, and turn this off as well. Then go over here. Okay. Then on the feed section, what you want to do is disable these placements over here. Okay. So that's pretty much what you do over there. Now you want to go to the new leads ads over here. So roof ad 1, right? And okay, so roof ad 1, and then what you want to do is deselect multi-advertiser ads, and then you're going to go ahead and create new form. Okay, so click on create new form over here. You're going to create a form from scratch, and you're going to name this roofer ac form 1, and you can date it as well, like 6/13/26. Okay. This is fine. You can leave it at the default settings over here. Initially, you are going to want more volume just so you have a chance and opportunity to speak to as much people as you want, right? Later on, you can select, toggle this higher intent, and you will get leads that have gone through a bit more friction before talking to you, which will increase the quality of the lead, right? So, but initially, just go with more volume. So you want to go to intro. We can go ahead and kind of get rid of this for now, and then just go to questions, right? And then what you want to do is put at least, qualifying. So we're targeting roofers. So what we need to know is basically if they own a roofing company or if they manage a roofing company as an owner, executive, blah, 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 right? As well as we also want to know kind of their revenue, and we want to disqualify anybody below $250,000 a year, right? So we're going to go ahead and click on that. So we added that in. So do you own or operate a roofing company, right? By the way, you want to toggle the conditional logic over here, right? Then yes, no. And then what we want to do is basically click on multiple choice over here as well. And then what is your revenue, right? And for these options over here, we're going to put less than 100,000 a year. We're going to do 100,000 a year. Sorry, 100,000 a year to 250,000 a year. Then 250,000 a year to 500K a year. Oh, okay, messed that up. All right, so that over here, put that over here. So 250, 50. Okay, and then 5, and then I want to do 1 million a year, right? And then 1 million year plus. Okay, so basically let's set up the conditional logic so that we disqualify unqualified prospects over here, right? What you want to do if they select the yes, you want to go ahead and go to Q2. If they select no, then obviously we don't want to speak to them because we're only targeting roofers for this campaign, right? So close form over here. What is your revenue? We're going to go ahead and close form if they're lower than $250,000. If they're above $250,000, you're going to go ahead and go to submit form and then end page 1 for leads. And then submit form and page 1 for leads, submit form and page 1 for leads, right? So basically very simple. What this does is if they don't have a roofing company, disqualified. If they do have a roofing company, goes to question 2, we're in the ask for revenue. And then the revenue does need to be above $250,000. Otherwise they're going to be disqualified, right? So, and then basically you want to put in some categories here as well, like contact field. You want to go ahead and do company name, right? And then you also want to please input your most up-to-date and accurate contact info, right? And then go to privacy policy over here, right? We can detoggle this one and then go to ending over here. Go to this one, right? What we want to do is modify this a little bit over here. We're going to say wait, one last step, right? Please tap the book now button below to book a call on our calendar to see how we can get you more roof replacement jobs, right? And then you want to go ahead and put in a link over here. Now this link is going to be the previous page that we did the calendar to, right? So we set this up in the previous step. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab this link over here. And then we're going to go ahead and go back to that ads manager. We're going to go ahead and paste this link in over here. Now what this is going to do is when they tap on the book now, they're going to tap on the book now button. It's going to direct them to this calendar page wherein they'll have a chance to self-book, right? So you have that, and then basically they can select time slot over here, right? So if you scroll down over here, go to this one. So this one is for people that have been disqualified. So they're not qualified in terms of revenue, or they just don't own like a roofing company, right? So what we're going to do is go back over here. We're going to go to DQ over here, and we're just going to open this over here, copy that one. we're going to go ahead and paste this over here, right? So this is what they will see if they have been disqualified, and all that's going to do is kind of send them a message saying that, hey, we would not be able to help you out with our strategies currently, right? So pretty basic form over here, but it's highly effective. And just make sure this is on optimized, right? And then we're going to go ahead and click on next for all of these. Going to go ahead and create that form. So now that we have the roofer acquisition form over here, what we're going to do is actually upload the ad, right? We have no ads right now. So if we go ahead and scroll over here and click on image ad over here, and what we're going to use is basically what we created last time. Actually, I think it was just linked over here. So let's go ahead and open this up, and basically you'll get a few examples. So I'm just going to go ahead and go, download this over here. So if I click on this and select that, we can just do all pages, I think. So download. Okay. What that's going to do is put it in the zip file, 1, 2, 3, and then we can go ahead and extract. Okay, now we can go ahead and utilize these ads over here. So go ahead and click on upload on the top right. And then go ahead and click on one of these. So next, original, next. And for the primary text, what you can do is simply go on over to ChatGPT and generate a primary text and headline, which I'm going to do right now. On ChatGPT, all I'm going to do is ask it generate primary text and headline for meta ads. We're targeting roofers, and the offer is get 10 roof replacement jobs in 90 days. Right, I believe that's the offer. Okay, yeah, 90 days. So go ahead and do that. Okay, so basically we're just going to go ahead and copy this one, paste it in here, and then headline over here. Paste in that one, and then go ahead and click on apply now. Tailor is off. Tap apply now to see if you qualify. The primary text, right? So we have that headline. We have call to action over there set up, right? So next. You want to turn off all of these except for enhanced CTA. I do like the enhanced CTA part. Everything else I do not like. So you definitely want to turn this off. They just rolled it out, but the translations don't help because if you keep this enabled, what happens is you'll get people that literally you cannot communicate with. Like they'll request like people in their language, and the problem is if you don't have anybody on your team that speaks, some other language, it's not going to, be a very good appointment. So just go ahead and turn those off. You can turn it on, I imagine, if you speak Spanish, I guess you can turn it on. But I don't really speak Spanish, nor do I have anybody on my sales team or anything that would speak Spanish as well. So it's best to kind of turn this off for me. So we're going to go ahead and click on done. Okay, so now that that's created over there, what we're going to do is go ahead and give it a look over, make sure everything is good. So roof ad 1, and then create ad. We have the form over here. We have the ad over here. We have the primary text, the headline, the CTA looks good. So everything looks good. We're just going to go ahead and click on quick duplicate over here. Turn all of this off and then quick duplicate. And very simply, we're just going to call this ad 2. So roof ad 2 over here. And we're going to go ahead and get rid of this one. We're going to go ahead and add in the other image that we have. So image 2, click on that. Original, and then next, and next, and just make sure all this is off. Gone done. Okay. Duplicate, you have that. 3. Okay. Add image, and 3. Okay. And again, so the only reason that I'm disabling this is because I literally do not speak Spanish, right? Nor does anybody in my sales team. So if you do speak Spanish, honestly, you can leave it on, and that'd probably be an advantage for you, honestly. But because the close rate on Spanish speakers, you would just outperform everybody else. But go ahead and click on done, and then basically these are all the 3 ads over here. Now that's basically all that we need. So it's set at $10 each, right? So it's set at $10 each. It's going to go ahead and launch at 12 a.m. This one is going to launch at 12 a.m. and then this one is going to launch at 12 a.m. right? And the daily budget is $10, right? So you're spending about $30 a day. You can expect your first few leads within the first, 40 to 72 hours. And then at this budget, I would imagine that you would get at least, 10, 15 appointments per month, right? Now it's going to vary, of course, based on creatives, offers, stuff like that. But that's what I would and these appointments are going to be pretty high quality. Remember, these people have actually tapped on the ad, opted in, went through the form, and now they're waiting to speak with you, right? Which also changes the authority a little bit, right? Now they're booking a chance to be able to speak with you rather than you reaching out to them via cold outbound and stuff, right? So yeah, that's basically how you would and then you'd of course go ahead and review and publish, right? And then once this pops up, just go ahead and click on publish, and that's basically it. That's how you would kind of run ads for acquisition. Now that you've booked some appointments, let's make sure to send those appointment reminders so that people have a higher rate of showing up, right? So import the Go High Level AI Agency snapshot if you haven't already. So how you do that is there's going to be a link in the description down below, right? Just click on that link. It's to import the snapshot for this. When you have it, you're going to go to on your Go High Level app.gohighlevel.com/snapshots/own, or you can just go to your agency dashboard, and then on the left hand side you'll see account snapshots. Go to the imported snapshots, and then you should see it over there, right? Obviously, I'm not importing it because it's mine. So what I'm going to do, there's going to be a plus icon when you do import the snapshot, and then you want to go ahead and click on that. Okay, add manually. And then just fill out this information over here, and then add sub account, right? So let me just do it very quickly, right? Test the last, okay, test at test.com, 3ABC, 05666122, something, right? Let's put this over here. United States, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, and then Eastern. Okay, so let me just do that very quickly. And then what you want to hit is like switch to sub account, right? And then as you can see on the left-hand side, that is going to be like the sub account where it has everything imported. Already imported the snapshot over here on this sub account, so I'm just going to use this. Go ahead and go to automation on the left, and then client acquisition workflows, show up reminders, and then just click on this, right? Which is going to be the show up reminders over here. And then internal notifications. So this is to internally notify you and stuff, right? SMS appointment reminders. And then basically, you have, so when somebody books onto your calendar, what they're going to get is, please let me know if this is correct or not, so I can mark it as confirmed. Is that correct, right? And then, you have like, please let me know if this is correct or not, right? Then there's a bunch of stuff like, wait 2 hours, wait out 1 hour, we're sending text like 1 day before, 2 hours before, 1 hour before, and then 5 minutes before, right? This might seem like overkill, but for home services, they're going from job site to job site, so it's actually quite necessary, and nobody really has complained about it, to be honest, because quite frankly, they do need the reminders. Otherwise, it's because they're moving from job site to job site. They have a bunch of stuff going on each day, right? So it's better that you send them these reminders, right? So anyways, it's going to be over here. This one is already given to you, right? Then what you want to do is integrate your calendar. So if I go over here, I go to settings, my profile over here on the left, and then I scroll down. I've already integrated mine, but for the purposes of this, let me go ahead and well, I can just add new. Yeah, so very simple. You just click on the add button over here. Let me just delete mine, I guess. Okay. Add new, Outlook. Okay. Skip for now. Okay. So there we have it. It's all integrated over here. And you have your calendar integrated, right? So the other step is to get registered for A2P for SMS. Now, before we do that, let me go ahead and set up the calendar as well. So if you go on the left over here for calendar is on the left, and then on to one-to-one strategy settings, or sorry, one-to-one strategy session, go ahead and click on the edit calendar thing over here. What you want to make sure is basically you're selected over here, right? So it should be your name over here. If it's not already, it might be blank. Just make sure that's over there. And what you want to configure this as is a Google Meet, right? And then save changes. Right. And then basically configure your availability, booking rules. So for booking rules, let me just go to this. So booking rules, you're going to see this. You do want to modify this, right? Meeting interval. This is how it's going to look like. Basically, when somebody sees your calendar to self-book and stuff, right? They'll see it in like 30-minute intervals, right? So 11 a.m., 11:30, 12, 12:30. 1:30 and so on, right? Meeting duration, just leave this at 30 minutes, right? So your meetings will go for 30 minutes or so, right? And then minimum scheduling notice, you're going to put this at like 12, right? If it's not already at 12, or if you want to do 24 hours, this is basically how far, away your meeting can be booked, right? So for example, if you put something like 12 hours over here, that means your next meeting, like somebody that can book is going to be only able to book about 12 hours from that point in time or out, right? So this is how far the buffer is between now and when somebody can book, right? 12 hours means 12 hours out they can book and later. And if you do 24 hours, they can book 24 hours or later, right? And then date range 7 days, you want to keep it at 7 days over here. And then post buffer time is 30 minutes, right? Which gives you, so let's say that this meeting runs over, right? This gives you about 30 more minutes to complete that meeting, right? Which basically gives you about an hour per meeting, right? Maximum bookings per slot, you want to leave that at 1, right? And you don't really want to change this that much. Then go ahead and hit save, right? So you have that. And that's pretty much it, guys, on the calendar stuff over there. Now, what you want to do is once you have all of that configured, click on the back button over there. Okay, so let me go ahead and go to phone system. So actually, there's a different video that I recorded for this. It's going to walk you through how to get A2P verified. So it's going to go ahead and walk you through how to get A2P verified. So I'm going to play it right now, and then after it's done, I'll go back to this. This part is going to cover how we get A2P verified so that we can actually send out text messages and stuff, right? Which is going to be important for your business as well as for your clients' businesses, right? So let me kind of start off by going to the dashboard over here, the Launchpad, right? So if I go to settings on the bottom left, so all that I did was I went to settings on the bottom left, right? And go to phone system. Okay. So, and then go ahead and add phone number over here, and then click on add phone number. And go ahead and hit filter. And then you can make this the local area code for your client's business or your business, right? But just you can put it randomly as well. I mean, if it's for your business, then the area code doesn't really matter because you're going to be, it's going to be nationwide campaign, right? But let's go ahead and apply that. Oh, wait. Let's just do first part, So let's say I'm based out of Milwaukee or something, right? And I have 414. I'm going to hit like proceed to like buy this one, right? What's going to pop up next is verification. Like you'll actually have to show your ID over here, right? So begin verifying. Okay, United States, all of that. Select driver's license, state ID. They didn't used to do this before, right? But I think they rolled this out like within the last 6 months, 7, 8. No, not even that. Maybe in the last 8 months or so. I'm not sure exactly when it started, but so just go ahead and submit whatever you guys have. So if I do driver's license, so obviously I'm not going to demonstrate that on the call, but after this, it's pretty straightforward. All that you need to do is take your ID and then kind of display it onto your web camera, right? Like you'll choose like basically hit this camera icon over here, right? Yeah, I'm recording this, so it's not going to like allow it, right? But basically hit this camera icon and then you should be good. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and click on cancel over here. So when you do verify, like you buy the number, step one, and then you like show them your ID and stuff on the webcam, right? The next thing that you want to do is go to Trust Center. So you will have that number, right? But it's not going to be A2P verified, right? And A2P verified is important if you ever want to send out text messages, right? Now, every single passing year they seem to enhance the A2P verification requirements and stuff like that. They keep on adding stuff, right? So but we are able to reliably get numbers A2P verified with this method over here. So if I just go ahead and click on start registration, before you click on start registration though, go to your business profile on the left over there. It just says business profile, right? And make sure this is filled out correctly. Okay, I have just like dummy data on mine, but make sure this is actually filled out correctly. The legal business name needs to be like with the LLC and stuff. It needs to be now if you don't already have an LLC, what you want to do is head on over to like, this is what I use, it's like wyomingagents.com, right? And you can click on like form a company or get a registered agent, or you can use like Bisbee, which I think is pretty good as well, right? You can use either one of these. Just click on get started. It's pretty intuitive, I think, right? So LLC, Virginia, right? And then you can select basic and then get started over here. And then you can just name your LLC, right? Next. 1 day business filing, 3 weeks business filing. So this one is a turnaround of like 1 day, right? So next. So if you want to get it quicker, you do that. First name, last name. Okay. Next. Okay, and then you can choose to use a virtual address, or if you're based overseas, you can just use your own address. Well, not if you're in the U.S., just use your own address, I guess, right? Or if it's like virtual, just use the virtual address. Or if you want to keep your address off of public records and stuff, right? And still get a real physical address that you can actually use to register an LLC, just use the virtual address over here, and then you want to put your actual address over here, just so they have it on for contact purposes, right? Um, let me just put in some stuff over here. It says it's not in Wyoming. Hold on. I'm just doing this for demo. You can get an EIN online pretty easily. Like you can literally request it from the IRS. It's pretty easy to get an EIN. So if you just need an EIN, get an employer identification number, apply for EIN, right? So all I did was I Googled it and then I clicked on this get an employer identification thing, apply for EIN, right? And then begin application now. And then they actually do it pretty quickly. I've never had an issue using this method, right? You just fill it out and then they can usually get you that EIN relatively quickly. Now, if you want to do it from these guys over here, they're going to charge you like 99 bucks. You don't really need any of this, right? You're not ever really going to get asked for any of this, but you do need the EIN stuff for the A2P, right? So it's up to you if you want to spend the additional $99 over here. But again, you can just get it directly from the IRS website, right? So it's up to you, completely up to you. Now, of course, if you're based, overseas or something, and you might need to actually do this. I'm not sure how it works, but let's just say no thanks for now. Let's just say 1, and then okay, definitely want to use Bisbee as your registered agent. So you select this if you want convenience, I guess, right? and then select this if you think you can, which I've never had an issue with, but I don't know your particular circumstance. But if $70, you want that for convenience purposes, just give them $70, then they'll get the EIN for you. Otherwise, you can just get it off the IRS, right? So I'm just going to, since I know how to get it off the IRS. Most LLC open. Thanks. Electronic, right? Next. Okay, no, I'm not interested. Next. Okay, and then basically, I believe this is the confirm, and then the next page would be like order summary and stuff like that, right? So you just put in that, and then you should have your LLC registered fairly quickly, right? If you selected like the 1-day business speed up option, you should have it within 1 business days. And then this one is pretty good too. Wyoming agents. It's the registration process for these 2 companies are basically the same. I'm not gonna go over them, but you select like form a company or something, right? And then desired company name, blah blah blah, and then it's basically the same as the other one, right? Nothing complicated. After you do that, you should now have an LLC, and then you should also have an EIN, right? So the EIN is like basically your tax ID for your business, is what that is. But make sure that you actually put that business name over here, and then you put your your email that's registered to your business domain. So for example, if your business is like myaiagency.com or something, or whatever that is, you want to make sure you use myagency.com as a business email. Okay, you want to make it look legit. Don't use a Google, don't use a Gmail, don't use Outlook. Okay, it should look professional. It should have your business name, and then obviously you want to put your business phone number over here. And then your street address, all this needs to look good, right? So you must have this like completed well. I have a bunch of I have a bunch of dummy data over here, so it it just looks random. But you want to make sure yours is filled out correctly and all of that, right? So EIN is good, and all of the. So look at how I have this. So this is one of my dummy domains, right? You want to make sure that this is good, right? So this is actually registered to my domain, which I'm also going to put over here, right? Update, and then you want to make sure all of this is good. So once this has been taken care of, right, and you go back to phone systems over here, you go to Trust Center, right? You go to start registration, and then you say that you have a tax ID. You do not need the CP 575. Although you can always get the CP 575 again by just doing this, right? So get EIN IRS, and then basically put this in, and basically just apply for the EIN. And what they will output is what you can submit over here as well. But it's not marked as mandatory, and I've been able to have success without submitting that form, right? All that they need is that CP 575 just contains like, hey, this is actually registered, and it's like given by the IRS, so it looks legit, right? So if you're curious about what that looks like, it looks like this. Basically, it looks like this, right? So this is what you would get if you clicked on this, right? However, we don't really kind of need that right now, to be honest with you, right? So what you want to do is legal business name. You want to make sure that this is legit, right? And then business registration number, and then website URL. Now for the website URL part, what you want to do is go to sites over here, go to A2P copy. And then, so this is going to be given to you in the snapshot as well. Okay. So this is what you want to connect your domain to. Okay. So this is made to pass A2P, right? So this entire site, the primary function of this site, this is not connected to a domain right now. That's why you saw that. But the primary purpose of this site is basically to pass A2P, right? So what you're going to do is on over here, you're going to go ahead and, update company name to your company name, right? Update basically all these The most important part and what they actually look for is this form, right? It doesn't matter what your service actually is. What matters is basically this form over here, and then that you have these two consent checkboxes, and that you also have terms and conditions, and then privacy policy as well, right? As long as you have those three things, right? So the actual the opt-in with the check boxes, like the mandatory check boxes, and the terms and conditions and privacy policy, you are golden, right? So that's pretty much all that you would need, and then you would put this, you'd put that. Well, actually, let me go ahead and connect it. So if you don't know how to connect the domain to the site, this is kind of how you do it. And then it says smart home. So just imagine this is one of your clients or something, right? And you need to get them registered for A2P so that their sub account can also send text messages. Obviously, if it's yours, it's not going to be a home service or anything, right? So, you know, just make sure on yours, you just have a template that has this form and then that has this terms and condition privacy policy, right? If you're curious about what this looks like, it's very simple. If I go back over here, okay, so if I click on this, basically it just says these terms and conditions are given your use of brand name services, right? Including so brand name is what you want to replace. Just replace that with your company name or your client's company name. And then for the contact over here, it needs to be replaced with your company name or your client's company name, right? And then the address and then the phone number and then the Gmail. Oh, sorry. Don't use Gmail, obviously. Use like a legit number, right? So and then privacy policy over here. Contact us, and then brand name, right? So just replace like the company name. Just yeah, it's pretty straightforward, right? When you have all that stuff replaced, what you want to do is you do want to connect this to a domain. So I'm just going to use one of my dummy domains over here. So if I go to domain and URL, so okay, and then hit connect a domain and connect. And then I'm going to put this in, which is A2P homeapexgrowth.com, right? And continue. Now, this domain is whatever your company's domain is or your client's domain, okay? Don't use this. This is my dummy domain. I use this for, registration purposes and stuff. Like if I need to connect to a funnel for calendars and whatever, right? So this is kind of what I use. So if you don't know where to buy a good domain, you can go to like Hostinger. This is what I use, right? I'm not affiliated with them, but they have a pretty good service. And then you just want to type in whatever domain you want, .com, right? And basically it'll show you like whatever, and then you can just make it yours. It doesn't even have to be a .com, but it's more legit if it's a .com. It can be I think .ai is more in demand these days, to be honest. But if you're running low on funds, it can just be a .online or .pro or whatever, and you can see the prices over here, like literally like $1 for the first year or something, right? So just register one if you don't already have like a domain for your company, right? But anyways, so the next step over here, what we need to do is add record manually. CNAME over here, host over here, and then the required value over here. So CNAME, then A2. So by the way, all that I did was, so this is the Hostinger panel, right? And then if you used Hostinger, right, you would see this when you log in to Hostinger after you bought the domain. Go to domain section on the left, and then basically go to Home Apex Growth, and then I'm going to go ahead and click on manage. Click on it, and then DNS, and then I'm going to choose CNAME, and then I'm going to use A2P, and then the target should be this one over here. Then I'm going to go ahead and do that. Add record. DNS record has been created successfully. Now it does take a bit of time to get that domain processed, or sorry, that record processed. So it might Because what this is going to do is ping their servers, see if that CNAME record has been changed, right? If it hasn't, just, wait for a bit, don't panic. Sometimes it does take a while for DNS changes, and then sometimes it's like instant. So let's kind of see here. Okay, so that means basically this has been connected, right? Proceed to finish is what you should click over here. And then go back and then go to sites. And then what you want to do is go back to that A2P site over here and then publish. Then just connect it to A2P Home Apex Growth. And then boom. And that's pretty much it. And then it's going to take a while to actually pop up over here. It might take up to an hour or so, right? But just continuously check it and you should be good, right? But it is going to take a while because now it has to, now this record, like on this path, has to register or contain all of your files, right? So it's going to take a while to propagate, but do check back, right? And then you should be good. Now that it's connected to a domain, what we can do is just use this one. So if I go back to phone system, before you do this, you do want to make sure that it's propagating and stuff, right? It's not showing as that. So on the Trust Center over here, what you want to do is go ahead and hit start registration. And then basically, it's very straightforward. Which country is your business located in, right? Just put in your country. Does the business have a tax ID, right? Continue. And then the CP575 is basically if you request an EIN from the IRS, you can get that. You can also get it from the person that filed for you, right? It's not required. As you see, there's no asterisk, right? Legal business name, pretty simple. Limited liability company is what you want to pick. Media, EIN, and then put in your EIN over here. This is just a dummy EIN, right? And then basically business email. And then website URL, what you want to do for that one is if you go back, you go back over here, you just copy that. So it's already routed, right? So you copy that, put that in over here because it's going to have the chat. Well, I'll show you how to do the chat thing in a bit, but it's pretty straightforward. It's going to have like these consent things over here. So that's the most important part. And then these terms and conditions, right? So you want to make sure that when you go to this link over here, okay, the link that you pasted in, it has all of those elements, the terms and conditions, the opt-in boxes, and you should be set. So continue, and then just select your region, right? Okay, and then just put in like Virginia, street address, city, zip. Okay, Bob Smith, whatever. Just make sure yours is real data. And low volume. Quick setup is what I recommend because it'll pre-fill all the use case messaging. Transactional, non-marketing, customer care. So for this chat widget, you just want to hit copy code and then just go back over here and then go to the A2P copy and then go to the body and then just paste that in over here and then hit save, right? So that's how you get the chat widget to pop up over here. On your funnel, you just have to go to settings and then hit go to the body tracking code and then just put that in and then hit save, okay? And then continue. And then this is already pre-filled, and then just make sure, you have all of these, which you should if you, followed my directions. So yeah, that's basically it. After you've checked all these boxes over here, it's going to go ahead and, allow you to submit this thing over here. And that's basically how you pass A2P. Okay, so now you should know how to get A2P verified. You should have gone through that guide. So what that mainly is for SMS reminders to be sent out. However, if you don't or can't get A2P approval real quick, what you can always do is manually text your the person, right, the lead, to actually show up. So 4 hours before, 2 hours before, you can just text them. You can also call them as well, like double dial them to 24 hours before. Hey, Bob, are you going to make it to the meeting tomorrow? And then 6 hours before, and then 4 hours and 2 hours before, right? Until they pick up, obviously, until they confirm the appointment over a phone call, right? I would even know if for your few first appointments, I would even do the phone calls for the reminder prior to, uh, you know, prior to the meeting, even if you have A2P approval, even if you can send the SMS, right? You just want to absolutely make sure that you can get in front of them, right? So that's pretty much how this one works. So this was for GHL automations for appointment show up rate increases, right? And then the automations in question are basically this one over here, right? These are all the automation reminders that would be sent to them. So yeah, that's basically it. On this module, I'm going to go ahead and cover the sales part. You generally do want to aim for a one call close. So you want to follow the sales structure over here on the discovery. So there's basically 3 main parts for this, right? And you want to do it all on one call. Okay. Don't do the thing wherein you ask for, now there are instances wherein, you can't avoid it. Like, before the lead tries to, before you can convince the lead to book, they'll need more information, right? And then you kind of have to do discovery sometimes, right? But you always do really want to aim for a one call close, right? You want to do all of these at the same time on one call and close them in about an hour, right? The discovery part is basically wherein you build the pain, right? You kind of figure out like what's going wrong with their business, bring the pain to the front and center so that they're actually aware of it, right? And then if they're aware of it, the idea is you're going to go ahead and convince them to do something about it, right? Take some sort of action, which will be going with you and your solution, right? So the presentation part, you don't want to be a product pusher, right? You can say the greatest thing in the world about your whatever services you offer, right? The problem is the prospect sometimes won't believe you, right? If they've gotten pitched a lot, right? Booked appointments, AI, whatever it is, people usually don't really care about the product itself, right? They care about the end outcome of that product. And when you do the presentation, you're really just describing features and stuff and how you get to that end outcome for them, right? But they don't really it's not really going to be the main thing that sells them, right? The thing that sells them is building the pain over here. And then if they have any objections, right? You go ahead and handle those objections. So the first part of this, the discovery part, I have the script over here. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of go over the script. At the end of this, I'll also show you a live sales call example, right? So that you can kind of see all of this. So the intro part is going to be, hey first name, how's it going, right? Build some rapport over here. Like basically, hey Mark, how's it going? And then build some rapport, like, how's the weather out there in Kansas or something, where, just ask them where they are. And then this, oh yeah, I'm based out in Virginia and stuff and all of that, right? Do this for max 30 seconds. Just try to build some level of rapport, right? And then what you want to say is, all right, so how this call will work is basically on the first half, I'll ask you some questions about the business. And if I see that we're a good fit, and if I believe that we can actually fulfill, actually get you results, we'll go ahead and do the presentation. Okay. And that's how you want to frame this entire thing. Okay. If I absolutely believe that we can fulfill for you and we can actually get you results, I'll go ahead and do the presentation. Okay. That's how you want to frame it. Now in their mind, when you actually go to the presentation, now it has a bit more value, right? So the current situation is where you start now. You're going to ask them now, describe to me the business a bit. What do you guys specialize in? What does the business look like? Do you guys have blah, 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 right? How does the business model work, right? So even for roofing, for example, there's like hail and restoration companies. Then there are insurance based, basically people that get a lot of work from referrals, people that get a lot of work from insurance, people that chase storm and hail, and you just want to get an idea of the business over here, right? So the next part of this is, after you have that information, you want to go ahead and start identifying the problems, right? Nobody comes on a call with you when they don't have a problem. It doesn't make any sense, right? Like it's a business owner has only X amount of time in his working hours. Why are they spending 30 minutes to an hour on a call with you if they don't have any problems? It doesn't make any sense. So, the first question that you want to ask is like, how many jobs are you getting each month right now, right? Which establishes like what they're currently at, right? In terms of volume. And then got it. And then how many jobs are you able to take on maximally though, right? So this starts kind of creating that, that crevice a little bit, right? And then collect also like information about the business, like, okay, gotcha. So you're able to fulfill like 4 or 5 jobs per month right now. How big is your crew? Do you have any project manager? That's the reason that you're going to ask this, is to utilize it later on when you go over stuff like overhead, right? Which is painful, right? Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So you have that showroom over there. How much rent is that per month, right? Or, oh yeah, project managers, estimators. That's how much does that run you again? Like 6 figures. Oh, okay. In that case, do you think you need some consistency or something, right? You want to use this as ammo, right? You're not asking just to ask. You're asking because you're going to build the pain later on. So, okay, got it. With the team that you're currently at, you're able to take on like 4 or 5 jobs maximally. What's the average ticket again, right? So, for example, it can be $15,000 average ticket size. So if they say that they're able to do like 10, but they're at 5, that leaves 5 jobs on the table. That means 5 times 15 is about $75,000 per month, right? So what you can kind of say is, okay, gotcha. So we're kind of, if I do the math over here, and you always do want to make them do the math. Okay, so what's 15 times 5 again? Yeah, 75,000, right? So, okay, got it. What have you been trying to do to get more jobs, or, try to fill in the pipeline, right? And what have you guys tried in the past, right? So what you're doing over here is just collecting ammunition again. Like, if they've tried, now if they think you're just another lead service or something, or something of that nature, you can explain to them how you're a bit different, right? If they've ever tried out Angie's, Thumbtack, Home Advisor, you can explain to them, hey, with AI, we're able to book appointments for you. We're able to act as a bit of your front office, right? And all of that, right? Okay, and you want to go into, okay, but if these are the methods that you've been using to generate the leads, right? How much business did you close last year? So the guy on the call might be saying, oh yeah, business is booming. I'm doing great on referrals, right? But what has he just described to you before? He's described to you before that he's not closing at capacity, right? So he's like, intrinsically there's a problem there, right? So what you want to say is, okay, so you're currently on word of mouth referrals right now, right? So, when you ask this question, you're going to get that info, right? Most of these guys, they're just on referrals. Okay, but if these are the methods, so for example, referrals that you've been using to generate leads, how much business did you close last year, right? And then they'll kind of tell you, right? And then what you want to go is on to this line. Okay, got it. So you have all these methods, but we're not hitting max capacity, which is leaving about this much money on the table. So why do you think we're not hitting max capacity right now, even with all these methods, right? Is it not enough opportunities? Opportunities aren't quality, consistent. You do want to pause after this one, right? And then you want to have them explain it, right? But if they're like, I don't know, or they give some BS, right? You want to suggest some stuff like, is it not enough opportunities? Opportunities aren't quality. Opportunities aren't consistent, right? What do you think is the main issue, right? So now we're going to bring that problem all the way to the forefront, right? So they're going to say something like, not enough opportunities, not enough leads, right? Leads aren't quality, leads aren't consistent, right? If they're all relying on referrals, I can pretty much guarantee you it's always a consistency problem, right? No matter what they say, they might have 3, 4, 5, 6 great months, and then 2 months that are super slow, right? And that's why they're on the call with you, okay? So never believe them when they say that everything is great. They're on a call with you for a reason. Okay, got it. So even with all these methods, you're still having, XYZ problem, right? With the leads. Now you really want to dive into the pain of that problem, right? So, you want to use that ammo that you got before. Now you've got, this many employees, or you have this showroom, or you have this inventory. So whether jobs come in or not, those costs are still there, right? How much pressure does that create for you month to month? How long has this been going on, right? How does that affect cash flow and planning? What's that been like for you to personally have to deal with that, right? Now you might think that this is cringe, but you're trying to get the sale. You do need to bring, like, nobody's going to take action without any sort of pain, right? And you're doing them a favor by bringing that level of awareness of the pain of that problem, because whether they like to think about it as, a problem or not, it still is a problem in their business, right? And you're just trying to help them out, right? But they won't take the action if they don't realize it's a problem, right? So all you're doing over here is trying to bring that problem to the forefront. Now, for the desired future, currently, how much revenue are you at? Again, you want to establish that, right? If you haven't already gotten it. And where do you want the monthly, revenue to be over the next 3 to 6 months, right? And then how about on a yearly average, right? So now you can kind of future pace a little bit, right? So if they're at 1 million a year, right? Like last year, they closed 1 million and they want to hit 2 million, right? That leaves an obvious gap, right? And basically, you also want to do something like this. Can I ask you a personal question? Wait for a yes. If you hit that number, so if you hit 2 million a year, Mr. Client, what would that do for you personally? And then you do want to give them an example. Otherwise, they'll just be yes, right? For example, I'll just travel all over the place, spend more time with family. But what would it change for you, right? And then it'll kind of go on. Okay. So this allows them to kind of see the future that could be, could happen if they were able to solve the problem, right? But basically, what you want to say is the next part over here, the consequence, right? So the next part is going to be the consequence over here. And based on what you're doing right now, so you want to bring them back to reality of where they are at, right? So they were just in dreamland before, and now you want to bring them back to reality. And based on what you're doing right now, do you feel confident? For example, do you feel confident that word of mouth and referrals, which you've been doing for the past 10 years, and you're stuck at 1 million a year, do you think that would get you to 2 million a year? Right. So, and then if not, what happens if this line you want to use if they have if they're coming to you on the call and they're saying it's so slow, it's so drying up. It's like, so this one you do, and then sometimes they'll say something like crazy, like, I'm going to get out of business, or I'm going to go bankrupt, or something of that nature. Right. So you just use this when they say that they have like a significant problem. Right. So if you get the idea that they have, if they don't, they don't generate more business, they're not going to be able to pay their crews and staff and trucks and stuff like that. So just ask this one if they have a severe problem, right? And it should be obvious if they do. They'll actually tell you, right? Okay, guys. So for the presentation part, you actually don't want to focus on this a lot, because the thing is, you can say the best things about your product. The problem is the prospect, they've just hopped on a sales call with you. They don't really know you, so they're not going to trust you as much, right? Most of the time on the sales call should be spent in the discovery. You don't want to push past like 10 to 15 minutes for the presentation, right? Try to keep the presentation fairly short. So I've basically for the presentation, I have 2 links over here. You can substitute your information over here. So your company name, best in class, whatever, right? And then you can just put in your information over here. I'll go ahead and give you a brief overview of what the presentation contains. So you're going to introduce your company, and you're going to introduce like the specific niche. So over here, it's a good idea to position yourself as an expert in marketing their specific niche, right? So you have this, right? And then you're going to give them an overview of what the actual service is, how you're going to generate the leads, book them in, all of that. So again, you're going to run ads for them, target them well, qualify them, book them. And then when you're at the end of the presentation, you're actually going to ask, what questions do you have for me? Okay. Not, do you have any questions? The way that the mind is programmed, if you say do you have any questions? The normal response is no, right? So you're going to ask them, what questions do you have for me that I can go over with you, right? And at the, so they'll have some questions. What you actually want to do also is, you want to say, on a scale of 1 through 10, how confident would you be in the system getting you to your actual results, like your actual desired results, whatever they mentioned to you in the discovery, right? So if they give you anything above an 8, that's fairly high confidence, right? If they give you like 7, 6 below that, then they're fairly low confidence. And when you get to price, they're going to object, right? What you want to do with the 1 to 10 close kind of thing is you want to objection handle, right? You want to, okay, why did you rate this so low? Why did you rate this like a 6? Like what kind of, makes you uncertain that we can get your results, right? You want to bring up the objections beforehand, before you actually get on to the point where you have the price, okay? You want to pre-handle the objection so that when you just show them the price, it's a very simple transaction. You present them with the price and then you close, right? So after you ask this question, after you ask the 1 to 10 question as well, you're going to go ahead and present the price over here. If you've decided to have a guarantee on your service, you can click guarantee over here. After you actually say the price, you're going to stay silent, right? And let them think about things, and they should, go with you if you follow this presentation and the discovery process. I will say that most of this, really do want to hone down on the discovery process, like bring the pain, the awareness of the pain up to the 4 point, and then present and position your company as a solution. Okay. So if you do that, then you'll be golden. I also have a Lucid presentation for you guys. Once you've kind of graduated out of the Canva, to be honest, I don't really like the Canva presentation all that much. The reason that I like this Lucid chart is because I can actually write down what they say. So if I go ahead and double click on this, right? So if they say something like, you know, hey, I'm trying to hit like 6 million a year, 10 million a year, you can actually write that down. And when you write something down, it means, and they can visually see that you're writing it down because you're going to be sharing your screen, right? On the Google Meet or Zoom or whatever you do. They feel more heard, okay? They feel more heard, therefore there's more trust, right? So I like the Lucid because you can write things down. It's like a better version of the Google Doc Close, if you guys know what that is. But it's more visual over here. You can drag your thing over here. Now there's no script over here. It's a step, so you'll need to like actually elaborate, because there's no text over here, right? So maybe I would suggest, if you're just starting off, start with the presentation on the Canva for the first 5 sales calls, actually 5 show-ups, right? And then after that, you want to move ahead and go on with the Lucid, and then kind of do your presentation over here. So step 1, you're going to target the best areas. Step 2, you're going to show the ads in front of the best areas, right? Step 3, you're going to qualify. And then if they're qualified, you're actually going to go ahead and take care of the booking process, right? So at the end of the day, what they have is an exclusive appointment with a qualified lead that is in a good area, that has been vetted for intent, budget, or whatever you're qualifying them for, right? So that's basically it, guys. Again, I'm keeping this a bit short because you really do not want to focus on the presentation that much, right? You want to focus on the discovery, building the pain, and then position yourself as the absolver of that pain, right? So that's basically it on the presentation part. And if they do have any objections, I also have the sheet over here of how to handle the objections. So the most common objection by far, other than the partner objection, which we should have pre-handled, right, is basically, so the most common objection by far is going to be this one. Send me more info. I need to think about it. Send me an email, right? Because it's a lot easier to say this than straight up just saying no. And then, they want to be nice, and, it hurts people to be mean sometimes, right? So, what you're going to say is you're going to agree with them, right? So absolutely happy to do so. What email works best? Is it this, right? Okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and send that, that email over, but I don't want to send a bunch of generic stuff that may not help. Can you tell me specifically what you'd like to see, right? Now you're getting into like what they're maybe a bit uncertain about, right? If they answer something generic, try to get them to say something around uncertainty or money, right? Those are the 2 big ones, okay? Uncertainty or money. They don't think your service can actually get them jobs, or they just don't have the money for it. So here's the sequence to do so, right? Okay, got it. So now just to make sure though, do you feel like what we just discussed here today would actually get you to where you want to be in terms of revenue, consistency, whatever 2 million a year, right? What do you, and then they're usually going to say like, yeah, or something of that nature, right? So why do you think so? And then you'll say, got it. But can I ask, what's kind of on your mind that's making you just want to think about all of this a bit more, just so I can put it in the email maybe, or clarify a bit now. Now you do also, you don't want to so if they're saying like, send me an email, you can't just blow it off, right? So you do want to like mention that, you'll put it in the email and stuff, right? The objective is to not send an email, of course, right? But you do want to mention the email. So if they still don't mention anything about uncertainty or money, then just suggest it to them, right? Is it more the money being an issue, or are you perhaps a bit uncertain that you can actually get results from this program, right? So if it's uncertainty, so remember there are 2 big ones, right? So the vast majority of closes don't happen because of either uncertainty or money, right? Most of the time, to be honest, it's uncertainty, right? If it's uncertainty that they're dealing with, then go into the PSC close, right? Person. So they're going to be uncertain about 3 things: person, service, or company. So they must have certainty in you. So sell them on your competencies, achievements, etc. that are relevant to helping them find success, right? Service, they must have certainty in your service. Represent the presentation, but ask them a lot more questions of each section of your presentation. For example, when going over the qualification section, ask them, is that a good lead, bad lead, average lead, right? So what I'm saying is basically, if your client, a lot of them, might have bought leads before, but they might have not gotten qualified leads, right? So what you want to go, and if you get to this part, right, is you want to say, okay, but Mr. Client, if we qualify for home ownership, time frame, and then budget, I mean, do you think that's a good lead? right? And then, okay, got you. Yeah, you think that's a good lead. But what's a bad lead to you? Just so we know, and maybe we can, weed them out as well. And then they'll give you a list of bad leads, and then you'll say, okay, got you. That's not a problem at all. We can put in more questions. That's not a problem at all, right? And then, kind of making them more certain about the service, right? Because you're weeding out more people that are bad leads for them. So you can do some ROI math over here too when you get to the presentation. So you can say something like, okay, based on the budget of about $50 per day ad spend, and then the management fee of $1,000 per month, right? What you'd be looking at is about 6 to 12, or sorry, 5 to 10 in-home appointments per month, right? And if they're coming in budget qualified, time frame qualified, homeowner qualified, out of those 5 to 10 per month, how many do you think you'd be able to close? Okay, you think you'd be closing like 2 or 3? Okay, gotcha. What's the average ticket again? So it's about 15,000. Okay, 15,000 times 2 is about 30, and then 15,000 times 3 is about 45,000, right? And our service fee is just $1,000 per month, and then the ad spend is $50 per day, right? That's about 2,500. So if you do this for 3 months, that's about 7,500. What's your gross profit again? Okay, your gross profit is about 30%. So if you close just 2 jobs, 30%, 9,000, you get an ROI. Do you think you'd be able to close at least 2 jobs from this? Okay, gotcha. Yeah. And then so just make it like that. That's what I'm saying about ROI math. And then for the company, they must have certainty in the company. Go over testimonials, reviews if you have them, or go over the backstory of the company, right? Like to say, hey, I started this company because I saw, a lot of contractors were getting screwed. So, blah, 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 and all of that, right? If you don't have any testimonials and reviews, right? But most of them, it's going to be certainty about, the service itself, right? So just do a good job of explaining this one, right? If it's money, then go over the ROI math. Our service on average generates XYZ appointments. How many do you think you'd be able to close if they were all qualified? Offer financing if available, and then downsell as well, right? You can decrease the price, right? So if you're pitching like, 2,000 a month, or 1,500 per month, or 250 per booked appointment, just for the initial fee, just go down a bit, instead of 250 per appointment, maybe you do 150 per appointment, right? Or something of that nature. Cut the number of months down. So if you're trying to enroll them in like a 3-month program, right? Get them down to like 2 months or 1 month, right? You don't want to do this but as a last resort, you kind of have to get them to close, right? Now ask for the sale. Now, the reason that we don't want to kind of leave this up in the air and let them go is because never assume that you will ever see them again if you don't close the first time around. 99% of your closes will happen on the first call, will never happen. Okay, 99%, maybe not, maybe more like 90, right? But 90 to 99% of your closes will happen on the first call, or will never happen. They are not going to magically convince themselves to go with you. Do not depend on it, right? You do not get any more convincing the further you are away from them. Okay, so don't depend on them randomly changing their mind and then deciding to go with you. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and play you a live sales call example. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and break down a real sales call. So this one is not going to follow the script exactly. Very rarely are you going to be able to follow the script exactly. And especially if you're starting out, right, you're going to have to, especially if you're doing some sort of cold calls outbound, you kind of have to dig into their business a little bit, right? So for example, for this person over here, I had actually spoken to him about 4 or 5 minutes over the phone just to get an idea of the business. And then he agreed to a Google Meet call, right? So and the script for basically the phone call before I got him into it is basically the discovery portion, wherein I kind of ask him about his business, qualify him for revenue, and ask about his pain points and what's currently happening with the struggle, and then I give him a brief overview of what we do, and then if he's happy with that, then I go ahead and book him into the Google Meet, right? So I'd already spoken to this prospect about 4 or 5 minutes on a phone call, and most likely if you're going to start out, it's not going to follow the script exactly. You're going to have to convince them a little bit to get on the Google Meet call, the sales call, right? And you want to bring up whatever they're struggling with, and then offer your solution, right? So so this is for the sales call, right? But in the initial portion of this call over here, I'm going to go over exactly kind of what's going wrong right now, dig into the pain a little bit, right? I'm going to write it down as well, like exactly as he's saying it. And I'm also going to, like, basically almost the entirety of the sales call is what's wrong with his current situation right now. So to give you some perspective, this gentleman was working with a marketing agency that was underperforming, right? So we had to swoop in, and, I had to position myself as, the hero of the day, swoop in and then kind of show him, what could be achieved, right? And so that's basically, I'm going to go ahead and play the video. I'm also going to go ahead and give you some commentary as well.
There we go. Hi.
Yeah. How's it going, man?
Good. You say really
Good. All right. We spoke
Also, I did speed up the video about 1.5x, so we're not wasting too much time.
a bit on the phone. I think I recall most of what was spoken about, but just to confirm again, the situation right now is you guys are working with a marketing company. It's not really performing that well, right? So currently working with marketing company, not going well, right? And you're kind of unhappy specifically with volume of jobs, right?
Hold on, how do I fix the...
There we go. Hi.
Yeah. How's it going, man?
Good. You say really
Good. All right. We spoke a bit on the phone. I think I recall most of what was spoken about, but just to confirm again, the situation right now is you guys are working with a marketing company. It's not really performing that well, right? So currently working with marketing company, not going well, right? And you're kind of unhappy specifically with volume of jobs, right? Against the spend. Okay. Unhappy with volume.
So right there, I just dig into like what's not going so well, right? Even if I brought this up in the phone call, but we're just going over it now, just so it's front and center in the the current situation is very important. The current situation and its painful problems are the reason that they're on the call with you. They're looking for you to solve that exact problem, their current problem, and get them out of that situation into their dream situation, right?
Of jobs against spend. If I understand correctly, it is so 4.5K a month to the marketing agency, right? And then was it 4,500 to the ads?
So we were spending about 4.5 to the agency, and we were doing about 3,000 a month to the ads.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So that seems to be the situation, and then you're closing maybe you've closed how many jobs again? Like 6, 7?
Up theirs, it's been I think like 5.
5 jobs. Okay,
Yeah, 5.
5 jobs. So closing less than 1 job per month, basically. And have things slowed down a bit as well?
I mean, things have slowed.
I'm just trying to extract the most pain that I can possibly extract on, and it's not unethical or disingenuous. You do have to make them realize that they are, whatever their current situation is. You don't want them to ignore it. If it's ignored, then you don't get to solve it for them, right? So it's you kind of have to bring up the pain. So that's why I'm kind of asking.
Down, but it's not. Some of them have slowed down, but others have picked up in like the sense of we're getting the hotels that we usually get. And
Gotcha.
But as far as like our kitchens and stuff, like I have other people that I know really closely, and like they saw a little bit of a slowdown, but it's picked up over the last month and a half, 2 months again, and so they were all up for like 2 months.
Gotcha. Yeah, I do recall you did a lot of the hotel stuff, and that's how you had like pretty decent revenue numbers. Okay, gotcha. So yeah, just reconfirming everything over here. And then just so I have the numbers again. So currently, like last year, how much revenue was it?
Honestly, I can't even remember. I have to go back and pull it. But
About 2 million, 3 million around there.
yeah, I think it was around the 2 to 3.
And then that's with a very good margin, right? So the margin is like 30%, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. And then basically the goal here is to reach how much?
So for 2026, next year, our goal is to hit up on my board 6.5 million in 2026, 6.5 million, and then that's just in our kitchens, and then for kitchens and remodel stuff. And then in this year, our goal is to hit at least 2.5.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I mean, with 1 job coming against the spend, it's not really like the margins don't make any sense, right?
No.
It doesn't make any sense. If you have a long-term vision for it, like what's the plan for the company, like for the next 5 years?
Well, we're wanting to move into Idaho.
Okay.
As well with it. So Utah and Idaho have those 2 markets.
So yeah, I asked him like revenue, and then what's the long-term vision for the company, right? So I'm trying to kind of envision in his mind like what's possible in the future if he actually solves his current problem right now.
But I mean, long-term goal is like I want to stay around the like in 5 years I hope I can be doing $20 million a year in kitchens and bathroom renovations and stuff. But the goal is to just run it for a couple of people. I don't want to. I used to have 32 employees.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Now I'm down.
But now you have better margins though, right? You're making more money.
Yeah, we were talking about that. So
So yeah, 20 million, 30 million is reachable. What I've basically the only real way to scale a service-based company is I'll tell you what one of our clients are doing. These guys are doing.
Can you move your thing by chance out of the way?
Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
This one? All right. Yeah, so this is one of our clients, right? And what they're doing is basically they're opening a location, they're running ads, they're opening a new location, they're running ads, they're opening, and then they just do that over and over again, right? And so basically, that works out because if you can reliably, predictably get quality leads, like let's say next month I can get 100 leads on demand, right? That's basically it. You figured it out, right? And then you can just do that for the next location. You can do that for the next location, and that's how they're kind of scaling it. So we have, so obviously we run ads as well, right? But we probably do it a bit differently. Can I have your service address zip code? Zip code? Allows me to look at is the income around your area, right?
Right.
Right now, so here's the thing, right? You can only scale the business if you have, you generate a sufficient amount of leads, and then you can close at a reliable rate, right? They can't be random. One of the way, and then basically closing comes down to like two things. They have to have the money, right? And then they have to have the intent, right? Currently, I'll kind of show you this over here, but currently, how many leads per month are you getting from the ads and stuff? Like just the leads?
Just the leads from the ad spend and stuff.
Yep.
I would say that right now we're getting, if you give me a second, I can populate it up. I would say that we are only getting like 4 or 5 a month.
Okay. And are those like appointments booked into your calendar, or are those like just leads? Like basically somebody filled out a form?
Somebody filling out a form.
Okay, so that's the key distinction. So that's why I asked, like, whenever you're comparing yourself to a competitor, or you're comparing yourself to their current service, you always want to position yourselves as better, how you're different, why what you do is a bit different. So right now he's getting 4 to 5 form fill outs per month against an ad spend of like $3,000, which is crazy, right? So obviously we can do better, right? And then that's why I asked him, like, is it just form fill outs? Is people filling out a form, or are those booked appointments? Because what we can offer, with our AI agency is going to be booked appointments on the calendar.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay.
And that's where it sucks. And that's why I'm like, what are these guys really doing? And then even today, like I'm looking at I've got the screen here, go high level. It's finally just pulling up for me.
Okay.
But yeah, you can keep talking about your stuff.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, it's good that you're pulling that up, but even if they have the CRM, even if they have the AI stuff, the problem is probably the volume. And then how about the quality? Is the quality like halfway decent, or?
The quality's gotten better. I think I told you that before.
Now I'm asking about the quality as well, to see if, so in lead generation, there's quantity and then there's quality. We already kind of covered quantity. I'm trying to dig into like quality, if there's a problem over there, and then we can position ourselves as how we're kind of better, right?
Since December to now, the quality's gotten a lot better. I mentioned to you, I'd like to have it where salespeople have to enter in a code in order to, like talk to us and everything. But I mean, once I have a lead come in and once I can maintain that lead and talk to them, our closing ratios usually hit right around 40%.
Okay, gotcha.
So
as long as that lead is quality. So I guess the problem that you're struggling with is more lead volume, right? Now quality has to be maintained, of course, and I'll kind of show you over here on the screen if you want to look at the screen. So what this is what this allows us to see are the money areas around your area, right? So for example, a kitchen isn't really cheap, right? The average is like $50,000, right? So what we have to do is we have to find out areas that have some level of income, right? And I'm not sure if you offer financing. Do you offer financing?
We do.
Okay, gotcha. So what this allows me to see, okay, 88K to 103K. Okay, so this is a bit above average income. This is 103 to 128, 22, right? 122 to 145, 145 to 175, 175 to 218, and then this is 218 plus, right? What I also have access to is this tool over here, which allows me to supply a zip code, right? So for example, if I look at this over here, I can see you're in a pretty good area because the cyan ones are the highest income, right? And then the yellow ones are average income. The red ones or the dark brown ones are lower income. Okay, so if I take a look, it's a very good area actually. So as long as you avoid some areas to the north over here, so it's a decent area. So I can hover over each zip code and I can get the household median income, like 118,000 over here, 112,000 over here. But if I go to 4064, 67,000 median income, right? Now, if we are running ads, and you're flush with areas like this, it doesn't even really make sense to target like an area like this because there's going to be enough demand still, right? There's going to be enough demand in the blue areas where we don't have to include an area like an average median household income, right? And then if I go south, it's kind of messed on the south. I'm not sure if you do a lot of business in the south, like all the way over here.
Yeah.
But the north looks great, except for this pocket over here. And so what we do is isolate areas that are higher in income, right? Because they're just going to be easier to close. People who have money are easier to close on. I mean, what's your average kitchen project price?
We're usually around 20,000 if we're just doing a kitchen. If we're doing floors and painting and all that stuff, then you could range to 100.
Yeah, gotcha. Oh yeah, because you told me, I think you said like with them you closed like 18K or something, like that was the project. usually it's the size.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Seven-figure income. If they're average and below average, for example, the red ones are below average, it doesn't make sense to, because Facebook bills you per impression, right? So a guy over here versus a guy over here versus a guy over here, you're going to get billed the same, right? So it doesn't really make sense to show, because you're much less likely to close based on finances. Like, if the problem is that they don't have income, then the objection is going to be like, I can't, it's not within my budget. That's
Right.
what comes up, right? So that's the first thing that we do. The second thing is, of course, by the way, do you have a showroom?
we just got rid of our personal showroom, but we utilize our showroom for our cabinet company and our countertop company. And then I was able to put my cabinets into my company that I buy my countertops from and buy my flooring from them too. So
Okay, we can explore driving some traffic there as well. But initially, we do like direct service. So this is the standard stuff over here. Beautiful videos of kitchens and beautiful pictures of kitchens, and we can run bathrooms as well. I think you're mostly focused on kitchens, but are you like open to bathrooms, or how is that?
we do bathrooms as well.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, the next thing is going to be the ads, right? Now, here's the thing about the ads. We don't know the level of interest, right? Now, I'm not sure how your current company is like qualifying, like on the form or on the landing page or anything of that nature. But once a person clicks or taps on this ad, we don't really know the level of interest, right? So what we have to do is like ask them some questions. So for example, let's say that we are running a bathroom campaign. I just have this pulled up. Let's say we are running a bathroom campaign, right? The first question to ask after somebody taps on this ad would be like, where's the bathroom located? Basement, right? Describe your project, type of shower
So this would be the presentation portion.
replacement, something like that, right? Now, each question is going to have a drop off, right? Which means that we're qualifying a bit more on intent, right? Every single question is going to have a drop off. Now, in terms of bad leads, like in terms of quality, bad quality leads, what has been your experience with bad quality leads? Like, what is a bad lead to you?
Somebody who doesn't know what a budget range is for them, somebody who doesn't know what they're like really wanting to do, and someone who is like just trying to price shop. I just need another quote. I hate those ones.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, bad quality lead. So budget range doesn't know what they're wanting to do, trying to price shop. Now, besides the marketing company, have you ever used like HomeAdvisor, Thumbtack, Angie's, anything of that nature? No. Yeah. So it would be rampant over there. But here's kind of the way to fix the issues that you might have with quality is just send them to a landing page, right? And then just ask them questions. So every single kind of thing over here, right? We can ask them questions on, right? And if they don't answer correctly, we can just disqualify them, right? And the more questions that we ask, right, the more quality they become, because nobody's going to sit there and take 2 minutes to answer some questions and then not be a serious person, right? It doesn't make any sense. So for example, budget range doesn't know. We can put in a budget range question over here, like what is your budget for the renovation projects, right? And we can kind of qualify based on that. If they say anything less than 15,000, we can DQ, right? Or 20,000 in your case. Budget range doesn't know. So basically, we can DQ based on whatever they input for budget. Doesn't know what they're wanting to do. That's an easy fix as well. So describe your project, right? And then if I don't have a project in mind, I'm not going. Did you prefer glass doors or curtain rod? Glass doors. Let's say, do you own or rent your home? Let's say own. And then where are you in the planning process, right? Just getting a price versus ready to install. So that gets rid of the third one, right? Every single thing that you said with regards to quality, right, can be fixed. We just ask questions. Yeah. And then SMS verification also comes in handy if you're trying to get like the more friction that you add, the harder you make it for them to add in their contact information, the better the quality of the lead, right? Right now, do you know if it's Facebook forms that they're using, or are they using a landing page, or what are they doing?
They're kicking everybody off to a landing page. Like I have our Go High Level up, and so yeah, they're sending them to a landing page, and it gets filled out.
Okay, gotcha. And are they like, what kind of questions are they asking?
Not very many, which is like, why?
So again, positioning our service as superior because we qualify the leads a bit better by asking them more questions, right? Whereas currently, his leads are not that good because there's no questions being asked for the pre-qualification.
Let's see, AE funnel. Yeah, all I'm asking for is like first name, last name, zip code, phone number, email.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's about it. I like the more questions because then it's something that will qualify the lead a lot more. And a lot of like the forms that I've seen for people, like if they're going to take the time to fill it out, then they're going to take the time to actually meet with you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's pretty much the only way to kind of solve these kinds of issues if you're getting low quality leads, right? So that's basically the process over there. Now, obviously, if they're qualified, they don't get disqualified. What we do is we book them, right? So within like a few minutes of them filling out the form on the website, they can be contacted. The reason for this is, again, is because speed to lead, right? The second method is SMS AI. Probably experienced this. It's going to be very similar. I can show you, but it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be like a back and forth, and it's going to try to. I can show you too. So, hi, this is Emma. I'm the concierge here at Jill's Construction. Would you like a free estimate of the shower? Yes, great. What would be a good time? Monday. I can offer you a few slots. Is this basically what you have?
Sort of, but it doesn't offer them those slots. We actually send them to a booking link and fill out theirs, and then inside of their booking link, that's where we ask more questions. And so
okay.
They're gathering their information, and then they're sending them a booking link to book their stuff in.
Interesting. I mean, this is going to convert at a higher kind of, right, in terms of, because it's like conversational, right? So
Yeah.
it's responding within seconds as well, and then it just confirms the appointment and everything. So that's how ours works, and it's pretty good. So that's in a nutshell how it works. It's going to be similar to what you have running, but again, we have more qualified leads, right? We target the right areas. What are your thoughts?
What do you do with the website that's already built?
Gotcha. Yeah, no, we can build you a new website. That's not a problem at all. And then right now you don't even lose much. The thing is, you don't lose much because you're not ranking for anything, right? So let's see over here. The website can look something like this, right? You just have that. You have the service pages. Basically, you have rankings and stuff. This is all SEO optimized, right? So you have that. But yeah, I mean, we can do a new website for you. That's not a problem. This is probably it's not SEO optimized, this thing, so you don't lose anything.
Yeah, obviously, I'm just looking.
And this is why you offer the website, which is basically a template. Because when like if it's a more established company, they're usually going to have a website. They don't want to lose it, right? And then that's why the template comes in, and you will convert more. Like, just believe me, you will convert.
To see what the price is. Number one, on my board, I would like to see at least 21 leads a week as a minimum, and then have at least minimum of 15 Zoom calls, and then 10 in-person meetings inside of their home, and then close 3 deals at a bare minimum. And so that's kind of where I've put my numbers and what I need to do. And so you said you're doing a kitchen place right now. What type of leads are you seeing with them, and how many are they getting? And
no, I mean, it basically the return on ad spend in terms of profitable return is about a 7x to 10x, right? So you kind of have to work off the math over there. If a guy's spending $1,500 a month on ads versus a guy spending double or triple that, but we can keep the baseline profit consistent, right? So every dollar that they put in, they get $10 out in profit, $7 out in profit. It kind of makes sense, right? So it kind of depends on, but on average, you should see about like starting off. If you just do forget about the 3,000, right? And then just to confirm again, just so I have it correct. It's 4 leads right now for 100. So $3,000 is being spent per month, and you're getting 4 leads, like four fill outs.
So from January to now, we've spent $6,447.89 in here. And then off of all of their campaigns, there's 15. Let me grab a calculator. So just off of their different campaigns, you have 15 plus 2 plus 9 plus 38 plus 39. So I've had 103 leads come in off of all of their stuff. So 103 off of 64, 47, 89. That's about $62 a lead.
Okay.
And off of those leads, actual closed jobs in dollar amounts, probably, let's see, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, and those leads only contributed to us for around $120,000, $130,000. So they've eaten all of my profit margin in every aspect for what I'm paying them.
And at this point, you can just ask for the money because we've really we've reached almost the climax of the pain point, right? So he's trying to really desperately. He's done the calculations. He's done everything. So at this point, it would even make sense to ask for the payment over here, to be honest with you, but. Because it's such a painful situation, right? And so once you've made them realize how painful it is, and they're trying to get out, then you can just it's not very hard to position yourself as a solution
for the whole year already.
Okay, let me see that again, and then you said that was from January to June on Meta. You've spent about 6.5.
Yeah, January to today.
Oh, to today. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Over here, and then okay.
And they've been like ads have been coming on and off, and like it's just been a nightmare with them. Because then it's like, well, we need you to send us copy. We need you to make these videos. We need you to do it. And it's like,
yeah,
dude, you're an AI creator. Like I've given you Dropbox access for all the photos for befores and afters, even if I've taken them, and I'll make videos.
Yeah, that won't be a problem with us. We use a lot of AI. AI has gotten really good. Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah, there you go. There's your AI agency, and then the differentiator, right? So there are businesses that don't use AI that get smoked by people like us.
We won't ask you for basically anything. If you have stuff, you can give it to us, but we're getting like sub 40, sub 50 high quality lead costs, right? On Meta. So $36 lead costs, but they're very high quality. They've answered a bunch of questions and stuff. I just did the calculation here. So you've paid them like in terms of agency fees and just Meta like $36K, but you only made like 130. So basically, you're at break even or slight loss, basically.
Yeah, that's what I told you at the very beginning.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though.
What do I do?
Yeah, it's not working. It's not. Yeah, you're
I mean, once he says, "What do I do?" I mean, it's pretty much closed there.
and it's getting slower, right? It's getting slower.
And so basically, the entire call, I just basically positioned our service as superior in every single way, right? So, and then this is the result of that. Like, what do I do, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
So how does it work with you on like pay, like if we're building out a new website, like what's this going to cost me? Because I mean, like I said, I'm into them now, you know, with what I've spent and paid Meta and everything else. Like I'm almost 43 grand
Gotcha.
in the last 8 months. So I'm like $5,300 a month, which I'm fine spending, but if I'm not getting anything, it's not worth spending it. And the thing that I hate is that it's like, if you got to pay me $4,500 this month, and it's like, well, you're not really performing anything, and you're asking me to get you stuff when you should be able to create content and everything. Like
in the age of AI, especially, man.
well, yeah, but like by now, hey, you know that we do kitchen remodels, like that's our specialty. So put together some stuff for our kitchen remodels, you know. And I feel bad because I have a friend of mine who's like, hey, how are these guys been doing for you? And I'm like, well, they were great at first. Like the first month we were getting leads, but then they were crap leads. And then the second month was a little bit better, but then it's like I told them they needed to change up content, and they're like, well, you need to give us the content. And it's like, then why am I paying you?
Yeah,
I have to pay somebody else to create the content and make the content. I can figure out how to put it on Meta.
Here's the thing: if the delay between you giving them the content and them asking them, they're asking because the ads are fatiguing, right? The ads are fatiguing, right? So the ad performance is going to go down unless you give them more content, right? You don't have that problem with us because we can just AI generate stuff, right? It's very easy, and it can look very, very, very realistic, like all the it can look like a time lapse, like those time lapse videos. We can do that by AI, very easy.
Have you been to my YouTube page?
I have not. By the way, did you come here via an AI ad? I think you did, right? I think you saw one of our ads. Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. We work without your intervention because these ads fatigue, right? Like,
yeah.
The ads fatigue, and then what are you going to do? You can't really say, hey, I need more creatives. By the time you give us more creatives, the cost per lead is going to go up, right?
Yeah, significantly.
Yeah.
That's my biggest problem is because it's like, hey, we need more stuff, and it's like, okay, well, it takes me a week to try
and that's why again you use AI. Look how painful it is, right? And then look how we alleviate this pain via AI, right? We can auto-generate ads via AI, and now your client does not have to give you creatives. The ads don't fatigue. It's a good business.
Give them more stuff, and I'm like, just create it, come up with it. There's so many things out there. So anyway, so
yeah, I mean, basically, I'll get it right into pricing. But do you like based on everything? Do you think that would work for you?
I think it would work for me a lot. I just need to know like pricing, what we're doing, how we're doing it. Yeah. Building out the website, putting stuff in, putting our things in, seems like that would be pretty easy for you. I just have to figure out where my domain is again, and then getting them out of it.
Yeah, I'll just go right into pricing. $1,000 per month for 3 months plus ad spend.
So $3,000 basically is what I'm paying you.
Basically.
So $1,000 a month. Don't have to pay you up front, just $1,000 a month.
Yeah, basically $1,000 a month. So yeah, that's what it looks like.
Okay, sounds good. When are you looking at wanting to start?
As soon as possible, my friend. If we can start right now on this call, we can go ahead and do it.
That's your call, man. I'm fine with it.
Okay, yeah. You want to make the payment now?
Yep, go for it.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and give you the payment link over here. That's the payment link. Let me check my next call.
So I think that went.
Okay. All right, man. Welcome. So basically, I think you'll have a lot. Like I think if you made it work on that, you'll have a lot more. There's no doubt in my mind that you'll be like walking it over.
Just like that, one call closed, basically. I mean, it's not really a 2-call close. The phone call prior was like 4 or 5 minutes, right? It was just to, kind of ask them about, like, qualify them a little bit before they go on a sales call, right? But this is pretty much how it's done. You always want to, so the entire sales process over here, we went over the discovery process, and then I went over the presentation, and then I collected payment at the end. So basically, the section that we're going to go over now, since we've just gone over how to get clients, it's going to be how to fulfill for your clients, right? So you've just acquired a client, you close them. How do we fulfill for them? So the first thing to do is just to onboard your client, right? And the onboarding form template looks like this. So what you'll do is basically after you collect their payment and everything, okay, you're going to go ahead and schedule them for an onboarding date, okay? So let's say you close them, today's May 17th, so let's say you close them May 17th, okay? You're going to schedule the onboarding date as soon as possible, like the next day or the later on today if you want to, right? Just to get them, like, the initial experience that they have with you matters quite a bit for retention, so you want to get them onboarded as quickly as possible, okay? So let's say you schedule them for the next day at 12 p.m., okay? So you've gotten that in the books over there. You scheduled them for 12 p.m. You're going to show up no matter what. You're going to make sure that they show up no matter what, right? They've just paid you. And then what you're going to go over on that call, it's not going to be a phone call. It's going to be a video call on Google Meet. Okay. And what you're going to do is go over this basically, you're going to get their information. Like you're going to phrase it like this. What's the best email to send you appointment notifications to? What's the best phone number to text you appointment notifications, right? What's your address? And then how much of a radius do you want to do from that address? So that we can, they might say like 20, 30, 40, 50 miles. You want to try to get them to maximize the amount of radius, right? Because so let's say, imagine, let me give you an example. Let's say it's a roofer and he's at, in Kansas somewhere, right? In Wichita area. And then he can do like from his home address or office address, he could do like 50 miles, right? That's amazing. What you don't want is somebody saying, hey, I can only do like 5 miles or 10 miles, right? You want to convince them a bit, like if they're saying something like very, very low, right? You want to get them as close as you can to 50 miles. 50 miles is ideal. Doesn't have to be there. We have plenty of clients, 25 miles, 30 miles. But if you can get them to 50, right, it makes your job a lot easier, because then when you run the ads and stuff, right, which I'll go into a little bit how to run them and get your client results. When you run the ads, you want to maximize the buyer pool. The more people that you can target by the ads, the more people that are in the market for your client, right? So the easier it is going to be for you to get them leads, right? More people, more buyers, easier to get leads. That should make sense. So the second thing that you want to do is go ahead and, now you want to, so if you're on Google Meet or Zoom, you're going to have to get them to share their screen, okay? And once they share their screen, you're going to share this link with them. They're going to go ahead and open up that link. What this does is kind of brings you over here. It's the Meta Business Ads Manager, okay? And don't worry about the data set ID or data set access token. It's not really required because the vast majority of these you're just going to run on a lead form, right? So you are going to have to get them to open up this one. What you want to do is basically have them go over to business.facebook.com, right? Just basically give them this URL over here on the Google Meet or the Zoom, wherever you're onboarding them. And it's going to show them probably a screen that looks like this on their screen. You're going to want to make them share their screen so you know how to guide them through the onboarding process, right? So what they want to be doing over here is just clicking on continue with Facebook, right? Not continue with Instagram. It usually doesn't log you into the business profile manager, right? Continue with Facebook. And then what you're going to see after that is something like this, right? So this is for one of our clients over here. And what you're going to kind of, if you don't see something like this, what you want to do is go onto the onto the left over here, click on the drop down, and then click on create business portfolio. Okay, create business portfolio over here. And then after you've created the business portfolio, you should be able to see something like this. On the left hand side over here, if you go to settings, right? After the business portfolio has been created, you go to settings over here, you open that up, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and open this up. Okay, so you're going to see basically, remember, you're going to make your client, right, that you've just closed, go to settings, not you. So this is not going to be on your screen, right? This is going to be on their screen, right? Now it should probably be blank or just one user over here if it's a fresh kind of profile, right? But what you want to have them do is go to accounts, and then underneath accounts, go to pages over here. And then underneath pages, you want to click on the plus add button and then add an existing Facebook page. If they already have an existing Facebook page, right, they should know. Otherwise, just make them create a new Facebook page over here, right? It takes about 30 seconds. It doesn't really it's very, very simple. It's page name, category, bio, and then you're done in like 30 seconds, right? If they already have one, however, you just need to link it over here. Just put in the Facebook page name or URL and then hit next, and then improve, right? So that's how you get the page in. Once you have the page, right, what you want to do is basically on the middle section over here, assign partner, go ahead and click on assign partner, and then business ID, right? Business ID. So you click on that, and right now your client should be showing you, right, this screen over here. If your client is showing you this screen, what you want to be doing is basically giving them your business partner ID, okay? Where you find your business partner ID is going to be on your business profile, right? So you have your own business profile, your own business manager, right? And you go to business info over here. Okay. And then this is going to be the business ID over here to them. This is your business manager's ID. And that's what we want to be using. So go to pages, have them add the existing page, click on assign partner over here with business ID, and then have them put in your business ID from your business profile manager, right? And then full control, including leads, right? And then assign, right? So that's how that works. Now you have access to their page. The next step is going to be the ad account over here. So ad account, right? What you want to do is make them create a or click on the plus ad icon over here and then create new ad account. Okay. And then it's a very simple. You just name the ad account, you add a payment method on file, and then that's basically it. After that, again, what you want to do once the ad account is created, you want to have them hit assign partner over here, and then the business partner ID, you want to give that to them again, and then full control, and then assign. And just like that, you have now access to both their ad account and their page as well, right? So those are the two things that you need for ads to run ads on behalf of them, right? So after we have that, what we want to do is go over the services that, by the way, make a copy of this. All this is linked down like in the as a full course, but make a copy of this, right? And let me just try to edit some of this over here. So basically for the services, you want to discuss with them the services that they offer right now. Yeah, if you followed my advice from before, right? Remember, we're pretty much promising one end result from what they offer, right? So for example, if it's a roofer, you're offering them roof replacement jobs, roof replacement projects. If it's a whatever the highest ticket thing is that they offer, right? That's what you should have pitched, right? So for example, HVAC would have been system replacements, tree service would have been like tree removal and stuff like that, right? Tree removal jobs. However, you do want to discuss with them and make sure that they're, that they 100% know what service you're going to be promoting for them, right? So if it's a roofer, for example, just go over that, you'll be promoting roof replacement jobs and stuff like that, right? And, should be good. You just want to make sure that, sometimes I've had the experience wherein the guy doesn't really know what we're promoting. You just want to make sure your client actually knows what, is happening and what we're promoting on behalf of them. After that, what you want to do is go over offers, basically that they offer, right? So, for example, for a roof replacement, right? How do you make that a bit more appealing? Okay. Does this guy have a warranty on the roof replacement? Does he have the workmanship warranty? Does he have a warranty on the materials? Whatever, right? You want that, right? And then for installations, does he have a discount, any sort of discounts on the installation, like 25% off installation, 10% off installation, 50% off installation, right? Value adds like free design, free consultation, stuff like that, right? Just add in value. Bundles like, hey, do you also offer like free gutters and stuff like that, or along with the roof, right? And then timeline, right? So how fast can, so if some homeowner requests your services, and as what little time can you provide that service, can get it installed, right? All of these things make the your client's offer a bit more valuable, and you do want that because we're going to use it for the ads, right? So after that, so when you onboard your client, you also want to onboard them not just to Meta, but also to Go High Level, right? So if you go to app.gohighlevel.com/ just basically the Go High Level login screen, right? The agency dashboard on the left over here, you're going to see account snapshots, right? And then there's going to be a snapshot link down below. You can just utilize that one. And you can also, so when you've imported the snapshot, do note that it's going to, I believe it's going to appear underneath the imported snapshots over here. And then you can kind of use that by creating like a new sub count off that imported snapshot, right? But obviously I'm not importing mine. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and click on the plus create new account button. Okay. And the client AI demo snapshot. Okay. Go ahead and create that. It's very important that you create it off of the snapshot, not just, a normal sub account. Otherwise, you won't have the workflows and stuff needed for, your client. So basically, first name, last name, email, business name, business niche, not really needed, business phone, address, city, all of this stuff, just fill in from the, just fill in while you're on the call with the client, right? So for example, let's just say Tom Smith, right? Tom123@gmail.com or something, right? Tom's business, right? And then 505-661-1223 or something, right? And then 123 or city, and then state, and then something, right? And then just put United States over here. And then time zone, just do Eastern, right? So if all of that looks good, so, once all of that looks good and stuff, just go ahead and click on add sub count. It's going to be on the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and click on add sub count. And then you want to do switch to sub account, right? And now we have Tom's business, right? So what we want to do over here is basically go to settings on the bottom left, and you want to do this while you're still on the call with them, right? You want to go over to the My Staff section, okay? And you want to click on Add User. You want to, the guy's name, Tom Smith, right? And then you're going to ask for his email to send the account invite to, right? Because he's going to have a sub account under your Go High Level agency account, right? Because he's going to need to connect the calendar and stuff. So you're going to ask him for their email and stuff, right? So it's going to be like Tom Smith or something, right? 123@gmail.com, and then 505-666-1193. So what this is going to do, right, is once I hit next, like, save and all of that, right? What that's going to do is basically that's going to say user created successfully, right? And it's going to send an invite to this email over here. Okay. So once it sends an invite to that email, they'll receive that invite. It'll be like activate your account to their inbox. You're going to walk them through how to activate their account, right? Once they have logged into their account, so once they have clicked on the invitation of the agency account, right? You're going to go ahead and guide them on to calendar linking, right? So they should be still presenting their screen and everything. So you're going to have to make sure that they're presenting their screen, right? But you want to make them go to, on the left over here, My Profile, right? My Profile. This is on their side. This is not on your side, right? So this is My Profile on the left, and then scroll down over here. And then you're going to have to make them also click on the Add New button over here. So on the centerpiece over here, Add New. And then basically click on, connect for one of these calendars. So you're going to ask them like, which calendar do you use? And then you're just going to go ahead and connect on, you're going to have them hit the connect button on their side, right? And then they're going to connect their calendar. So that's very, very simple. But the main reason that we need them on sub account is basically for them to connect the calendar on their side, right? There's not really another purpose, right? It's just to get them, synced up for the calendar connection. So we also, after that, want to go to the integrations part on the left over here, right? Integrations over here, and then you want to make sure that their Facebook page is connected and their IG page is connected. Just hit this button over here on the third one. It just says Facebook over here, right? Have them, or you can do it yourself because you also have access to the page at this point, right? But you want to go ahead and hit connect, and then once you hit connect, you just want to an interface will open. It'll show you log in with this user or that user. Just click on login with that user and then just connect the page, right? It's very, very simple. All you have to do is just hit connect for this button. Okay. So at this point, you should have the calendar connected, and then you should also have the Facebook page connected, right? And that's pretty much all you need for the technical integration. So alongside the Meta integration as well, right? So Meta, Facebook page, and then the calendar should all be connected now, right? So that's pretty much all you need for the tech part. And that's pretty much it. So after that, you want to go ahead and send the agreement doc over here. So this is the agreement template, right? Okay, so for the company contract over here, the services agreement. So this is very basic language. You just replace the company name with your company name, right? And then address with your address over here, and then have the client fill in the blanks over here. The software that I use to send this out is called HelloSign. So I'm going to show you that HelloSign over here. HelloSign, right? And this is what I use. They have a free trial and everything, right? I think it costs like $10 per month after like 30 days of free trialing. But you can try it out. It's pretty good. The reason that I don't like using Go High Level's like internal contract sending tool is sometimes it goes into spam, right? And that's not a good look, right? You've just onboarded the client. He's stoked and you're going to spam. Sometimes, that's not a good look. Like if you're going right into spam, or it says like suspicious or something on their email sending provider. You want to make sure on the onboarding, they have a great client experience, all right? So this is going to affect like churn. If their onboarding is terrible, they're much more likely to churn, right? So just use this. It's a professional software over here. All it's meant for is like contract signing, right? Just use this. It's called HelloSign. There's a free trial. I'm not affiliated with them, but I use them, so just use that. So you want to send that over there, and then on HelloSign, basically it'll make the forms fillable. So again, what you want to do is sign up over here and then send this contract, right? Well, after you sign up to, I'm not going to demonstrate it over here because it's very, very trivial. You can figure it out in like 2 seconds, right? All you do is sign in, you upload the contract, and then you make the fields very fillable, right? So, but this is the software that you upload this contract to, and then you send it to their email, okay? And it's very basic language over here. The company will run ads, right? Company will set appointments. Company will also create a website, right? Client agrees to provide the following items in the time frame stated over here. This is just, if you want to add a few more things over here, you can. Compensation payment. So companies paid $1,500 per month, or whatever your fees that you're charging are, right? It can be $1,000, $2,000 per month, $1,500 per month, or pay per appointment plus a setup fee, pay per appointment, prepaid appointments, right? Whatever you want to put over here. Ad spend, right? Is paid to Meta is $1,500 per month, right? This agreement will commence and then cancel. So, what I generally do is lock them in for about 3 months, and then it's month to month after that, right? You can change this as well. And this is just standard language for a contract over here, right? So that's basically it. Very simple contract, but you do want to make them sign a contract, right? So that they feel it's legit. They're going to get what they paid for, right? You just want to make them feel all nice and fuzzy, right? So after that is going to be the AI ads workflow. Okay, so for the AI ads workflow, there are basically 2 workflows over here to create ads. At the end of each one of these workflows, what you have are ads that you can use to go ahead and generate leads for your client. The first one over here is the competitor workflow. This one is basically you look at Facebook ads library and you see some ads that are proven. You go ahead and make a variation of those ads and then go ahead and run them, right? So let me go over this one first, which is competitor workflow over here, right? So how we begin this one is if you go ahead and go to Google, for example, and you just type in Facebook ads library, right? You'll be able to see on the very first link, probably ad library over here for Facebook. And then after that, you can click on all ads and then just type in the service that you're trying to go after to get for your clients, right? So for example, if I have a roofing client, let's just say roof replacement, right? And then I can go ahead and search that. I already kind of did over here. So I'm just going to show you this. So I typed in roof replacement over here, right? Let me show you over here. Roof replacement, right? So what's going to pop up is going to be like all of the ads that are mentioned roof replacement. Make sure you have the quotes over here. Otherwise, it'll just like show you some random stuff. Just make sure. Screwed it up. Hold on. Roof replacement. Okay. Type that in. With the quotes mean search for that exact phrase, right? And what we want to do is click on filters, and then we want to make sure that these ads have been running for at least 2 weeks, and they've been running this year, right? So 2 weeks and running like this year. Like the age of the ad should not be like started in 2024, started in 2025. It needs to be started some point in 2026, and then it needs to be at least 2 weeks old. So the way to do that is 5/9. So right now, a couple weeks back would be 5/9/2026, right? Go ahead and apply that filter over there. So again, what we don't want is our ads that are way too old, right? The problem with running way too old ads over here is, we don't know, like they might be spending like $1 per day or something of that nature, right? I have no idea, right? Or something weird is happening. Like you don't want anything that's super old, right? You want something from this year, like 2026 over here, right? So you take a look at some of these ads over here and, I can just scroll through over here and to see. So I like this one over here. Get $1,000 off your full roof replacement. You have this one over here. And then if you guys can do it, I mean, just do a collage. Like if the client provides you something like a photo over here, I'm not even sure if this is AI or not, to be honest, right? But collage based photos, like any photo wherein it's basically a collage, seems to do pretty well for image ads, right? So I'm going to go ahead and actually, I think that we might. And then for image ads, like a casual owner style ad over here, like a selfie ad, also works pretty well. Offer ads do pretty well as well, right? And let me just try to find something over here. Book. Yeah. Let me just scroll through this. I also like this one over here. All right. And over here, right? Like this one over here, right? We're also going to go ahead and save this as an image. Then we can go to ChatGPT. Then we can go to ChatGPT over here, do new chat or something, right? And then upload, create a nano banana prompt to generate a variation of this ad. Okay, we're going to go ahead and copy this. And then again, you want to go to Nano Banana. If you don't already know how to kind of find that again, you just Google Nano Banana, like Nano Banana, right? Nano Banana Pro. Then you can click on this and then try Nano Banana. It's going to send you to something like this over here. It's going to send you to something like this over here. And then basically you can just paste this in as an instruction, upload over here, upload, and boom. So ChatGPT is honestly pretty good at doing this as well, right? A lot of people like Nano Banana. I like ChatGPT as well. So what I'm going to tell it to do is create 4 variations of the reference ad. Okay. And it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty competitive with the Nano Banana as well, right? So stop small roofing problems. So it's kept that cartoonish style over there, right? And it has the before and after as well, but it's a pretty nice variation, okay? And so we can download that. C style raw 1, so cartoon style raw 1, right? So let's also wait to see if ChatGPT is also able to give a pretty good reference. And the thing about these images is, again, you don't really know which one's going to work or not. You kind of need to test it in order to figure it out, right? So ChatGPT, I do like ChatGPT's output sometimes a bit more than Nano Bananas. So, you have this over here. Save. C style raw 2. Right. And C style raw 3. Okay. And then basically, you can just use another cartoon style. So cartoon style images seem to be doing pretty well. And then we can also use stuff like this, right? So imagine your client is in California, text-based raw reference, saved as that, and then upload. And reference of this ad to, sorry, create a create variations of this ad too, but state should be changed from California to Florida, for example, right? Okay. And I'm going to ask ChatGPT the same way to do it. Okay. We can utilize this one over here. Text-based. One. Okay. Text-based raw 2. So now we have like 5 ads. Okay. So the next thing that I'm going to do is go ahead and go to Canva over here. Once inside of Canva, just go to canva.com. You're going to click on the custom size over here. You're going to select 1080 by 1080. Okay. 1080 by 1080. Then create new design. Okay. And then basically, after that, you're just going to go ahead. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Which is good because I'm going to show you how to set up the campaign in a bit, but you want about 5 of these. And then I'm just going to drag this over here. Okay. Put that over there. That over there. Okay. And I'm going to duplicate this one over here. Going to go ahead and drag this one over here. Right. I didn't need to become a graphic designer for this. All I had to do was ask AI and stuff, right? And then boom. And another one. Okay. Now this is if the client is actually in Florida. If the client is not in Florida, he's in some other state. Maybe just do some other state. Right. And over here, the background change. So this is all runnable. I'm just going to name this FB ads demo AI, right? I'm just going to link it here as an example as well. So share anyone's link, and then review. You guys can just create a copy, right? Oh, and then put it over here. Okay, so we have the ads over here, but let me go through the original ad creation workflow as well, just in case you guys want to make your own original ads. Okay, so for the original ad creation workflow, what you're going to do is it's a multi-step process. The first thing that you're going to figure out is the persona of the client that your client is servicing. So basically, if somebody, let's say your client is a roofer, okay, his client, a person that needs roof replacements, what kind of personas are there, right? What are the pain points of those personas? And then after that, we develop a script based around that, right? So let me kind of go a bit more into detail, right? So the budget stressed family, right? So the storm damage insurance homeowner, the leak panicker. Okay, so these are just different personas that a roof replacement service person would have to service, right? So how I figured this out, I didn't just come up with this, right? I just went on to ChatGPT, right? And basically, if I go over here, I just do new chat over here. All I need to type in is basically give me the top 5 personas of a roof replacement company. I type that in over there. So we have this, right? And then boom, we have a few more personas over here. And what's nice about this is they go a bit more into details, right? But let's just say that you want to go ahead and copy some of these over here. Actually, what I'm going to request is that they give us some pain points, give 5 top pain points per persona. Okay, so we have the personas, and then now we want like 5 pain points per persona, because people are emotional; they only move based on emotion, and to get them to take some action, to book a call, all of that, we do need a pain point, right? So storm damage roof, homeowner, active leak, like there's an active actual leak happening, right? Old roof, like the whole roof is just worn out. Insurance. And then home seller, they're motivated to increase the value of the home because they're selling it, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of copy these and just put this over here. So instead of this is old, I'm just going to put this right over here. So let's just go with, for the purposes of this one, right? Yeah, let's just go with like home value, home seller. You can use any one of these, right? But let's just go with this one. Then let me go ahead. So this one was for the leak panicker, right? But let's just create one. So the next step that you want to do is, after you know the persona, right? You want to create this spreadsheet over here where it has the persona, it has the pain point associated, and then we make 3 hooks and then a script for that. So script for 3 hooks and then a body script as well, right? So after we have had the thing over here, so we're going after this one, right? The roof could kill the sale during inspection. They're worried about they don't want to lose negotiating power. They need the project done quickly before listing or closely. They want the roof to increase the perceived value of the home. Okay, so let's just go with this one. Okay. Then persona over here, let's leave it as the home seller, home value person, right? And then hook, what we want to do is, so for persona, home seller, home value, homeowner, right? And this pain point, give me 3 hooks, 3 hooks and 1 body script. This is for meta ads. Make it less than 60 seconds of runtime. Okay, so okay, so your roof could be making your home look older than it really is before a buyer ever steps. So I don't really like this one. If your roof has a dark streaks, shingles, buyer might see an expensive problem before they see a beautiful home, right? This is really, if they like, this is not for the generic homeowner, right? This is not like, this is based out of the persona. Perhaps we got to find another persona, to be honest with you. To be honest, I don't think there are many people in the market that you can capture. And this is good that this happened on this video. What you want to do is on these, you don't want to kill most of the market, right? So for example, there are only so many people within like that, 30, 40 mile radius that your client services that are going to be actively looking to both be selling a home and then actively be looking to, do something with their roof, right? You want to kind of maximize that TAM, but you still want the persona and the pain point thing. Otherwise, it'll come off as very generic. And if it's very generic, like just replace your old, roof or something of that nature, right? It might not hit home. You might not get booked calls and stuff like that, right? So, let's just go with this one. They've owned their roof for a while. It's like an old roof homeowner. Okay, let's go with this persona over here. Persona, and then let's go with we're going to go with the pain point that has the highest TAM, total addressable market, right? The roof is near, they're scared, okay, they're worried about replacement prices, they're afraid of choosing the wrong contractor, right? Replacement prices keep going up, don't know how much longer the roof really has, right? Let's just choose this one. And then we're going to recreate this prompt over here for persona, this one over here. Old roof homeowner, and this pain point, they don't really know how much longer the roof really has. Okay, there we go. That's a lot better, right? So old roof. And to be honest, like why the heck would anybody replace the roof if it was brand new? It doesn't make any sense, right? So basically, I like this very much. I like this a lot more than the last one. So let's just use this persona and then the pain points, right? The beautiful thing about this is you can recreate, like you can make variations of the script, right? You can feed it different pain points, so you can come up with pretty much unlimited script ideas, right? So let's just use this one over here. Hook over here, this one over here, and then this hook over here, and body over here. Okay, so you have that over there. So let me just give it a read. So your roof might have 5 years left or 5 months. Most homeowners can't tell. If your roof was over 15 years old, guess how much life. And to be honest, like if the home is like more than 15 years old, this is pretty much like the client that they're looking for. Like your client is looking for people that have old homes, right? Like that are ancient, not that ancient, but fairly like old, right? That's when the renovation work actually becomes more urgent, right? So the problem with an aging roof isn't always the leak. It's not okay. All of that. If your roof is getting older, blah blah blah, it might look fine. And that's why you offer. Okay, cool. And then if your client has a different offer, remember we went over offers on the onboarding, you just kind of replace it over here. If he has a warranty, if he has discounts, stuff like that, right? So the next thing to bring this script to life is what we're going to do is use a tool called Creatify. That's what I like to use. You can go to Creatify, app.creatify.ai/home, right? Or you can simply Google, like Creatify. Let's go over here and then just go ahead and click on login, or if you don't already have an account, let me see over here actually. Create your first ad free or whatever, right? And then tools over here, avatar, and you can click here to log in on the left over there, right? And then you can just click on continue with Google if you already have a Google profile. But the sign up process is very easy. You just enter in like a email over there, right? And then you can also just use one of your Google accounts over there, right? So I do like this tool. So what we're going to do is kind of utilize the avatar video over here on the tool section on the left, right? So so what you're going to see is like basically, if I go over here, you might see something else. What we want to do is go to like tools on the left over there, right? Tools, and then go to avatar video. And then basically what we're going to do is select an avatar, just look like this, right? So this is going to be my avatar. And the next thing that I'm going to do is basically have this hook over here. Okay. And then have this body over here. Let's just see that. Okay, and by then. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and generate this video over here. And it is going to take a bit, right? But it'll be a pretty decent quality video. So I'll go ahead and unpause the. But if you weren't able to see, all I did was I clicked on like generate video. You might have been blocking it. Just it's on the generate video part over here, right? And so I'll go ahead and unpause this video when the script generation is done and the video has been created. Okay, so when your video has completed recording or rather generating, you're going to go ahead and find it over here, right? It's going to be in the project section on the left over here. So if you click on projects on the left, or it should have just redirected you over here. So if you go ahead and click on it.
Your roof might have 5 years left or 5 months. Most homeowners can't tell from the ground. If your roof is getting older, the hardest part isn't always replacing it. It's not knowing how much time you actually have left. From the ground, your roof might look fine, but under the shingles, there could be soft spots, worn flashing, granule loss, lifted edges, or weak areas you won't notice until water gets inside. And by then, you're not just dealing with a roof. You're dealing with ceiling stains, attic damage, insulation problems, and a much bigger headache. That's why we offer a free roof inspection. We'll check the condition of your roof, show you what we find, and tell you whether you still have time or whether replacement needs to be on your radar now. Tap below to book your free roof inspection.
So we have that one, right? And they also have this agent program over here that you can also use. So let me show you how to use this one. So this one is it's going to take a bit of time as well to kind of generate, but it's pretty good actually. So if I go ahead and do this, if I just do new chat over here, I can create a prompt to generate a video based on this script, right? And then I'm just going to have this hook over here. And send prompt, right? So this will give it a lot of directions. Then we can kind of utilize this over here. So I just copy this over here. And I can just, so remember on the left, just click on agent, okay? And then over here, just go ahead and paste that in, right? And now it's going to get to work. This is going to take a bit. It's going to take a couple of minutes, a bit longer than that maybe. But the output will be pretty good. So it's just going to go ahead and do everything now. It's going to walk you through like what it's doing as well. But I'm just going to go ahead and unpause it when it's actually done with all of this. Okay, the ad is pretty much done. I believe it's just working on the last final parts over here. And then now it's done. So this is what it looks like.
Your roof might have 5 years left or 5 months. Most homeowners can't tell from the ground. If your roof is getting older, the hardest part isn't always replacing it. It's not knowing how much time you actually have left. From the ground, your roof might look fine. But under the shingles, there could be soft spots, worn flashing, granule loss, lifted edges, or weak areas you won't notice until water gets inside. And by then, you're not just dealing with a roof. You're dealing with ceiling stains, attic damage, insulation problems, and a much bigger headache. That's why we offer a free roof inspection. We'll check the condition of your roof, show you what we find, and tell you whether you still have time or whether replacement needs to be on your radar now. Tap below to book your free roof inspection.
So that's another example of an AI ad, right? There's a bunch of these AI video generation tools, but for the purposes of this video, I think just demonstrating like this one is pretty good. And then for the other hooks, you can use hook 2. You can again AI avatar video, and then just go ahead and put this on here, and then the script on here as well, right? Again, and then just go ahead and generate this video one more time, right? So this is with a different hook. The hook does matter quite a bit, right? So always be testing hooks more than anything else. So the next thing that I want to do is go over here. So that's how you generate videos. Let me go ahead and so that's how you pretty much generate the video. And basically, let me go ahead and kind of download this over here. So
Your roof might
let me see over here. It's a download, right? And then for the other one, we can go back to projects on the left there, right? And then click on download here as well. Now we have 2 videos that we can use now. And then if you want more videos, what you do is, again, it's just hook 2 with the same body, and then hook 3 with the same body. Here, avatar video, right? Hook 2, because we haven't used hook 2 before, and then you can paste in the same exact body script over here, and then basically generate that video again, right? So a lot of testing, very easy to test, right? Doesn't take that much to test it all, right? And that's how you kind of generate videos for the for the original workflow over here, right? So that's for videos. However, if you want to do images, basically what you can do is just go to ChatGPT or Nano Banana, right? And then kind of get it done that way. So for the images, what I like to do is you can do ChatGPT to Nano Banana or just ChatGPT again, right? So if I go over here, go to new chat, right? And I can just say generate a Nano Banana prompt to generate a roof replacement ad that is targeting homeowners that need to replace their old, outdated roof. It's going to go ahead and do that, right? Okay. Generate one as well, right? So I'm just going to make sure it generates one as well. And then go back to Nano Banana. Okay, so Nano Banana, right? I just Googled it. Go over here, Nano Banana 2, and then just paste in that thing over here that was generated by ChatGPT. So I'm just going to go, actually, there we go. Yep. So this one is good, right? We can download this. Again, you won't really know what's going to work until you test them, right? So the next part is where I'm going to basically show you how to test all of these. And the one that we just downloaded, here, we can just name this one original image ad 1 raw, right? And then we can the previous 2 videos, right? Creatify vid 1, and then Creatify vid 2. So these were the ones that we generated from Creatify before, right? And then is your roof process prime, right? To be honest, like I do like the ChatGPT ones a bit more than Nano Banana sometimes. As you can tell, like it's like the colors look better, like it's a bit more detailed. So let me just go ahead and download this over here. So downloaded, right? And then go back. I can just name this one original image add to raw. Okay, and then remember for the formatting was the thing over here. Sometimes the format is wrong, and it's not really that much of a hassle to have a Canva ad, right? And then just drag it over here. So let me just put this one over here. Okay, let's drag it out. And then duplicate. Then add to raw. Boom. Boom. Okay. So we got 8 images and then 2 videos, which is good. So the next thing, oh yeah, and then I also have like simple image, like ugly ads basically that are so ugly that basically it's designed to basically grab the attention of the person, right? So hook. So the basic format of this is hook, offer, and CTA. So I'm just going to go ahead and make a copy of this. And I already have, one made out, so I'm just going to kind of use this one, right? Ohio homeowners, if you fix the same roof leak more than once, and then the hook, remember, is generated from this thing over here, which is going to list the hook, right? So we can just copy that and then paste that over here. And then, get a free roof, whatever your client's offer is, right? But let's just say get a free roof inspection, right? Tap apply now to learn more. And then let's just say that this is for Florida, right? Can't spell. Okay. Florida. All right. So, and then we just want to go ahead and download all of this, right? So let me just see over here. We have all of these ads. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and download each one of these ads one by one. I'm going to store them in a folder, and these will be our final ads that we run for our clients, right? So go ahead and just download these one by one. Second one over here. Okay, so I said one by one, but we can also do that, and then it's going to store it in a zip file. Roof image ads. So 8 image ads, right? And then the 2 videos. Oh, sorry, I should just call this roof ads. Okay. And then I also want the 2 videos over here. Okay, so that's a total of 10 videos, right? And we want 10. I'm not going to use we can replace one of these with the ugly ads. I think we have quite a few in these styles, so I'm just going to get rid of this, and I'm just going to use the ugly ad one. Let me just try to find it again. I have a bunch of tabs open. All right, so Florida homeowners, right? And then share, and then download, and then this page, and just download that one. Okay. Copy of ugly ads, copy that one, go back to roof ads, paste that in there. So now we have a total of 10 ads that we can try out. And this is assuming that your client is in Florida, right? Then if he's in another state, then obviously just change the state, right? So I didn't have to be a video editor. I didn't have to be a graphic designer. Boom, bam, bish, done in about, 10, 15 minutes, right? Next, what we're going to do is go on over to the campaign part now. So now that we have the ads, I'm going to go ahead and make this actually campaign that we run on Meta. Okay. Okay. Now that we have all of the creatives, we're going to go ahead and start launching the campaign. So if you go back to your ads manager, now this should be the ad account that you got access from them, right? Obviously, don't launch it into your own ads manager, but pretend this is the account that your client gave you partner access to. So and your partner, so just to make sure you understand, this ad account is supposed to be the ad account that you got partner access to when you onboarded them initially, right, on the onboarding call. So once you have that account, go ahead and click on create, then go ahead and click on leads. And again, what you want to do is set ad set budget for lower budget campaigns. This is what's going to work out when you're initially testing, right? And then so ad set budget over here, and go ahead and go back to the new leads ad set over here. So that looks good. And what you want to do is set the budget over here at 5, okay? And then set the scheduled date to like June. So 12:0 a.m., right? And then scroll down over here. You want to go ahead and click on further limit the reach of your ads one more time. Go ahead and click on that. Okay. And remember, you're targeting homeowners, so just make the the age a bit more. And then disable user suggestion. Make sure in the location targeting you include their address plus 50 miles, right? So whatever that is, plus 50 miles. So for example, if I put in a random address over here, let's just call it Miami, Florida or something, right? I can do turn that off and do 50 miles if they specify to you that they can target 50 miles, right? Which is, I mean, for Florida, that's pretty much the entirety of South Florida, to be honest. But yeah, so if you scroll down over here, so that looks good. And then for the detail targeting, what you want to do is you want to put in some interests, right? And initially for testing, if it's a fresh new ad account, okay, and it does not have any data, like this is fresh new, no data of any kind, no campaigns run, you do want the interest targeting to be in there. And then later after that, after some time has passed, maybe 3 or 4 weeks, right, you can go ahead and do broad. But initially for the ad, so Facebook ads, they learn on the campaign level, the ad set level, the ad level, and then the ad account level as well, right? So if it's a fresh ad account, then it's going to require some help for it to target the correct people, right? And it's not. And after 3 to 4 weeks, what you can do is just leave this broad, like leave this as the targeting after 3 to 4 weeks. But initially, what you want to do is actually put in some interest over here, and we can put in some roofing or home improvement, right? Doesn't have to be hyper specific home improvement. Okay, and then renovation, right? Home repair, home construction, just stuff like that, right? And for roofing, I mean, you're pretty much good to go if you just have the home improvement stuff, right? So roof. Okay. See what pops up when you type in roof. And if you're in a different niche, what you can do is basically type in, for example, if you're doing something like roofing, just type in roof or something, right? Or if you're doing something like landscaping, you can do patio or something, right? See what kind of pops up over there. So for example, if you're trying to do something that target patio covers, if your client was hardscaping, right? But for this, I mean, home repair is good. So as long as they're interested in something to do with the home, right? You should be good over there, right? So should be good. And yeah, so what we have is roofing, the home construction, home repair, renovation, home improvement, right? So we're looking at people that are in the market a bit to renovate their property. So if you go ahead and click on define further over here, we can also add in income-based targeting, okay? And what we want to do is like top 5% and then top 10 to 25%, because remember, you're going to help your client get high ticket projects, right? And generally speaking, if they have more disposable income, then they're likely to purchase whatever the high ticket item is. So that looks good over here. You have some interest, and then you've stacked it also with some income targeting, and then you have the age over here. All that looks good. Go ahead and go to more settings over here, and then go to placement. Go ahead and disable all of these placements over here, except for the top 2. Disable that as well. And then go ahead and go to feeds over here. And what you want to do for this one is disable select placement. So I'm going to disable this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And this is all good. So if we're going to go ahead and click on next, so go to this one over here, and then go ahead and scroll down. What we want to do is we want to go ahead and create that form again. Remember, this time it's going to be targeting homeowners. So let me kind of show you how to set that up, right? So roof replacement, homeowners, lead form 1, something of that nature, right? So click on next. And for the headline over here, you just want to put in like get your free inspection or something, right? Or whatever your client's offer is. Maybe he offers a warranty, or I'm not sure, right? Plus like a whatever warranty or whatever he offers, which you should have gotten when you did the onboarding call and you went over their offers, right? So over here, what you're going to put in is some additional description about what they can get. I'm actually going to go ahead and go to ChatGPT over here. So what we want to put over here is basically generate a description for generate headline and description for a Meta Ads lead form, wherein we are targeting homeowners for free inspections. Sorry, for roof replacements, right? Roof replacements, and are offering free inspections. Okay, we're just going to use this one over here. So if your roof is okay, let's use this one. So go ahead and put that in over there. Next. And then for the conditional logic, you do want that enabled. And then you want to put in so sometimes Facebook, for some reason, it shows your ad. Like even if you're targeting 50 miles from a certain city in Florida, it shows your ad sometimes in New York and other states, or it's crazy, right? So what you want to do for the first question is you want to put in, do you live in Florida? Question mark, right? And then yes, no, right? Normally, I mean, I think at some point last year they took off the option wherein we'd be able to, I don't know, they updated something with their targeting, right? So that like if you don't have this question in here, your client might get people from other states, which is going to piss them off. So I suggest kind of having that in there. So another multiple choice over here. So do you live in Florida is question number 1. Question number 2 is going to be, are you a homeowner? Basically, are you a homeowner? Okay. And then you can also put in some more intent-based questions like, how soon are you looking to get your roof replaced? Right, or something of that nature, right? And this is an intent qualifying question because what it does is it cuts down the time frame, right? However, if this is your very first client, I would suggest basically the more questions that you have, the harder it is going to be for you to generate leads, but the leads that you do generate are going to be of higher quality, okay? However, if it's your very first client, you probably want as much volume in through the door as possible, so I'm just going to leave that off. And all that we're going to do is, the qualification will be, do they live in that area, and then are they also a homeowner, right? And remember, the entire ad is for roof replacements and stuff like that, right? So don't worry about it if they're not interested in anything to do with the roof, right? So I'm going to put in over here, and then conditional logic. So go to next question, are you a homeowner? And then close form if they're not, right? And then over here, yes, no. Submit the form over here, and then close form over here, right? So basically, this is to qualify for homeownership and then living location. After that, what you want to do is you certainly want to get the street address, the city, and then the zip code as well, right? So street address, city, and zip code, and you want to put in, please ensure your contact info is up to date. Okay. So now we have conditional logic set up. The form is good. And then you can go ahead and disable that. Go to next. And then for the lead over here. So if they're a lead, what we're going to do is send them to that booking page, which I'll show you in a bit. But what you want to put over here is wait, one last step. And then over here, please tap book now to book yourself in for your free inspection. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and this in over here. Book now. So let me kind of go over what we'd kind of put in for this link over here. So if I go over here, so you have this in your snapshot. All you have to do is go to sites on the left over here, right? And click on recent client calendar with headline. So what I have is client calendar with headline over here right now. It looks like this, right? So if I click on edit over there, so Florida homeowners save thousands on your roof replacement, free inspection, right? And then basically what we want to do is you just want to put in a calendar over here, right? And remember, this is for an in-home consultation. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the bottom left over here for settings. And I'm going to go ahead and go to calendars on the left over there. And then I'm going to find the in-home calendar. Okay. And then I'm going to go ahead and activate this calendar. This calendar is now active, right? And then you just want to make sure that your client is actually assigned over here. Then make sure your client is actually assigned over. You can just put in phone over here or full address, right? Save changes, and then go over here. Make sure the calendar looks good, and then basically go ahead and we're going to go ahead and link to that calendar over here and click on edit. And then click on that calendar and then go ahead and click on the in-home design consultation and estimate, right? So you have that. And go ahead and then go ahead and click on save, right? Now, you do also want to be able to publish this over here and connect it to a... So what I use is for my dummy domain, again, is like the Home Apex Growth. But what you want to do is go ahead and go to the bottom left over here for settings, okay? Actually, I have it over here. But if you go to domains and URL redirects, right? What we actually want to do is click on part over here. Basically, what you want to do is hit connect to domain. And then you want to go ahead and click on this one over here, so connect. And then for this one, what you want to do is put in client booking dot home apex. So it's basically going to be client booking dot your domain name.com, right? Name.com. My dummy domain for this one, for this video, is Home Apex Growth. So I'm just going to put that in over there. Then I'm going to go ahead and hit continue. And now I see this over here. I'm going to go ahead and hit add record manually, right? And then now I have the CNAME, the host, and then the required value. If you don't already have a dummy domain, or if you don't have a domain at all, again, you can get one from Hostinger. This one is pretty good. It's like the cheapest one that's good performance as well, right? So, and you can type in whatever you want over here, .com, right? And then you can select any one of these, right? So once you get a Hostinger account, basically you'll see something like this. You'll be like logging into the H panel, like the Hostinger panel, right? And what you want to do is go ahead and on the left-hand side, click on domains and then go to domain portfolio, right? So click on domains, right, on the left, and then go to domain portfolio. And then basically just go ahead and so you see Home Apex Growth over here, right? You want to go ahead and type in like Home Apex Growth or whatever your domain name is over here, and then it should pop up over here, okay? Then after that, what you want to do is click on Manage, okay? And then click on DNS name servers. And then for the CNAME record is what we want to add. So CNAME. Then you want to copy that in over there. And copy that one over here. And then add record. So now we have that. Now we're going to check if that actually pushed through. So go ahead and click on verify records. Okay, so it says congratulations, right? Go ahead and just click on proceed to finish. And basically what we want to do is go ahead and click on go back. And calendar with headline over here, right? Click on edit. And now you can go ahead and click on publish over here. And then just select that thing over there. And then go ahead and hit save. And just like that, you just got your domain. Now it is going to take a while to propagate. Okay, it's not going to be instant. Sometimes I've had it where it takes a few hours, but that kind of happened pretty quickly. Let's go ahead and click on, go ahead and copy this link over here, and then go back over here, paste that in over there, and then for the if they're disqualified, right? What you want to do is so for the disqualified ones, so this is for non-leads. So if this is if they do not live in Florida or if they do not own their home, right? So because we don't want renters and stuff, because no renter is going to renovate their property for their landlord, right? So it doesn't make any sense. And then on this over here, what I have is something called non-fit, non-qualified on the site section, right? Go to sites and then just click on this one over here. Click on edit. You can feel free to edit this, right? But it just simply says, based on your answers, we'd not be able to help. So go ahead and hit publish on that one, and we're going to connect it to client bookings, save that. Okay, and then click on this. Wait for it to load, copy that, boom. Okay, so now you have your form completed over here, right? If they are a lead, they go to this booking page, right? And then they have the option to self-book, right? Which is good because a certain percentage will self-book, like 15 to 25%, depending on the area, will self-book, which is amazing, right? And then you want to go ahead, and go ahead and create your form over here. So just optimize and then go ahead, next, create form. Okay, so now we have the form that's going to target homeowners. Now what we need to do is upload those ads again. So we're going to go ahead and upload those image ads, right? So if I go back to my Canva over here, I'm going to go ahead and download all of these. Once they have been downloaded, I'm going to go ahead and open and okay, we can just extract all, extract. Okay, perfect. And then this one, right? So this is where we're going to upload. So if I go ahead and click on this one, upload image, upload, then one. Okay. And then you want to go ahead and click on crop over here, original, and then text. And then for the primary text and the headline, what you want to do is basically you want to go to ChatGPT and then kind of generate the headline and primary text. So generate headline and primary text for meta ad creatives, meta ad creative. So now it's going to go ahead and do that. Okay, copy that. Paste that in over there. Okay. Get a free roof inspection. Then apply now. So you should have the primary text, the headline, and then the apply now button over here. Make sure that all of this Advantage Plus stuff is deselected. Okay, you don't want that to be selected at all. And go ahead and click on image generation. Then go to enhancements, and then make sure everything is off over here, right? Turn that off. Okay, translation. And you do want to disable like the translations over here. And then that's pretty much it. You can go ahead and click on done on the bottom right here. Okay, so that's number one, done, right? Let me just take a look at it. So headline, apply now. Primary text, we got the creative in there with the form and everything, right? So now what we're going to do is name this one. Replacement ad one, right? And then replacement ad 1, and then roof replacement campaign. That's what we're going to name it. Then what we're going to do is kind of duplicate this. Okay, we're going to go ahead and deselect those, duplicate that, and then what we're going to do over here is go back to this, the ad one, right? And then we're going to go ahead and remove this media, and we're going to add image, upload to, and crop, crop, and then make sure everything is on original white. So text, image, enhancements, all off, and then turn this off. Then click on done. And then let's go ahead and do number 3. By the way, make sure that these are scheduled for, yeah, no, that's good. Okay. And then scroll down over here. You're going to click on delete and then add image, upload. Oh, okay. Not sure what happened there. Okay, upload 3. Next. Take those off. Done. Okay, so that's ad 8 over there. So I've just gotten done basically uploading the 8 ads that are images. And then remember, we also want to do this for the video ads, right? So I'm going to go ahead and copy one of these. And so for this one, what we're going to do, so we're going to go ahead and select that video. So delete the media, then add video. Now I already have it over here, but basically it's just going to be the Creatify 1 and Creatify 2 video, right? Creatify 1. Turn this off. Okay. And then duplicate one more time. Turn that off. Okay, remove and add video, and then Creatify video. Skip. Done. So that's pretty much it. That's how you upload the images and ads, right? It's all scheduled for midnight. Every single one over here is at a, oh, okay, this should be 5. So you do want to double check. I'm not sure how this got to that. So your client's budget's going to be like $50 a day, right? So you don't want to overspend. Let me see over here. Oh, actually, no, that's for the other one. Okay, sorry. I had confused. Okay, so roof replacement campaign over here, right? This one we can kind of get rid of. This is the acquisition one. So this one over here. This is all $5, 10 ads at $5 a day, right? And then basically that's pretty much it. You're going to go ahead and review and publish over here, and then click on publish, right? And that's it. Pretty much it'll be running at midnight. Your client should get their very first few leads within 48 to 72 hours, right? And then what's even more exciting than that is since you also have a self-booking calendar, right? And we're going to set up conversational AI and stuff, they'll actually get booked appointments, okay? So leads are not that useful, right? This is somebody that's filled out a form, but a booked appointment between you and a client, that's where the real value is, right? So next, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to set everything else up. So the campaign has been scheduled. The landing page has been created. It's linked up, right? Everything's good to go. The only thing that we need to do is handle the leads that come in, right? So if you go back to the client the sub account over here, go to automation, right? Lead form trigger AI scheduling bots is the folder. Click on this, right? And the first thing that you want to do is make sure that your page is connected. The next thing that you want to do is just kind of make sure that this is. Now, here's the thing, right? Some clients you don't want to. So what we do on our side is basically we don't send lead notifications. We only send appointment notifications, right? Now we've been doing this for a while, so we're pretty good at generating appointments and stuff, right? So, however, if you're starting off and stuff, right, what I would actually do is like do particular user and then select like your client, right, over here, and then just so that he can, see that leads are being generated, right? And then the information that your client would get. So this is an SMS being sent out to your client over here, like new roof replacement lead, first name, last name, first name, contact number, address. We can just remove this one. So address, city, and then zip over here, right? And then double dial now, right? And then basically the next one would be the conversational AI over here, wherein it's like the in-home calendar that it's being connected to, right? So this is the bot that's been configured. Now, if your service is something different than roof replacement or something of that nature, it's very, very easy. Okay. All that you would need to do. So make sure, by the way, the calendar is in-home, like the in-home design consultation and estimate, right? Because then otherwise the bot is not going to book in that. But what you want to do is just, so if your client does like, I don't know, like patio covers, right? So you'd instead of saying free, would you like a free roof inspection, right? You just say, would you like a free estimate for a patio cover, right? Or something of that nature, right? And then what you can just do is do a control F and then just do roofing, right? And then instead of roofing, you can just say hardscaping if your client is a hardscaper, right? About their roof inspection. So instead of roof inspection request, you can just get this out and just say patio cover estimate request, right? Patio cover estimate request, right? So basically, wherever you want to substitute your client service, you can go ahead and do that every single time that you see like the word roof, right? So you can even substitute this out, right? With like the patio cover over here, whatever you want. But obviously what we're doing on our side is going to be roof inspections for this client, right? So we're just going to leave it at that. I've just reset everything. So, the bot is very simple. Just prompt over here. Again, you should already have access to all of this, right? And then for the timeout and stuff like that, I've left it at 24 days. So the bot is going to wait for a response for like 24 days and still kind of handle and stuff. You don't want to do like hours or anything because what if, the lead responds back within, more than 24 hours, right? Then your bot is not going to be able to schedule them, right? So this is the conversational AI over here, right? And then that's pretty much how that works, right? So it does actually have a pretty good booking rate because as you can imagine, like a lot of people respond to texts and stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, the bot does have a pretty good booking rate because as you can imagine, like a lot of people respond to SMS and stuff, right? So if you had made any modifications, like, or something of that nature, right? You can just go ahead and hit save. That's going to make sure that everything is saved over there, right? And then that's pretty much all that's needed for this AI booking bot. So that's a very simple way to get started over here with the bot over here, right? It's pretty good too. It has a high booking rate because a lot of people respond by SMS. And then if I click on the back, the second thing is you want to configure you want to make sure that the booking reminders button over here, booking reminders, right? Click on this one. So this one is when the lead actually self-schedules or the AI bot books the lead in, right? And this trigger over here is on that implementation session, which is the calendar group that your in-home calendar is in, right? What you want to do over here is just customize the internal notification. So this one should be sending out to your client, right? So basically just modify this to a particular user and it's just going to say new appointment, right? And then it's also going to give them instructions. Please confirm before you go ahead and show up to the address, right? And over here, new appointment booked. So this is an email as well. So one is for email, one is for text, right? Text over here. So SMS to a particular user by internal notification. And then this one is an email, right? Sent to the custom email. Let's replace this email with the your client's name, right? So the next thing over here is basically thank you for booking an appointment. So this is sent out to the lead, right? And it just tells them that they should expect a confirmation message to be sent by your client, right? So your roofing expert will reach out to finalize the time slot before arriving on site. So that's basically it with the AI handling for the, so there's a conversational AI that texts them and then basically books them in. And then there's also a booking reminder over here that also, notifies the lead that's booked in that they should be expecting confirmation text. And then it also lets your client know that, hey, there's a meeting that's been set up, right? So that's pretty much how that part works. Now for the AI database reactivation workflow, this is how pretty much it works. There's going to be a workflow called reactivation over here. Okay, and then all you're going to need to do is kind of click on it and then go to offer. And remember, we've set this up as like a roofing one, right? So it's going to say like, hi, this is Emma. So this is what's sent out to the contact list that your client provides you. Again, to explain a database reactivation campaign very simply, right? And sometimes clients won't give you this because quite frankly, a lot of them just don't have a centralized location where all their client contacts are, right? But if they do have this, then absolutely do this because it's going to get them some very quick wins, right? And you want to deliver quick wins as soon as possible to reduce churn and stuff like that, right? So once they give you contact list, and that contact list is going to look like something like this, right? Name and then phone number. That's pretty much all that you need, right? Just their first name. It can be the client's client list. Just the first name and then the phone number. I have two names over here, but all you really need is like the first name, right? So the idea of this is basically we're going to reach out to their client list, right? So your client's customer list, and we're going to go ahead and send out a reactivation text that looks like this, right? Hi, Sam. This is Emma. We did some roof work for you before. We're running a special promotion for spring that could save you a lot of money on a new roof or any other roof-related services, right? Would you like some more details? The reason that this works, even though your client has already closed this customer, is because obviously, roofs get old over time. So maybe the client is, the customer might be interested in another inspection. Maybe they need their gutters done. Wherein in the first time that the roofer went around, they just did the entire roof without the gutters, right? I don't know, right? So it seems to work pretty well. And the reason that the close rate is also pretty good is because remember, the roofer already has done good work for this customer before, right? So all that you need to do is send out this text and then get that customer booked in, and then boom, your client should have an extraordinarily high close rate, right? And this is a very simple workflow over here. So the initial text that goes out is, we did some work for you before, we're running a promotion now, are you interested, right? And then if they don't reply, right, then it's going to be, so it waits a little bit, right? Waits for a reply. If they don't reply after I think about 3 hours over there, right? If they don't reply, it's going to be like, hey, Sam, did you get my last message, right? And then wait. And then basically, now if they do reply, right, the reply is going to be handled over here, right? So let's say that they did reply to the offer, right? So let me know what that is. Okay. So let's say that they did reply to the offer, right? So contact replied is handled over here, right? And then if it's positive or not is handled over here, right? So obviously we don't want to do anything if they select no. And then we do want to say something if they select yes. And then I would also utilize this kind of framework as well, wherein if they've said anything else other than so we always do want to handle it whenever the customer says anything other than a no. If they say a no, don't handle it. If they say anything other than a no, then handle it. Have the AI booking bot kind of handle this request, right? So this is, again, a very simple prompt over here, and you can customize it for your client services. So if they're a hardscaper, if they're a plumber, electric, whatever you want to do, right? So you're chatting with homeowners who are customers of a roofing company. We are reaching out to them to see if they'd be interested in more roof-related services, right? Your tone should be friendly, blah, 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 right? And then again, just like last time, all this is designed to do is book their customer in, right? So now comes the part wherein we actually make this work. So how do we actually make this work and send it over to their customer list, right? So I'm just going to use this demo client list over here. So name and then phone number, and then make sure that they whatever they do, make sure that the name and then the phone number is provided. We don't need anything else. We don't need address. We don't need emails because the emails suck, though, or the reply rates, something like this is going to suck on email, right? So all we need is basically their name and then phone number. That's pretty much good to go. Then I'm going to go ahead and download it as a CSV, right? And then go back and then go to contacts tab over here. And then we're going to go ahead and import. Okay, let me just move myself over here. Okay, after we've gone ahead and hit import, go ahead and select, click on contacts over here, right? Make sure that this is checked. And then next, and then go ahead and upload, and then go to downloads over here, client list, right? And then next, right? And name, Sam, phone number is already mapped. Next. By the way, if it's not mapped, you just need to have it in this format over here. You can tell ChatGPT, like if they give you some weird formatted numbers, right? You can just use AI, just push it, and then basically have the AI reformatted so that it's in this format, right? So this looks good over here. So select next, right? Now we do want to add a tag in here, right? And we want to name this like database reactivation. Then maybe just the current date as well, right? So database reactivation May 24th, and then click on plus add over there. Now it's tagged, right? And then we're going to go ahead and select, check this box over here, and then start import, right? Go to contacts now. Now if the client list is a bit, so this is processing, but it's going to process in no time. If yours is a bit bulky, then it might take some time. It's going to go ahead and refresh, right? And then go to smart list over here. Okay, so what we're going to do next is just select that, right? And then what we're going to do just to make sure that you're only reaching out to this guy's clients is click on advanced filters, right? And then click on like select over here like tag over here, right? And then tag again, and then tag is going to be database reactivation, that tag, right? And then apply. And that's why we did that. Now the only thing that we imported for database reactivation is what's actually showing over here. So I'm just going to go ahead and select this, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and trigger automation, okay? Over here. By the way, if it's right now, just all one is contacted, but you want to do normally like select all one, right? So this makes sure that if we have like 100 entries, all of them are selected, right? As long as we tag them with the database reactivation one, right? Make sure that this the filter is on for the database reactivation, okay? And then go ahead and click on trigger automation, and then we're just going to call this a DR1 or something, right? And then you always very important, you always want to make sure that this is in drip mode. So select that, right? And then for the workflow, it's just going to be the reactivation. And then for the time, you're going to, right now it's a Sunday. You normally want to run this on Monday to Fridays, right? And then you generally want to start it off at like 10 a.m. or so, right? To not piss off any of their customers, right? And then batch quantity 1, repeat after 1, and then minutes 1, right? So what this is going to do is basically send a text every single minute, right? For the reactivation. And then if the customer replies anything or replies positively, the AI bot is going to go ahead and try to book them in, right? So turn this off, right? And then for the time window over here, this just restricts it so that the bot doesn't go crazy and then try to text them at midnight. Can you imagine how pissed off like your client's customer would be if they got like a text at midnight? So just do like 10 a.m. over here, and then end it at like 6 p.m. or something, right? So that's basically it. And then you can go ahead and click on add to automation. I'm just going to do it over here. Check progress, right? So add to automation over here. And then it's going to be queued on my end. On your end, but it might look a bit different, right? Like a processing or something of that nature. But this is now set to go out and basically do that reactivation, right? So what's going to happen again is a text is going to be sent out, and you can view those texts over here in the conversations tab, right? So if you go to select all, right, you'll be able to monitor like what's actually happening. Make sure that I do encourage you to do a quality check right after you do text them, right? Just to make sure that everything is flowing smoothly, right? So that's basically it. That's the AI database reactivation one. And if your client now, a lot of these people, they don't have a client list on hand, but I would say maybe 1 out of 5, 1 out of 6 would have it on hand and also would be comfortable giving you that, right? If they do give you it, absolutely use it, because you can 100% get them some appointments, and then you can get them some quick wins as well, right? Because there's already trust built up with that customer, right? So, the close rate should be like 90, 95%. All that we need to do on our end is just book the client, that customer, right? His previous customer. And then the client will just cross-sell, upsell, whatever you need to do, right? So that's basically it on the database reactivation campaign. I highly encourage you to ask for, the customer list and all that, right? The reason that we didn't actually go over this on the onboarding section is because sometimes, right, like you don't really want to, I don't really pitch it on sales calls either, right? Because some people are just not comfortable, right? Giving customer lists and stuff like that, right? So we do want to be careful, right? We just want to say, on the onboarding call, hey, if you have a customer list, right? Or after you've booked them their first appointments via the ads and stuff, right? Now they know it's not BS. Now they know that it works, right? You can ask them for customer list, right? Just know that some people will not give you the customer list, right? So that's what it is. But if they do, perfect, right? But it's not necessary either. We're generating the vast majority of business via new business via the ads, right? So that's how that works. On the next one, I'll basically go over the AI website template over here. Okay, so now at this part, we're here at the website part over here. This is by far the simplest one, to be honest with you, right? So it's going to be included in the snapshot that's in the description. But if you go to like websites over here, okay, just go to websites. You'll see it over here as website template number 1. Click on that. And go ahead and click on preview link, right? And what it is it just looks like this. Now, you don't really even have to do much. All you have to do is just change a custom. It takes maybe 2 or 3 minutes, max 10 minutes to actually, have a website ready for your client, right? So all you have to do is, let me actually go ahead and click on edit first, just so you can see what the custom values are kind of made out of. Okay, so if you look at this, right, as you can see, like build more, live large with custom values company name, right? So, and then you can see custom values phone, custom values email, custom values address, right? So all that you're going to do, and then this logo is a custom value as well that we're going to replace with something else. So all you have to do is change out a few custom values. And how this one works is like this. So I go back over here, I go to settings, then I go to values, custom values, right? So let's say that, the address is 123 ABC Street, right? ABC Street, New York, USA or something. Right? Let's just say that's the address, okay? All I have to do is that. Then company name, let's just call it 123 ABC Roofing Company, 123 ABC Roofing Company. Okay, and then let's just call this company info 123 ABC Roof Company Co. at that, right? Update. And then for the logo over here, let's actually use ChatGPT. So for ChatGPT, let's just say generate a logo for a roofing company named 123 ABC Roofing Company. Okay, so we're just going to wait a little bit. Okay, and then we now have 123 ABC Roofing Company. Obviously, if your client provides, a logo of their own, just use that. But if they don't have a logo, which I mean, it's sometimes dubious if they're going to have a logo or not, right? If they don't already have the site. So we're just going to go ahead, edit, and for this one, what you can just use is like so it's going to require a link to a CDN, right? And where you're going to find that CDN is inside of Go High Level. So if you go to media storage over here, right, on the left, media storage, just go ahead and upload that logo. Okay, so you're going to see it over here, get link. So I have the link now, and I'm going to go ahead and go to over here, edit, update. Okay, and then the number, edit. We can. I mean, this is a fine number. It's whatever you guys want to do. Okay. So if I go back over here, I go to websites over here, click on website and preview link. As you can see, it's all over here. Now, you do want to make the logo a bit smaller, I think. Just format it, but that's an easy thing to do. But that's all basically you have to do. And now it's going to be customized and personalized to that person's company, right? They'll see their company name, right? Okay. 123 ABC Roofing Company, 123 ABC Roofing Company, 123. And then, it took you about 5 to 10 minutes. All that we would need to kind of do over here is make the logo a bit smaller, which you can prompt GPT to do again and just tell it to, to make it smaller, right? So it's very simple. It took me it took me about 5 minutes to do all of that. And you have basically a full stack website that you can provide to your client. You can play around with it and make it look a bit nicer, however much time you want to take. But the point of this is basically you just want to make sure that they have a website if they already don't have a website, because the fact of the matter is most people that are in home services, they don't really bother with a website. They don't have a website. So just having that thing that they can show off to their customers and stuff, the leads that you send them is going to be value in itself, right? Just having that, right? And it didn't take you a whole lot of time to fulfill. We're not trying to become a website company here, right? Where our primary value is in generating new business, okay? Is in generating new business. And then that's why they're going to pay us, right? But we do need the websites because it works as a retention mechanism as well as an acquisition enhancement mechanism, right? Your close rate will go up just by you having this, and then your retention would also go up because it feels like you're taking care of holistically their entire marketing, right? So that's pretty much how I've done it, and it's going well. As far as the client retention goes, obviously, when you acquire the clients, you want them to stay with you as long as possible, keep them paying, right? So now that you have a few clients that you're fulfilling for, your primary objective is to not lose them, okay? You went through all that trouble, got them on the call, let's not lose them. So basically, there are two things that you need to pay attention to make sure that you're not in danger of losing your clients. So two things matter, results and then relationship. Right? I have had terrible results for clients, but I had a good relationship and they stayed on for years. Okay. Conversely, I have had great results, but a poor relationship and the client churned. Okay. Even if results are not great, if the client feels like you're doing everything that you can for them, they will stay. But why would somebody churn even if the results are good, but the relationship is not good? Well, simply put, even if the results you generate for them are good, they still have expenses and other issues in their business, right? They might be struggling too much for your good results to offset their current issues. Remember this, humans take actions and make decisions based on emotion, not logic. Nobody on this planet makes any decision based on, it's all emotion. It's basically all emotion, okay? Even for business owners, okay, it's all emotion, like how they feel, they move, like all of that is going to affect them, right? So, and with some people, even if it doesn't logically make sense to cut you off, the emotional part of their brain tells them to cut you off. From lived experience, I can tell you that I've had clients that have paid $3,000 a month retainers with extremely minimal results that have stayed on for years, okay? Because they truly believed, and I did do everything that I could for them, right? But the results, I mean, sometimes the area is not good, sometimes this or that happens, right? Or, just but you do try, and you try to do everything that you can for your client, right? So even if you have had good results, always make sure that you maintain a good relationship with your client, because that is important. So how do you maintain a good relationship, right? So number one thing is going to be communication. There is no such thing as over communicating when it comes to retention. What I suggest for the communication channel is either Slack or WhatsApp, and also to meet with them on a bi-weekly basis on Google Meet or Zoom. If results are ever poor, you want to expressly communicate with them what you're adjusting, the things that you're updating, and the changes you've made in order to make sure that they're at least reassured that you care enough to make these changes, right? Because the worst thing is, something goes wrong and then they're not communicating, then they have no idea, right? and they just make up stuff in their mind. So the worse things are, the more you want to communicate. If things are really bad, instead of meeting them bi-weekly, you want to meet them on a weekly basis, right? But before any communication, one of the most important things for retention is going to be managing expectations on onboarding. That little 30 to 60 minute call wherein you're onboarding them, right? When you're initially onboarding them, you've just closed them, you set up the onboarding call. That 30 to 60 minute call is going to determine how the next 3 months to a year play out. If they have a terrible onboarding experience, they will churn much quicker, right? So the most important thing to do on the onboarding call is to set expectations properly. If you do not set expectations to match the results that you should expect, you'll have lost the client. The moment that they're fresh off of a sales call is the moment where expectations are the highest, okay? They're very excited. You've sold them on a dream, which you'll deliver on, but you do need to make sure that they know that initially things are going to be a bit slow. So you will need to recalibrate the expectations that they have and bring them back to reality. You will do this by telling them that the first 30 days are going to be a bit slower, and that they're not going to get as many appointments, as we'll be setting things up, optimizing campaigns, and so on, right? So in summary, if you manage expectations, have good communications, and had half decent results, you will be able to retain the client. So that's pretty much how you would kind of make sure that the relationship is very important, guys. Do not discount the relationship, okay? Oftentimes, I've had clients where they're, some months were great, and then the next 2 or 3 months were terrible. And had I not maintained a good relationship, the client would have churned. So relationship, communication, meeting with them is very important, okay? And relationship, I just mean by communication and meeting with them on a bi-weekly basis, basically. So that's pretty much it for client retention. Congratulations, you've made it to the end. Right now, you know everything that is required of you to get your first few clients. I remember back just a few years ago when I had nothing but tremendous debt with zero income. Back then, there was no free multi-hour course. You had to pay thousands of dollars to a guru just to hope that the information that you got was valuable enough to make money, right? I would have highly appreciated a course like this because it would have gotten me out of that situation a bit faster. I think I could have gotten out in like 2-3 weeks instead of multiple months. That's the primary reason as to why I'm making this course free. Again, I have no way of knowing what kind of situation you're in, how bad it is, how much you want to make money online. All I know is that as of this moment, this business model with the AI agency has completely changed my life. I don't have to worry about a tremendous amount of debt or making debt payments every month. And I hope that it can relieve you of some pain as well if you use the information inside of this course to get your first few clients, right? It was also my goal to never do the 9-to-5 thing, and that's been fulfilled as well. I had wanted location freedom, time freedom, and I knew a standard job like a 9-to-5 would never grant me that, right? So for anybody that's watching this, that's an undesirable situation wherein you want to make money online as quickly as possible, I truly do hope that you got something out of this and that you signed your first few clients using the information provided in this video. Now, no pressure, but if you do want to accelerate results by getting one-on-one consulting with me directly, wherein I can give you direct feedback and guide you along personally, there's a link in the description box. It's the very first link that'll direct you to an application where you can apply to join my one-on-one coaching program, where I can perhaps speed up your results. Now, to be clear, if you don't have any money, just a few dollars here and there for some software tools, you don't need to sign up to my one-on-one coaching. You can just watch this video, apply it, and get your first few clients, okay? So again, I just want to emphasize, if money is extremely tight, it's probably not a good idea to apply to my one-on-one coaching. Just use this video to get your first few clients, okay? However, if you do want to get the results faster and you have the money to do so, right, get live direct feedback with weekly calls, if that's what you want, then the link is down below. My only goal with the coaching program is to accelerate your results even further. In other words, what I can offer you with my one-on-one coaching is speed to results. So that's pretty much all, guys. Thank you very much for watching until the very end. I appreciate it. Thank you. Until next time.